Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. All right, a couple quick announcements. Just a quick reminder, if the regulation here is if you're not actively eating or drinking, you are supposed to wear a mask. Please tag any posts you have from the event with hashtag GBA events. There is a community app, and this allows you to collaborate both during the conference and follow up afterwards with the people who are registered on that app. It is gba.community. You can sign in, create a profile, see who's all there at the event, and connect both now and afterwards. Okay, so initially we are starting off with state and local adoption. Our first speaker is going to be Lee Bratcher. Can we get him up to the stage? And as a quick reminder, we do have our evening reception tonight. Please sign up for that. All right. Thank you, Lee. Oh, yep.
Something I thought. For those of you, any of you here yesterday kind of like what you had? Yeah. The full 11-hour video is already posted. If you go to gbaglobal.org/BC for blockchain, IN for infrastructure, 2021, BCIN 2021. The full 11-hour video is there. Jordan and his team is going to do some work to cut it up and make it into more bite-sized components. But if you like that, you can get access to it. And then today's video will be posted at the end of the day. Lee, it's all you. Thanks.
Thanks, Gerard. Good morning. My name is Lee Bratcher. I'm the president of the Texas Blockchain Council, talking about state and local adoption. I've got a couple slides, but the clicker doesn't seem to be working, which is okay. We were, there we go, able to pass several pieces of legislation this last session in Texas, the 87th session. With the help of some legislative partners, we conducted the research and passed two bills, House Bill 1576 and House Bill 4474. Let's see, there we go. I do want to point out that SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce commented that of the importance of state policy incubators, being able to create policy at the state level to let it bubble up to the national level. So that's one thing that we're doing. Area U of the Cascadia Blockchain Association has created a loose coalition of state associations. So there's about 25 or so state associations that do what we do here in Texas. All around the country. And so if you're this is obviously a diverse audience from different states, reach out to us afterwards to let us know if perhaps there's a state association in your state that's working on this, and if there's not, maybe you're the one that starts it. And so when the infrastructure bill came down several months ago, or I guess several weeks ago, the Blockchain Association reached out to Ari and I to sign an open letter to legislators from our states, and we had 25 state associations that signed those letters. Can I get the next slide? So the two bills, I want to talk about House Bill 4474 first, because it is the most important of the two. This is our Uniform Commercial Code bill, so model legislation, right? The states, each of the 50 states has a Uniform Commercial Code. They're typically uniform, as the name would suggest. There are slight modifications whenever there's an emerging technology like blockchain that comes out. So what we did is we modified our Uniform Commercial Code in Texas in Chapter 9 of the code. So for those attorneys that are in the room, you may know what I'm talking about. It did a couple things. There we go. The few things that it did was it defined what virtual currencies were for the purpose of blockchain legislation. It established what it means to control a virtual currency. So virtual currency is the term that these uniform commercial codes use, but we all know that we're referring to cryptocurrency. And most importantly, it established that if you need to perfect your security interest in a general intangible, you can do that through control. So previously, if you wanted to perfect your security interest in something, you had to file a UCC1 claim with the Secretary of State of your state, or a financing statement, so that you can perfect that collateral. If you're using crypto as collateral for a real estate purchase or something of that nature, you can now perfect it simply by possessing the cryptographic keys, which is important because it sends a signal to innovators, hey, this state is thinking deeply about these issues, and we want innovators, venture capital to come to our state. So the governor, obviously, Governor Abbott signed both of these bills. They went into effect September 1st, just a few weeks ago. This had a ripple effect in our state. Number one, the effect in the media had the effect of bringing entrepreneurs and venture capital to Texas. But number two, it actually sent a signal to other regulators in the state, like the banking commissioner. We communicated to him, showed him the videos that Governor Abbott was creating about these pieces of legislation and pushed them out into social media. We sent the banking commissioner these videos, and he actually worked with his staff and his legal team to draft regulatory guidance for Texas chartered banks that they can custody cryptocurrency. So you and I will probably always custody crypto. We'll self-custody, we'll custody it on exchange or a hardware wallet. But there are a lot of people, perhaps those that are maybe later adopters, that want their banks to custody things for them. Their banks have always custodied, their assets. And so even though it's not going to be the early adopters that custody crypto or their digital assets in their bank, because that just doesn't make sense for those of us that are like digital currency native or technology natives. There'll be a lot of people from the greatest generation and from, perhaps our parents' generation that will choose to custody that way. So it's a pretty big deal to get state banking commissioners like Faulkner in Wyoming and Mr. Charles Cooper in Texas to make these kinds of announcements. So for those of you that are coming from states that don't have any model legislation, I'm happy to provide copies, insight on those. If we can go to the next slide, that was just a slide of the actual legislative text. And then we'll do the next slide because these are the three things that I already discussed. Okay, I'm going to be followed by County Commissioner Gardner. She's from Utah, paving the way for an elected official, paving the way for blockchain adoption in her state and beyond. So Commissioner Gardner, thanks for being here.
Thank you, everybody. I'm excited to be here. This is the second time I've been able to speak at this conference, but I wanted to share with you guys on how we practically implement blockchain in our local and state governments. I think it's really important to recognize that the local level is where blockchain adoption can happen and where it can happen today. I ran for office in 2018. People always ask me why I decided to run for office, and I told them it was a moment of personal weakness. I chose to run for office. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. Left the private sector as an engineer, took a 60% pay cut to join the public sector to be abused by the public on a regular basis. And as I look at why, the reason why is I felt like we needed somebody that could implement these, not just talk about them on the floor of a regulatory body, but actually implement them. And so I want to show you how we've implemented these in the state of Utah and how people can implement them beyond. I don't know, I was in the back yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw me, but while Charles was speaking, I literally had my hands in the air and I was like, preach, brother, you preach it. I mean, it was fantastic. I gotta tell you, Austrian economics and the social credit score and everything you were saying was absolutely right down. And this is why I left the private sector, because I came into the public sector to make a difference. We are absolutely, like Charles said, paving the way on how humanity is going to interact. I just wanted to talk a little bit about that before we jump to my slides. Back in the day, pre-Gutenberg Bible, everything was by a central authority, right? Everything was by a central authority. And the only way to accomplish anything was through a large central authority. And over the last 200 years, as the world has become more democratized, we've gone to decentralized, where we have centers of control rather than a large center of control. Local government is that center of control in your local area. And that has worked really well to bring freedom and liberty to humanity over the last 200 years. But we're at a point right now where we have the technology to move beyond decentralization and to the distributed network. And the difference between that is in a distributed network, you don't even need your local government. You can control your access to information and you can control your future. And that is where the rubber meets the road. And this is why state and local adoption is so critical. So let's go to the first slide. The key to adoption is to create the legislation. We need to create a regulatory environment where both blockchain and crypto can thrive. I've recently been speaking to several members of Congress and here in DC and back at home in Utah, they've come out to talk to me about recognizing the difference between blockchain and crypto. It became apparent through the infrastructure bill that our federal government does not understand the difference between blockchain and crypto. So we have to create, just like Lee said, we have to create this environment at the state level and at the local level. And we need to create regulatory sandboxes. We have model legislation in the state of Utah that creates a regulatory sandbox. Several other states have this in the fintech area where new technology and emerging technology has 2 years that they can operate in that space so that regulators can figure it out instead of just shutting them down. So if you start a blockchain business or any business in the state of Utah and the regulators don't know what to do with it, you have 2 years to help the legislature figure out how to deal with your industry where you can function. That is critical as we move forward with emerging technology. And we need to focus on non-crypto blockchain. I'm still on almost a daily basis discussing with legislators the difference between blockchain and crypto. So we need to create model legislation. The way you do that is you find people with the political will. At the local level, you find an evangelist like myself that cares about this. And in your legislatures, you need to find people that care about this. You find the political will, create your coalitions, and you get your subject matter experts. That's key. We've got to have those subject matter experts to come in and help create this. And then look at adopting model legislation from other states. Follow what Lee did in Texas. Let's look at the things that Tyler did in Wyoming. And in Utah, things like our regulatory sandbox, as well as some other nuances for licensing that I'll go into. Let's go to the next slide. So how could local government use blockchain? Now, yesterday, we heard from several speakers about different use cases. At the local level, these are the ones that are most prominent. We've got elections. Obviously, Josh spoke about elections yesterday. We've got the remote ballot marking, auditability, securing the voter registration list on the blockchain, et cetera. Another one is transparency. I think Charles talked about that yesterday when he talked about the military spending. And this is not just transparency, this is radical transparency. How do you lose dollars? I mean, prior to being the county commissioner, I was the county auditor. We record everything. You don't just lose dollars. The question is, why can't we see that? Blockchain is the answer to that radical transparency. Licensing, which I'll go through in a little bit, I'll show you our use cases for licensing. Identity. So here's a fun one with identity. Do you realize that government gets to control who you are? Isn't that crazy? Just think about that. Who you are. So your birth certificate, it's housed at a government office. Your driver's license, a government office. Your marriage certificate, a government office. So let's merge that with this social credit score. What happens if your government doesn't like your social credit score? Do they have the ability to just make your birth certificate erase? But what if we recorded that on the blockchain? Now let's look at an actual practical application. Let's say, for example, you happen to live in a country that was taken over by the Taliban last month, and you had to evacuate that country as quickly as possible. How do you prove you are who you say you are? Because you didn't have time to grab your birth certificate, your marriage certificate, your passport, your business licenses. What if we put all that on the blockchain? And all you needed was your keys, and you could get that. Also, land records. One of the things that makes this country different than other countries was the ability to own land without being an aristocrat, right? You could own land, but you only truly own that land if you can prove you own that land. This is a game changer in the third world if we can record land on the blockchain. And then as far as crypto goes at the local level, you can use it as a payment type. I think Miami is looking at this because they've got one of the largest unbanked populations in the nation. You can pay in crypto, also investments. Now, there's some barriers. In the state of Utah, we have something called the Money Management Act, and that prevents governments from investing our portfolios into risky things. And so we have to work with our state legislatures to make sure that if we have the political will to purchase a Bitcoin and hold it in the holdings of our county, that we do so. We also, looking at large banking institutions, the more that large banking institutions accept crypto, the more likely we are to be able to invest in it as a government. And then obviously, like El Salvador, adopting crypto as an official currency. Let's go to the next slide. So what are the current blockchain uses in local government? This is really important. I want you to understand that blockchain use in local government isn't just theory. We're doing it today. A lot of people in local government don't realize that. So in elections, right now, at least in our county, and at least 20 other jurisdictions throughout the country, there is some form of blockchain voting. Right now, it's at the base level where what happens is a vote cast is recorded on a blockchain for auditing purposes. But at the base level, we have people that are voting in blockchain today. And I don't know if Josh mentioned it yesterday. I think you did with your NFT, that we have a presidential election. Josh actually cast the first presidential vote on a blockchain in history. So we've done this. We did it in 2020. As far as currency, obviously El Salvador has adopted Bitcoin as an official currency. And there are several governments that are allowing payment options with coins that are pegged to the dollar. Now, as far as licensing goes, in licensing, you could do any licensing with a digital seal. One of the things that I think is interesting is that in a free nation, we have to get permission slips from the government to do just about anything. You need a permission slip to open a restaurant. You need a permission slip to have a swimming pool. You need a permission slip to get married. Well, the crazy thing about these permission slips is the only place you can get them is the government office, which means they have a monopoly. Which means for the last 200 years, you have to show up at the government office between 8:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, regardless of whether or not you have a day job. You have to stand in line and you have to fill out a piece of paper on a clipboard, and then you turn in your information to receive your permission slip, basically. Digital seals give us the ability to change that. They give us the ability to put that stamp or that seal on a piece of paper without you actually having to have that piece of paper. So we're doing this right now in Utah County with marriage certificates. We launched our marriage certificate portal in 2019. In 2020, we did over 10,700 marriage certificates with a digital seal in Utah County. We just recently launched version 5. So we started this project when I was elected. I think it was like January 9th, 2019 is when I was sworn into office. And within a month, we had launched our digital marriage license product. Now, we had to go through a whole development process. We launched version 2 in January of 2020, January of 2020, and everybody told me that I had a solution that was looking for a problem. Remote marriage licenses, a solution looking for a problem. And then March of 2020 happened. And all of a sudden I was a prophet. Because the world shut down and nobody could give you a marriage license. You could not get married in Las Vegas, Nevada, but you could get married in Utah. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, thank you. So this is how we did it. This is a really quick overview. Basically, the user's mobile device speaks to the marriage license system. You verify your identity. You enter your information, and then you get emailed a marriage license. Your officiant performs your ceremony. The officiant and witnesses complete a form on their phone. They literally scan a QR code on your phone. They fill it out. And then we utilize a blockchain seal to essentially put that special stamp on your PDF. And we issue you a marriage certificate. Let's go to the next slide. So where do we go from here? This is the key that I want people to take away. Where do we go from here? Well, the next steps is we need acceptance of these digital documents. Right now, TSA accepts our digital documents as a valid marriage certificate, but the Social Security Administration does not. Now, I've spoken to several congressmen and senators. They love the idea. We will be running federal legislation soon that says that the federal government has to accept official digital documents certified by state and local government. That will be huge. Because once the federal government, Social Security Administration, has to accept it, then there's no excuse for local governments not to do it. Then we need to create model state legislation. After we do that, then we need to expand. I'm currently doing it for marriage certificates, but we need to do this for birth certificates, driver's licenses, and other documents. In the election space, the next step in election space is doing the tokenization of votes. Instead of just merely recording the votes on the blockchain as a ledger for auditing, I would love to see, and I'm actually working with a company who's developing this now, tokenization of votes. And then next is to publish the immutable ledgers. You want to talk about transparency, you want to talk about a forensic audit. How about if every person can see every vote because it's recorded in the blockchain? And then also we need to secure the voter lists. That, as a former election official myself, I'm telling you, the most vulnerable thing in the world is not when you cast a ballot, it is who casts a ballot. This gets overlooked often. We need to secure our voter lists using blockchain so we can see if they've been tampered with that immutable ledger. Next is the cybersecurity and transparency that this brings to government. We need to record access logs, financial transactions. If we have an immutable ledger, everyone becomes the auditor of the government. Like we say, it returns trust to society. And then other legislative priorities, I really think that the regulatory sandbox is the most important. The State Policy Network just awarded the state of Utah, Libertas Institute in Utah, their highest award for creating this regulatory sandbox in 2021. That's going to be the key to innovation in your state. If you can create a regulatory sandbox that will allow blockchain and crypto companies to come into your state and to innovate, then you can help create regulatory parameters around them. So, to summarize, blockchain is happening in government today. We need to find other people like myself, and we need to get them elected so that I can have help shouldering this burden. Look at other states. There are people doing it today, and then local level, because that's where the rubber meets the road. So, I wish we had time for questions. I think we are out of time, so we can't take questions. However, I will be at the reception tonight. I'm hosting the elections room. So if you have any questions, I would love to interact with you tonight. If you don't have your tickets for the reception, please go buy your tickets, and let's have a lively discussion at the Whitmore Mansion tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Gabriela Kuz talking about national adoption.
Well, hello and good morning. I have, okay. Good morning. My name is Gabriela Kuz. I sit on the board of directors of the Global Digital Asset and Cryptocurrency Association. For those who may be unaware, we are a global, voluntary, self-regulatory association that represents the digital asset industry and that supports stewardship in the public interest. Today I'll be speaking about global adoption of digital assets around the world. And I will highlight a number of different use cases and also explore some of the challenges that we've seen as well as opportunities in order to elaborate and to continue to allow this very important technology to flourish. Before I go into my presentation, though, I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Government Blockchain Association for putting on this very important event, and also to thank my co-presenter today, Mary Beth Buchanan, who will be sharing the stage with me as part of a fireside chat. So before we kind of begin, I wanted to level set just a bit and talk about what is a digital asset. So we're looking at a digital currency or virtual currency. We're talking about the use of cryptography, the utilization of a distributed ledger technology or DLT. This could be in the form of a currency, commodity, a security, or a derivative or a commodity or security. To kind of paint the landscape of what we see. At this point, we're looking at a significant and growing amount of adoption and implementation worldwide. At this point, there are very few countries around the world that are not in the process of adopting and utilizing digital assets by their citizens. If you're looking at the total market cap here, you're looking at a few $1 trillion, and this is consistently growing. You're also looking at a global landscape. As I mentioned, there's very few countries where we have not seen the development or elaboration of the digital assets. And generally speaking, the United States, Ukraine, Venezuela, and other countries are leading in this space. And this is something to be encouraged and to allow for further development of the space. The last piece that is important, and I think especially from a policy perspective, is the role that digital assets have with regards to being a job creator. So what you're seeing is that in this space, these industries are growing at a time when globally we're seeing in a post-pandemic world the need for job creation and economic opportunity. And I'm going to touch on this much further when we talk about why we're seeing such an interest and embrace amongst emerging and developing countries. So around the world, you're going to see different utilizations or rationales for the elaboration of adoption of digital assets. And that relates to some of the needs that you see. Here in the United States, where we have deposit insurance, where we have a relatively stable currency that is not hyperinflationary, you may not see as much of a rapid adoption and implementation as you are seeing in countries where there is excessive political influence in the monetary policy, where you have extreme situations of insecurity, and where, generally speaking, regardless of the volatility that's seen in the digital asset space, that is nothing compared to what is being seen in regards to their specific jurisdictional fiat. You've seen use cases in particular around the remittances that are being sent to and from cross-border, the ability for those to be done instantaneously at low cost, and also in order to do it any time of day, regardless of location. As someone who's worked abroad, I can tell you that, the distance many times to a Western Union office, the fact that you have to go there in person during business hours is extremely difficult, in addition to the fact that sometimes you can be paying as much as 10% or more on top of the, or as a fee in order to send money into some of these emerging economies. And again, that is tempered by the needs and the use cases that you're going to see within these different jurisdictions. But generally around the world, you see a very strong prevalence, especially in emerging economies, for the opportunities that this affords, the ability to use it as a medium of exchange, and the stability relative to some of the fiat currencies that we're seeing in order to be able to maintain that role and function. So at a macro level, I wanted to take a minute and just talk a bit about what we're seeing in the news today. And this is in particular around some of the digital asset bans. And I think it's important to kind of break this down a bit so that we can start to understand what the initial rationale is, and how some of that, whether it's a ban or just over-regulation, can be extremely detrimental to the industry, as well as to that country's ability to grow economically, provide jobs for its people, and to be competitive globally in the digital asset space. So what we're seeing is that the pace of evolution in the digital asset space is very, very fast, and it is increasingly evolving and increasing over time. And so what this means is that in many countries around the world that already suffer from capacity constraints, difficulty attracting, retaining, maintaining expertise in the financial sector, it's very difficult for them to begin to reflect and consider how and in what way they may need to regulate this space. And so what we're seeing is almost a first instinct to push sort of a pause button so that they take a breath, take a beat, and kind of get their strategy or their regulatory approach in line. Now, although that may be helpful to the internal regulators, what it is not helpful for is for that economy, because what that does is reduce the confidence, especially in businesses that are looking to invest there, to grow. And because this is a very movable industry, it is therefore interpreted as being perhaps not hospitable to the digital asset space. These jobs and opportunities in businesses then look at this opportunity and say, I'm going to select a different jurisdiction that perhaps has a greater clarity around the legal and regulatory framework, where I know that my investment will be protected and my business can grow and develop harmoniously. What you see as well is that this is wildly unpopular, especially in emerging economies that have high levels of a youth demographic in their population. So these are people who are digitally native and generally are embracing and interested in accepting Bitcoin or digital assets more broadly. And so this is an opportunity for being able to elaborate this space for the change in the demographic, but also it's seen as potentially negatively from a political perspective. So what is the result? Well, many times the central banks or regulators are looking at the fact that they understand that they will be losing opportunities in terms of economic growth and job creation, and so there's usually a bit of a walk back or a rollback. I used to joke that it was almost like a 1-2 step for a while, where you would see a ban or heavy regulation and then begin to see statements coming out of those regulators that were more embracing of digital assets and blockchain technology. The problem is, as I've already mentioned, the damage has already been done in many cases. Some of that national domestic industry has perhaps already gone overseas, and the ability for that environment to really begin to nurture this industry and to reap the benefits of job creation, global positioning, have been somewhat diminished. And so, along those lines, one of the things that, at least from the side of the Global Digital Asset and Cryptocurrency Association, as well as the Government Blockchain Association, that we've been working to do, has really been to work with regulators to understand, expand, and begin to reflect and consider how they will regulate this space so that they are not having that knee-jerk reaction, but rather are very intentionally and thoughtfully designing a regulatory approach that helps to embrace this and have a balance between the need for consumer protection as well as the need for innovation and development in this space. So generally speaking, what are some of the thoughts that we're seeing on regulation? The first piece is that it is evolving. Just as the underlying technology is evolving, so are the regulators. They're building capacity. They're working to try and understand how to strike this balance between consumer protection and innovation and economic growth and job creation. And so, again, everyone all around the world is grappling with the emergence of this technology and what it means for their financial sectors. So we've seen many different approaches. Some of that you'll see, from a philosophical perspective, is influenced by the nature of the relationship of the citizen to the government, so that social contract that exists. But also some of it is tempered by some of the cultural dimensions, as well as some of the nuances of how their regulatory system is designed. So for example, In a unified regulator, many times you'll see a dual mandate that naturally balances the need for consumer protection with the need for innovation and development. In other countries or jurisdictions where it is a more disparate or dislocated regulatory structure, you may see competing interests or a hyper focus on one piece of that equation. What we've also seen is that typically in the first instance, but very soon after, in particular amongst those countries that are looking to position themselves as global centers of excellence in the financial sector, that they'll try initially to try and shoehorn this into some of the existing regulation. But then over time, and what we're seeing increasingly, is an understanding that there needs to be a more sophisticated approach to this that takes into consideration some of the unique aspects of this technology and of the digital asset class. We still, though, are seeing a very strong focus on national borders and engaging in regulation from a very national focus. And obviously for this asset class, the ability for it to transcend borders so easily necessitates a certain degree of harmony between and amongst different jurisdictions in order to allow for and create almost a runway for the digital asset industry to take off and to be able to elaborate itself in countries all around the world. We still, though, again, it's improving, and I think over time, increasingly, I would put some of the timelines on this on the next, I'd say 2 to 3 years at a minimum. But you're seeing this desire amongst legislators and regulators around the world to try and reduce some of the complexity or ambiguity in the legal and regulatory frameworks in order to enable the development of this. And it goes very much to a very strong recognition amongst government leadership in these countries that those countries who invest, subsidize, incentivize, and support the development of the digital asset industry will be those countries that will emerge as leaders in the global digital future. And so this is something that, you know, it's not a closely held secret. It's very openly recognized. And in fact, in many of the conversations that we have with either government counterparts or private sector counterparts, there's a recognition and a desire to attract digital asset businesses in order to ensure that they will be able to lead and continue some of that positioning with regards to financial centers of excellence. What the Global Digital Asset and Cryptocurrency Association believes is that one of the best ways in order to recognize some of the need to be highly responsive to a rapidly evolving industry, in order to ensure some of that global harmonization around the world, which will allow digital asset businesses to grow and expand into ever-increasing markets, as well as to improve some of the clarity and reduce some of the costs associated with operating in relatively complex or ambiguous legal environments, that self-regulation offers an opportunity. So private sector led, whether voluntary or not, allows for there to be a nearness to the underlying industry that will be able to act in harmony to create regulations or to create some of the standards and best practices around the development of this industry, so as to be able to gently allow for growth that does balance that need for consumer protection as well as innovation and leadership. We also see this as an important role in helping to develop the micro, small, and medium enterprises. These are engines of growth in many countries around the world, and it's important to recognize that these are job creators and are producing between 80 to 90% of jobs globally. And so in order to help develop greater innovation in this industry, as well as to contribute to some of those economic outcomes that we'd like to see in countries around the world, being able to provide clarity allows for those MSME businesses to grow and develop, thereby contributing to job creation and economic opportunity. And with that, I'd like to invite my friend and colleague, Mary Beth Buchanan, up to the stage to introduce herself and to join me in a quick fireside chat At times, I think it's beneficial to hear a little bit of back and forth, and also to have a chance for a bit of a live component to some of the educational provision today. Thank you. Well, Mary Beth, it's a pleasure to have you here today. I just wanted to give you a moment to introduce yourself and to give us a little bit of a background about your role at Merkel Science.
Thank you, Gabby. I began my career with the U.S. Justice Department, so I spent 21 years there, most recently as the presidentially appointed United States Attorney in Western Pennsylvania. I had way too many roles also in the Justice Department to mention, because we'd be here for a long time. After leaving the Justice Department, I spent 2 years with the United Nations, helping them to perform their first ethics and reputational risk assessment for peacekeeping and special political operations around the world. Then joined a law firm, international firm in New York City, and there it's when I began to represent digital asset exchanges and coin developers, and this was in 2013. From there, I went to become the general counsel at 2 digital asset exchanges, Kraken and Bitstamp. And now I'm the president of Merkel Science Americas. Merkel Science is a blockchain analytics company, and we help cryptocurrency companies, financial services, and law enforcement to automate compliance solutions and to be able to track digital currency across multiple blockchains. And I forgot to mention, I'm a board member of the Cardano Foundation.
Important thing to mention. Well, thank you for that. I wanted to talk with you a little bit about your new role at Merkel Science. We've talked a lot about some of the global implications, looking at adoption of digital assets and opportunities and challenges around the world. Can you speak to us a little bit about what you see here in the United States in this respect?
Sure. So, we've been talking about these questions about how to regulate the cryptocurrency industry for years. I remember being on a panel 6 years ago when nobody on the panel or in the audience could agree what a digital asset is. Is it a security, is it a commodity, is it property, is it taxable? And there were some lively debates. Since that time, I think that the SEC and the CFTC, have tried to stake out some positions about which assets are closer to, being commodities or securities. And of course, that all comes down to the nature and characteristics of the asset. But it's not enough. And since that time, organizations like the GBA and others have stepped up and tried to work with government agencies to try to refine these regulations. An organization in 2019 formed the Crypto Rating Council, which was a group of industry leaders that tried to come up with a framework that started with the Howey test and built upon it with the guidance that's been issued by the SEC, and to develop a rating system from 0, which would be a commodity, to 5, and this changed in increments of 0.25. And I think that that's probably one of the best frameworks out there right now, but the government agencies have not formally adopted it. We've also seen organizations like GBA to work with legislators to try to help them with issues from taxonomy to taxation, and to work with the government to develop technical solutions that will work to help comply with the travel rule. So that's probably one of the latest spaces in which we've seen that. But here in the US, it's hard because we have so many different agencies that we have to go to and so many different places to educate. Whereas in other countries around the world, they've developed comprehensive regulatory frameworks. So from, Japan to Abu Dhabi to Singapore, Switzerland, Germany, the frameworks are really consolidated, and which agency to go to. So that, I think, is the big difference that we're still seeing in the U.S. today.
No, that's a very fair point, and it's interesting to note that Switzerland and Japan have also adopted a self-regulatory model in addition to that. I wanted to talk a little bit just about what we see as perhaps an increasing interest in compliance. And just to focus a little bit on what you see as some of the broader trends, especially as firms in the digital asset space seek to enhance their compliance function, increase focus on this space. If you could share just a little bit in that area.
Sure. So in the earlier days, people were amazed that you could actually track digital assets. And there was this perception that this was somehow dangerous because it couldn't be tracked. Well, what's more dangerous is the US dollar, which can't really be tracked. So the companies like Merkle Science and others in the space have been developing automated solutions. And these solutions, as I mentioned earlier, can help law enforcement to follow digital assets across blockchains to see where it's gone, where it's been. There are also solutions that help cryptocurrency companies and financial institutions to know about who they're doing business with, and also helps these companies to automate their compliance solutions. Because clearly you cannot throw enough bodies at the compliance issue in the cryptocurrency space. So being able to automate these systems is really helping companies to improve their compliance. And regulators are expecting it. And so I think seeing that this technology is available is, going a long way, I think, to show regulators that this is not the Wild West. We can have compliance in the cryptocurrency space. And at Merkle, shameless plug, we do a little bit that's above and beyond, where we try to apply behavioral analytics to look for behavioral anomalies to detect illicit activity before it happens.
Excellent. And I think you've touched very well on my next question, which was going to focus on this idea of stewardship of the industry. And so when we talk about the concept of responsible innovation, we hear that word a lot mentioned, hashtag responsible innovation. Can you talk a little bit about, what you see it and what the meaning is for you, as well as, what at Merkle Science you may be doing in order to advance this area?
Sure. So in the earlier days, the concept of cooperating and collaborating and sharing information didn't exist to the extent that it does today. I remember speaking to some of my early clients in 2013, asking them if they were familiar with organizations like the Ethics and Compliance Officers Association that work to share best practices. And they looked at me like I had, 3 heads, and said that they were not familiar with it. And even if they were, they wouldn't collaborate because the industry is just too competitive. But that has completely changed. I think now many companies in this space do share information. They do want to develop best practices. And one of the ways in which we've definitely seen this more than anywhere, more than any other issue, is with the travel rule. So, this travel rule has been around for a long time, and companies have gone through their IRS and their FinCEN exams and gotten their, check mark for not complying with the travel rule. And that's because there was no way to comply with the travel rule. And so what we have seen over the last 2 years, at least, with the Department of Treasury, has taken a step back and allowed the industry to come together and try to develop some solutions, not just one solution, but multiple solutions that might work for companies globally to be able to comply with the travel rule. So I do think that is probably one of the best examples that we've seen. And it also shows that the governments are recognizing that the industry wants to play a role in shaping regulations and in shaping how we can comply with those regulations. So we want clear regulation, but we want to have a voice in shaping that regulation.
Excellent. And you've already kind of, mentioned the cooperation that's needed and the engagement, but I think it's important just to highlight the need for there to be the public and private sector cooperation, because we are dealing with an emerging industry, and there's almost a public interest ethos that needs to accompany efforts to educate and to share knowledge and understanding on this so that our policymakers can be better informed. Along those lines, what suggestions do you have perhaps for both the industry as well as for our counterparts in regulators and government agencies? How can we work together better, or how can we enhance this public-private engagement?
You know, I think probably one of the most recent examples of this would be the Department of Treasury's willingness to share information with the industry about what they learned through some of the recent ransomware attacks. So the Treasury held a multiple-day conference that brought together digital asset exchanges, government agencies, all of the federal criminal investigative bodies, and some of the analytics companies like Merkle. And we talked about what was learned through some of those attacks, and they shared information, which is usually the information sharing goes the other way. So this was good to see that the government was willing to share some information in this instance. So I hope that we continue to see this type of coordination, and other examples would be the FinCEN Innovation Hours, the SEC's FinHub, other initiatives that certain state and federal regulators have been engaging in.
Well, excellent. And we have time, I think, for just one more question. And so for that, I'd love to draw out some of the amazing experience that you've had around the world. You know, some of the work that you've done with the UN has taken you to destinations that, as we discussed in the presentation, perhaps do not have the easiest monetary policy environments. Can you talk a little bit about what some of the social outcomes are, or what you see as some of the potential benefits, perhaps both here in the United States as well as around the world, with the evolution and elaboration of digital assets and cryptocurrency?
Sure. So during my time with the UN, I went to a lot of places in the world that most people don't put on their travel list. Most of them were in Africa. I spent a lot of time in the Congo, where there really aren't good roads, so people are driving on hard-packed clay, and they're sort of clumped together in the back of a pickup truck, you know, to get to where they need to get, you know, across the 1,000 miles of the DRC. There are not the types of technology that we have. You see people walking along roads in Rwanda carrying, you know, crude farming implements on their back, and they're walking miles and miles. And they don't have access to the financial system like we do. There aren't money access machines everywhere. In many places don't take credit cards, and so we shouldn't take for granted what we have here. But one of the most exciting projects I've heard about involves Cardano, and its partnership with the Ethiopian government to provide digital identity initially to 5 million people who don't have it. So it's innovation like that that is something that we can foster through this cryptocurrency ecosystem, and I'm really excited to be part of the Cardano Foundation and to see what other great ideas Charles has up his sleeve.
Well, thank you. You know, I couldn't agree with you more about especially some of the opportunities that there are for the unbanked or the underbanked. You know, we look at countries like El Salvador, which prior to the decision to treat Bitcoin like legal tender, we're looking at a percentage of the population in somewhere near 70% who were underbanked. And so, you know, these are almost crisis levels for exclusion from the formal financial sector. And I think it may not be a panacea, but it is one opportunity to really extend and to consider how this technology can be used in order to help relieve some of these challenges.
Yeah, I remember on these trips how difficult it was for me to survive, you know, for like a month at a time, to have to figure out how much cash was I going to need in $100 bills that were later than a specific date. I mean, it was even hard to get this from my bank because I have to like call ahead, like I'm going to need like whatever. And then carrying this on your body. Imagine like what a target I felt like in some of these places, riding around, in the UN Jeep, and they all know, okay, here's the lady from New York, she's like, where is she taped her cash today? And so imagine what it's like to, to live in that system. And so I just can't wait to see what new innovation that will continue to be developed.
Well, excellent. Well, thank you so much, Mary Beth, for sharing a little bit of your perspective as well as that of Merkel Sciences. And I would just like to also say that, this has been an exciting and really important opportunity that highlights some of the need for and ability to engage both public and private sector to come together to share some of these important stories. So thank you very much.
Hi there. Randall Lee Pires with Emirate Inc. So I've actually been stuck in a country before without money for 2 months in South Sudan. They didn't even have one ATM there, right? And then 30% fee was Western Union, right? So I made my budget, but then by the time I got it, I was off by many weeks. And I'm curious your thoughts now that what the impact is of Bitcoin now that Twitter last week can send these remittances and anybody can tip in Bitcoin. And that's like 200 million people around the world.
Yeah. So I'll give my perspective first and then I'll pass it on to Mary Beth. I think, one is we haven't yet seen what the full effect of that will be just because it's happened so soon. But I believe that greater access, that ability to so easily be able to send money will be able to enhance the opportunities for people to transmit funds, as you've mentioned, to be able to feed their families, to send their kids to school. And again, it's important to look at these different interventions or opportunities over a period of time. But I think we're just at the beginning of seeing what it could mean for people's livelihoods, their economic well-being, and their social well-being for having these types of, innovations or technological opportunities that are afforded them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that it's a real game changer to be able to allow people in places that don't normally have access to the financial systems to be able to carry their own, to keep their own assets and to not have it taken away from them, and to be able to send money around the world quickly, cheaply. Can I say Cardano again? So there's lots of solutions out there that will enable people to be able to secure their own assets and to share them with their families around the globe. I remember being, again, in Congo and trying to buy things and then getting back like a stack of dirty Congolese francs, and it's like, what am I going to do with this? And so it's more hygienic too. So this is another reason.
COVID friendly. Yeah. And I think it's good just to mention one other piece, which is that there's also a personal safety component of this. For many of the individuals who live in these environments, if they're not putting money into a bank account because they don't have access or ability, that means that they're either carrying that money on their person, which makes them a target, similar to how you felt with your different story a bit with the suitcases of cash, but the same concept, or having it in their homes and it's easily burglarized. So I think that's just another piece of this to mention. Yes.
Thank you so much for the talk. My name is Austin. You brought up chain analysis, and it reminded me of something really interesting that I read that I didn't quite know how to make sense of, so I thought I would kind of pose it to you. And it had to do with fungibility. So you can have, let's say, like a token, or you can have a coin and exchange it one for one with somebody, and how important that is for a monetary system. So one of the things I was wondering with chain analysis is if you can track that like a coin or and I apologize if I'm not using the terminology correctly, but if you can track that somebody used something for, let's say, something illegal, how does that affect the fungibility of it if somebody pays me with that and then I want to, like, let's say using chain analysis, maybe it's really easy. I can just log onto the internet and kind of type it in. Then I can figure out, oh, this was used for something illegal. Somebody might not want it now. So how does chain analysis kind of also interplay with the fungibility and how important that is for a currency?
Sure. So I'll actually let Mary Beth take this one from her standpoint, and then I'll give my perspective as well.
Thanks. I think the thing to keep in mind here is that nobody wants to unwittingly be a participant in money laundering. And so that's why you would want to know whether the token has had any exposure to taint, or whether it's come from a wallet associated with ransomware or money laundering. And particularly for money service businesses, they have certain responsibilities under the law to prevent their businesses from being used for that purpose. So from your perspective, just as an individual using an asset, you would probably want to know if you were continually getting an asset from the same source that continued to have some taint, and then that would be something that you would want to be concerned about. Just like the car dealer who has someone come in every week and buy a $100,000 car, they have to start wondering, what's the source of those funds? But for the individual, not every, but lots of digital assets moving around the space have been associated with some kind of taint, up to this point. So I wouldn't take that great leap and say that just because a token has been exposed at some point that it becomes non-fungible. And we can also track how far back was that exposure. And in most instances, companies, even that have the responsibility to look for it, they will determine, all right, if it's this, X hops back, I don't need to be concerned about it. But they do want to know, and they track it, and so I don't think that prevents digital assets from being traded freely.
And I would just like to reiterate some of the, amongst all the blockchain analytics firms, you're looking at a very low percentage total of transactions that are being used for illicit behaviors. And so I think, it's important to keep this in perspective. It is important to address, but I think that, when we're looking at the amount of activity that's occurring, and we look at the percentage that would be identified as being associated with illicit behaviors. Even at the highest estimates, it's maybe 2%, but usually much less, and it's decreasing as the use of digital assets expands over time.
Unfortunately, we need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll be at the FinTech reception this evening, so if there's further questions, we're happy to address them then. Thank you.
All right, next up to the stage we have Nabil Malik, and I'll let you go.
Hi folks, I hope everybody's doing well today. My name is Nabil Malik, and I'll start by talking about GBA and why we're all here today. I met Gerard about 6 years ago on a local meetup in DC, and we kind of hit it off. He told me his vision about GBA and what he was trying to do, and I was very new to blockchain technology and cryptocurrency in general. I've learned a lot from him. We do a meetup in DC monthly, even now. We run one every month. We try to do events. It's more of building a community and helping people realize what blockchain technology and cryptocurrency really and truly is. And that's what we enjoy doing. And my company, I run a private consulting firm where we help manage people's cryptocurrency portfolios. We also build mining rigs, and also my company is a certified instructor for GBA, teaching the certification program. And I've taught the class in about 2 different countries, 4 different states. I've seen some parts of the world where I would have never visited if it wasn't for GBA. It's a great organization to be a part of. I think they have over 40 different working groups in about 130 different countries right now and cities around the world. Get involved, and it will blow your mind what they're working on. Let's go ahead and start with, I'm going to make my presentation very centric on cryptocurrency. I know everybody's talked about blockchain. I'm going to keep it very centric to what Bitcoin is and what cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world. There's a story that I like to tell. I read this in a book 5 years ago, which blew my mind. So there was an educational program, like a company that went into Afghanistan a few years ago and opened up a private women-only school because women in Afghanistan didn't have higher education. I'm talking about past the age of 14, 15, 16, that was easily accessible in some parts of Afghanistan. So what they did was they opened the school and they hired local teachers. They hired local teachers to teach the local students. The biggest problem they faced was they didn't know how to pay these teachers that were working for them. In Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, parts of Africa, banking is very, very difficult for women in general. Meaning if you're single, you have to have a bank account, with your father's name on it. The problem that they faced was that their parents or their dad would take some of their money. They didn't have complete control over it. Or if you're married, the bank account has to be linked with your husband. You can't just go to a bank and open an account. I have a cousin in Pakistan right now. She went to the bank recently, wanted to open a bank account, and they asked her why. They asked for her dad's bank statements, her dad's business, a P&L, and a long list. It's very difficult. So what this educational school did was they looked into Bitcoin. So they had every one of their teachers open up a digital wallet on their smartphone, and they started paying them in Bitcoin. And that's the impact, true impact of what Bitcoin has or could be in the world, where it's solving a real life problem and giving control back to people without restrictions of government, banks, states, cities, and people started getting paid. And they kept continuing that over and over again. And I just love sharing that story just because it shows a real life case on it. Okay, we're going to talk about fiat versus crypto. And I know you've heard this over and over again. Cryptocurrency, we're going to talk about Bitcoin because it's the driver. It has the greatest market cap in all the entire crypto world, and it drives the entire market. Bitcoin has a limited supply. It's always going to be deflationary. There will only ever be 18.5 or 6 million Bitcoin in the world. The math ends. The algorithm, you can't move on after that. Therefore, it's very different from any other monetary system. It's similar to gold in a sense where it's a limited supply, but compared to regular fiat currency like the US dollar, we've printed unlimited of it. There is no ceiling, right? You can never know how much it would be. That's why you have hyperinflation in countries like Venezuela, third world countries all the time. Another aspect of Bitcoin is mining. I've had a mining operation in Pennsylvania. I build mining rigs. Mining is just a CPU computer processing a bunch of algorithms trying to crack the next Bitcoin. And in modern mining society, your machine doesn't need to crack the next Bitcoin to make money. What you do is you join a pool with thousands of machines in it. Everybody has a consensus that it doesn't matter who cracks the next Bitcoin, we will all average it out per day. So per day, your machine could be making $10 a day, and you may never crack the next Bitcoin, but you're in a pool and there's a consensus that everybody's contributing to the hash rate. Bitcoin offers a sweeping vista of opportunity to reimagine how the financial system could work and in the internet era. It's a catalyst to reshape the systems in the ways that are more powerful for individuals and businesses. And it truly is, right? I give this, every one of my meetups, I give an example. You and your buddy had dinner last night, and your buddy's in Dubai today. It's 3 in the morning or in the afternoon. You need to send him $50 for dinner last night. There is no other better way in the world besides sending crypto. It'll get to him within a few minutes. He'll have it in his wallet. You don't need a government's permission. You don't need to go to a bank. You don't need to pay a wire fee. It is a solution of transferring funds from one place to another using internet. We'll go over how Bitcoin works, right? So Bitcoin is just mineable through machines and processing, and once every blockchain is confirmed, it releases the next Bitcoin in the market. On other side, every transaction, when you do peer-to-peer, you can send Bitcoin to anybody else, but there's 7 or 8 nodes that will confirm the transaction and verify that it's a real Bitcoin on the blockchain. Okay, what I truly want to talk about today is adoption. What's happening this year with cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. I'm going to take this off. What's happening this year, I think this is the first year where mainstream adoption is happening. Not by individuals itself, but, Jordan, do you have a mic I can use? Thank you. I like to... Hello? Oh. I like to walk around when I talk. When I talk about adoption, mass adoption is happening this year. You have things that are occurring in the market right now that have never happened before. In the last bull run, I look at the cryptocurrency market every 4 years. I look at it from a macro perspective. Bitcoin does a halving where the mining rewards are cut in half every 4 years. And the first 2 years are the bull market, the last 2 years are usually a bear market. This year itself, you have a lot of mass adoption by institutions. Just to name a few, Tesla accepts Bitcoin and they're heavily invested in Bitcoin. They have Bitcoin on their balance sheet from a corporate level, and Elon has it on his personal investment side as well. To name a few others, Fidelity Investments, one of the oldest funds in the world, is invested in Bitcoin as well. You have Mass Mutual, 100-year-old insurance company that has said they're invested in Bitcoin and they're finding solutions for clients to buy Bitcoin through their infrastructure. You have companies like JP Morgan and banks, which a year ago used to make fun of Bitcoin, used to say it's a bubble and it'll, drain your money and it's going to go to zero. This year, they're launching a program where their high net worth individuals over $1 million can invest in Bitcoin, and they're heavily invested in Grayscale Fund, which owns Bitcoin and it's traded on the stock exchange. Then you have private company solutions, right? And I think that's where the impact comes hard and swift. PayPal, from one app, from a button, you can buy Bitcoin. My dad right now could buy Bitcoin through his PayPal app, and it's easy. You can't take it off Bitcoin. Currently you can't take it off PayPal's app, but you can purchase it and sell it anytime you want. There's a contradiction by really, I guess, professionals that it's not real, but for anybody that owns it, I've never heard anybody losing Bitcoin on PayPal. It's not that they're offering it, it's the transition to get people onto Bitcoin, which has become easier. And I was at 2021 Bitcoin in Miami. Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, is a believer. What he's doing is anybody that has a Twitter account will have a digital wallet by default. So the ramp onto the digital market is becoming easier and easier day by day, with solutions being implemented by Fortune 500 companies on a constant basis, which makes it easier for people to jump on. Another thing was Coinbase went public. The largest exchange in America right now is a publicly traded company, and they're doing very well. I think a lot of people have talked about ledgers and distributed blockchains and private. So there's a few major protocols, right? Major players in the market. Bitcoin's the biggest one. Market cap is close to $1 trillion. Ethereum's number 2. You have Ripple, you have Cardano, and the list goes on. There's over 1,500 cryptocurrencies in the world. And a lot of people ask me why there's so many. It's because every one of them is trying to create a solution for a problem that exists. For example, Bitcoin, peer-to-peer transfer of funds. Ripple is huge into banking. They want to revolutionize international transfer of money. You have Cardano with smart contracts and trying to bank all of Africa. You have Chainlink, which is one of my favorite projects. They're all about DeFi, decentralized finance. And let's touch on that. There's some people here that are really into this industry for years, but then there's some people here that are coming to an event for the first time. DeFi, what does it truly mean? Decentralized finance means is if you own a Bitcoin, for example, and you don't want to sell it, you believe that in 5-10 years it's going to hit XYZ, you can give it to a company, your Bitcoin, and earn interest on it, 5-10% a year, right? Much more than any savings account in America. Another part of DeFi, which is huge, is called staking. You buy certain currencies, you can put it back into their network and earn a monthly, quarterly interest, just like dividends, but the difference is the numbers are significantly higher in crypto. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, to the projector? Not showing? Thank you. All right, we're going to talk about market cap. So this year, cryptocurrency market cap crossed the $1 trillion mark. What happens at $1 trillion is there's a lot of hedge funds, there's a lot of private offices, there's a lot of companies that won't touch an asset or invest in an asset under $1 trillion. Above $1 trillion, they believe that it cannot be easily manipulated, right? One whale can't go in and buy a lot of it, drag the market up or down. And you have a lot of hedge funds coming in, you have Wall Street's interest heavily being involved, right? The way Wall Street works with crypto is indirectly. Indirectly, companies own stocks of MicroStrategy, where MicroStrategy's significant, all their entire treasury and savings corporate account is all in Bitcoin. So you may not buy Bitcoin, but you'll buy MicroStrategy stock that represents Bitcoin. PayPal's the same way, right? PayPal stock, PayPal currently owns a lot of Bitcoin. Companies will buy PayPal stock. Grayscale Fund represents Bitcoin, and it's being traded right now on Wall Street as well. These are the few top cryptocurrencies. I took this shot yesterday. Bitcoin owns half the market. Then you have Ethereum that owns about 14-15% of the market. And let's talk about Ethereum, right? I think of Ethereum as the Amazon of the crypto world. They're an open source blockchain where you can use their blockchain to create your own token within a few minutes. They're big into DeFi. They're huge into NFTs. A lot of work is being done on Ethereum's platform. A lot of people don't like it, or you'll hear negative things along the lines of, their gas fees are very high. But there's no other project, I believe, in the market that has been proven the way Ethereum has been proven. In DeFi, in NFTs, all around blockchain, it's one of the most secure and used blockchains, just like Amazon servers are right now in the world. That's the current price, 42,000. We found a base around 40. In the last bull run, we jumped up to 20,000, fell all the way down to 3,000. And everybody tells me, right, Bitcoin is not a good investment because it's very volatile. And I agree. But every new innovation in history has been volatile. Amazon stock 1 year fell 83%. from its value. Because the bubble burst of the dot-com, it fell, but then it came back. Any growing industry will be volatile until a certain point of time. This is the overall market. Bitcoin owns 50% of it, Ethereum's at about 13%, and then the rest of the cryptocurrencies are there as well. All right, we touched on market acceptance, right? And now it's happening day by day. There's more companies being involved. There's more companies accepting it. There's more companies trying to be a part of the entire crypto infrastructure. May that be from providing wallet service, Bitcoin itself, or investing in Bitcoin now, right? I think the whole perception of Bitcoin has truly shifted this year into being something positive, rather than, a year ago, it was truly negative. The banks hated it, the regulators hated it, everybody thought it was a scam. But I think from this year forward, it's starting to pick up a lot of respect between a lot of institutions around the world. And let's talk about crypto. Is it a bubble? I don't believe it is. I still believe that bear markets will come in crypto. I still believe Bitcoin can drop 75% in a bear market, growing, right? What I believe will happen is Bitcoin's going to touch 100, 150,000 in this bull run this year. There will be something big. I believe Amazon will accept it. If Amazon accepts it, by default, Walmart will accept it. The biggest competitor Amazon has right now is Walmart. Second, I think there'll be an ETF launched on the Wall Street if the SEC approves it. If any of those few things happen, Bitcoin's price is going to shoot up to 100, 150,000, and then it's going to fall back down, I believe, into the 20s and 30s. A bear market will come. It happens every 4 years. It's a cycle that Bitcoin goes through. But do you understand the bases keep increasing, right? So in the next bear market, I don't think Bitcoin's going to hit 3,000. I think it'll hit 30,000, but it'll steadily keep increasing the bases on it. A lot of my friends and family got into Bitcoin at 60,000, right? And then it fell to 30,000 recently. And everybody lost their mind. And I said, you bought at the top of a bull cycle, right? You can't look at your buddy and your buddy tells you I made $3,000 last night and you jump in on the top of a bull cycle. Of course you're going to lose money. I look at everything very long term on a macro perspective. If you're going to buy Bitcoin, mentally keep it for at least a year to 5 years, right? It's not a short-term investment. Short-term will be volatile, but in the long run, it's going to steadily keep increasing. A fun fact, there's not enough Bitcoin for every millionaire in the world to have one. And let's touch on Cardano. I know Charles got upset yesterday because of my question, but Cardano's price a year ago was in the pennies, like 20 cents steady for a year. Recently, it's shot up to $2. You tell me which industry does a 20x within a year. That's true innovation, right? He's going around the world trying to change the world for good, right? You have smart contracts coming. He's trying to bank Africa. He has these digital wallet, endeavors going all over the world. He comes to small places with 30 people to speak at an event like this, and I admire him for that. He's truly trying to push the human race forward and change the entire financial structure of the world. And that takes time. It's volatile. Things will break. And that's part of any new technology, right? The internet, the bubble burst for the internet in 2000, right? A lot of people lost money. But we got over it, and there's no household, I think, in America right now that doesn't have internet. And the adoption curve for cryptocurrency, if you look at it and compare it to the internet, it's faster. And there's a reason for that. The reason is technology is available right now. Everybody has a smartphone. You can open up a digital wallet within 30 seconds with a smartphone. With internet, first of all, there weren't a lot of internet providers. Second, computers back then were $2,000, $3,000. Here we have everything available. Nobody's buying anything extra to be involved in cryptocurrency. And I think that's where the impact and the curve will be hard. I'll talk about what I believe, right? There's a few bullet points there, but I'll truly talk about what I believe. I believe in the next 5 to 10 years, our financial systems will be reconfigured. The power will go back to the people. Governments will lose significant power over money, right? Money drives everything in this world. May it be countries, states, economies, people. It motivates and inspires people. And I think the banks will lose a lot of power in the next 5 to 10 years. I believe Bitcoin's gonna hit $1 million in the next bull run. Not only will it hit $1 million, I believe there'll be more digital wallets than now. I think we'll do a 10x on the adoption from today. And I believe everybody younger than me, I'm 35, the next generation, Bitcoin is a part of their life. It's not something new they're learning. It's something that they grew up with, just like they're growing up with iPads or computers or a smartphone. I have a 6-year-old son. For his birthday, he says, "Dad, I want a laptop." I'm like, "What are you going to do with a laptop?" He's a 6-year-old. He says, "My friends play Roblox, and they work better on a computer than an iPad. I don't want an iPad." And it blew my mind. I bought him one, right? I bought him one. He loves it. I said, "If you break it, I'm not getting you another one. And don't bother me if the screen shatters." I bought him a cover, I bought him a case, I showed him how everything works, and he loves it. So for him, a computer at 6 years old is natural transition. The same way Bitcoin will be a natural transition for anybody in their teens right now, right? Everybody has PayPal, anybody can get a Coinbase account, anybody can move digital currency, and they're not afraid of understanding money on the internet. Roblox has money in their infrastructure. So you can buy your suits, you can buy extra games, you can buy cool things. It's kind of like cryptocurrency within a game. So they're really adopted to this concept of having money on the internet. And for them, it's nothing new. And it'll keep moving forward. And I believe on the regulation side, government doesn't drive innovation. Technology drives innovation and laws catch up. Meaning, Facebook itself, if it never existed, we wouldn't have security data online laws. They existed, the impact was created, then the regulators and the lawyers and the congressmen caught up to create solutions for a problem that never existed before. I believe the same thing will happen with Bitcoin. Regulators right now are, just trying to understand it, to be honest with you. And, Gerard's taught classes for DOD. I've taught, classes for some people in the government. And they truly want to understand it. And I think once they understand it, the regulation will kick in. But I believe it will help the cryptocurrency market and blockchain technology. I don't believe it'll hurt it. Overall, if you look at America's history, we've always grown in innovation and technology, right? China may produce rubber mats, car seats, or whatever, right? Clothes. But America is the innovator. We create Apple. We create operating systems. We create Microsoft. That's what we're good at. And I believe right now America will take the lead on the adoption, innovation, and creating an infrastructure around blockchain companies and support the cryptocurrency industry. Right now, America is one of the very few countries where owning a cryptocurrency isn't illegal. Second, mining is not illegal. You can mine anywhere in America right now. Most countries you can't. In Iran, it's banned. China just banned it. Saudi Arabia, it's banned. Pakistan, India. India just passed a law where I think the exchanges took the government to the Supreme Court, and I believe the exchanges just opened up again to own cryptocurrency in India. So I believe the United States is far ahead, and they are giving enough freedom for cryptocurrency and blockchain companies to grow and expand. There is a huge risk, but there's a risk in any new innovation or technology, right? You buy Cardano today, a month from now, it can drop 50%, but that's normal, right? You buy things from a macro perspective, right? Hold it for 5 years, you'll never lose money in any coin on the market. Top 10, I mean. I don't mean the shit coins that are, on the bottom of the list. I believe that it will keep growing, the risk is there, but at the same time, there's a lot of opportunity to grow in this business. May it be from a service provider, from a miner perspective, from education, right? Education is huge. Teaching people how to create digital wallets, how to transfer Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. I think the opportunity is there, and I hope sincerely everybody in this room and online can take advantage from it. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
So, Mark Wasser, CTO GBA.
I know who you are.
Yeah,
nice
I know,
meeting
but
you.
Just need to do it. So, I think cryptocurrency is going to have more an effect on the world than the internet, and that's saying a hell of a lot.
Absolutely.
I believe very much in the vision that Charles laid out last night. But one thing that I found extremely jarring is the conflation of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. What Charles was talking about last night, even when he said Bitcoin, was programmable currency or programmable value.
Yeah.
And right now, Bitcoin led the way. It did amazing things. It's, as you say, it's huge market cap. It's a store of value, though. And in a sense, it isn't really a cryptocurrency. And when you look at transaction rates, right now, many cryptocurrencies transmit far more value than Bitcoin. And I think it's very unhelpful for us at times because when we focus on Bitcoin, we miss a lot of the major features that we need to pay attention to on other cryptocurrencies. I mean, we all talk about DeFi, and Bitcoin is almost totally uninvolved with DeFi. I mean, you trade Bitcoin in DeFi, but you don't actually use it. And when you're talking about that, send $50 to a friend, if I'm going to send $50 to a friend, I'm going to use EOS or maybe, Binance Smart Chain, which is Ethereum, and that's solely because I do it at the same time and it's cheaper. So I'm just saying that I think we need to remove this conflation. All your points are great, but for regulators, when they're already being swamped by tons of other stuff, I think we need to maybe even develop other words, crypto stores of value, cryptocurrencies, crypto incentives, for instance, are what Charles was talking about.
I agree. I'm with you 100%. I believe there's going to be layer 2 and layer 3 solutions. Like Solana is a great solution, right? Polygon on Ethereum's layer 2 solution is amazing. They increase the TPS transactions per second tremendously. But you have to understand that there's a lot of companies and cryptocurrencies that are just concepts, right? How many smart contracts has Cardano ran in the past year? Ethereum's ran thousands of them. Right? It's been proven. Bitcoin hasn't been hacked in 12 years. Cardano's been around for what, 5 years, right? How many transactions or value has been moved on other projects? May it be, Chainlink, may it be Tezos or XYZ. Bitcoin is the mother because it has proven itself in the past 12 years that you can move large amounts of money all over the world without it crashing. I agree. Absolutely. I believe so. I think there's going to be a lot of layer 2, layer 3 solutions that are going to come up that are going to, like, technically be far superior than Bitcoin.
Hello, I'm Tatiana Revoredo from Oxford Blockchain Foundation.
Hi.
I'd like to hear about what do you think about Bitfine?
Remind me, what do they do?
DeFi on Bitcoin.
Oh, DeFi on Bitcoin. I haven't heard a lot on DeFi on Bitcoin, right? I think Bitcoin's kind of away from it. I know you can give BlockFi your Bitcoin and they'll pay you interest on holding it, right? But I believe the true innovation on DeFi isn't happening with Bitcoin. I believe it's happening with companies like Chainlink that are running all the DeFi smart contracts. I believe there's better and far more superior solutions in DeFi than Bitcoin. Bitcoin's purpose wasn't DeFi, but there's cryptocurrencies right now that are created with a purpose to work with DeFi. I think Bitcoin's like the layer 1 solution. It's like the foundation. I think of it as the old, the phone internet, right? You plug it in, it's slow, it works, you can still check your email, but you can't watch a YouTube video or download it within 30 seconds. But then with companies like Solana and Cardano's and all these new solutions, it's like the Verizon Fios of the crypto, right? Send it over. I'd love to read it. Thank you very much. Oh, you sure? All right. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it.
All right, thank you. All right, a couple quick announcements. Just as a reminder, if you're not actively eating or drinking, please wear your mask. We are going to take a break at this point in time. The break on the schedule is for 40 minutes. We're actually going to come back a little bit early. It will be a 20-minute break. Gerard will be on stage at 11 to present a short overview of GBA as well. So please come back at 11 for that, and you have a 20-minute break starting now. Thank you.
Well, welcome back from break. My name is Gerard Daché, the executive director of the Government Blockchain Association. I want to take a little bit of time to share with the folks here and watching us on the video about the resources available on the GBA site. The GBA site is a phenomenal resource for individuals that are looking to build their professional capabilities and capacities in the blockchain space, and for organizations that are looking to achieve their goals. So if you go to the gbaglobal.org website, you'll find a bunch of stuff, but I'm going to show you a little bit, and I'm going to tell you a little story about how we got here. So the GBA started as a meetup group in Washington, D.C. And at the time, I knew nothing about blockchain, but I figured I could do a Google search, find out a little bit of information. We could share it with some folks. So we had a meetup, and every month we would talk about a different subject. One month it would be identity management, the next month supply chain, the next month healthcare. And we started meeting in bars and restaurants, and it just started to grow. And again, I wanted to move forward in this space, but I didn't know what to do. So I just said, well, we'll get some people together, we'll talk about it. And I'll meet some people, we'll make some connections, we'll get it figured out. So, so people started showing up. People travel through the DC area a lot, and people would come from New York, Dallas, Atlanta. Where's Randall? There's Randall. I think we connected on LinkedIn. Is that where we connected? And Randall, what were you, the second or third chapter? Right, so Randall started the third chapter in GBA. And what these folks said is, look, I like what you're doing. We'd like to do the same thing in our cities. We'll just share your slides, right? And so we did, right? But it got to a point when we then eventually got to about 120 chapters. Now, during the pandemic, quite frankly, a lot of these chapters have not been meeting in person, so it's almost like we're going to have to go back and rebuild many of those chapters, probably starting in January, I'm guessing. But we built these communities of people all around the world. We've got a chapter in Beijing, we've got a chapter in Moscow, we've got a chapter in all kinds of crazy places. But I couldn't create content for that many chapters. So we created these things called working groups. And I'll just run through some of them. Artificial intelligence, acquisition management, asset management, aviation, big data, budget accountability, transparency, cannabis, campaign fundraising, contract management, crypto asset compliance, cybersecurity, economic analysis, and I could keep reading, but elections, energy, financial regulatory, gaming, grant management. Starting to get the picture? Blockchain impacts everything. There's hemp and cannabis, identity management, information security, intellectual property, international trade, land titling, legal, right? So when you hear these speakers coming up and talking about all of these different subjects and topics, it's because we've actually got folks in all of these different areas working together. A big mission of GBA was to connect, communicate, and collaborate, right? And that's what that first meetup did. Now, what happens at these meetups, in these working groups? They're all independent. They all essentially establish a chapter. They're not all active exactly at the same time. Some are much more active than others at different times. But they come together and they say, we're going to create something of value. It could be standards. It could be a training deck. It could be a white paper, whatever. In some cases, technology and applications. And we're going to build something for the community. The other thing that happens is, for folks in government, they can join GBA for free. So they come to the working groups and they say, here's the problem we're trying to solve. And our private sector folks say, here's our solution, here's our white paper, here's our demo. And it happens a lot of different ways, right? Eugene is in our elections and voting working group, and it's been a wild ride, right? Through meeting other vendors and folks all around the world. It's been pretty much a crazy thing. In terms of who's in some of these working groups, we have organizations. Let's see, did I miss one? Yeah, we have organizations. And GBA has member organizations in a variety of different capacities. So this directory is for GBA organizational members, because a lot of times a GBA member might want to bid on a proposal, and they might have a great supply chain solution, but they don't have a wallet, or they don't have an identity management solution. So this way, the different organizations can connect, communicate, and collaborate. They do those in communities of interest. Communities of interest are, they're not actually building something. This is just a place where they can come together and ask each other questions, talk to folks that have similar issues and concerns, right? Arab banks have essentially an entirely different set of issues and concerns. Well, they have some different issues and concerns than, say, U.S. banks. Colleges and universities, they're all building out different degree programs, exchange programs, and so they just want to talk to each other and say, hey, well, what are you including in yours? What should we include in ours? How can we work together? So a whole bunch of different topics. And then in terms of government, who's involved? GBA has government, it has members working in about 500 different government organizations around the world. So when we talk about, well, who are these chapter meetings and who are these working groups, it's folks from the local, state, national, international governments. And we don't necessarily aim for the top. We aim for the middle. Why? The folks at the top listen to the people in the middle. The folks in the middle are also the ones writing the contracts and making a lot of the vendor selections and actually doing the work, right? So our goal is to get folks that are program managers, folks that are congressional staff, folks in government that actually know what's going on, and they're the ones that are going to actually roll up their sleeves and get to work. We did we did another event, and somebody said to me, hey, you should get this speaker and you should get that speaker, right? Because they're big and famous. And what I realized with dealing with a lot of folks like that, they don't do a whole lot for us. They shake hands and they're a big draw. They create a lot of what I call star power. But I'm much more interested in firepower than star power. Another thing that we've built on the website is a member search. So if you're looking for people and you want to connect with them, right, you can go to this. This is a directory of GBA members who have opted into the directory, right? So it's not all members. They actually have to go through and fill out their profile. But you can search for GBA members based on their domain experience, their use case experience, different cryptocurrencies that they work with, right, languages. And this site is used by a lot of event organizations looking for speakers, or a lot of projects looking for resources. And so you do a search, and I'm doing this because just you never know with Wi-Fi and everything like that. Sometimes our site does slow down. It's fairly heavily loaded right now. But you can search, you can find folks. If you search for me, you'll get my name and my picture. That'll take you to my profile, right? And we're somewhat of like a social media thing, so you can communicate with folks. The profile is going to give you my LinkedIn contact, email, phone number, description, things about me. There's also groups, so you can see the different groups that I'm a part of. And early on, we were trying to figure out, how do we really help people connect, communicate, and collaborate across this very diverse spectrum? And one night I was in a DC chapter meeting, and somebody said to me, my boss is looking for, I don't know, whatever the type of solution. And I said, oh, well, we're working with a company out of Boston that does that, and here's our contact information. And what I realized was, by organizing people into geographic groups where they can build community, public and private sector, a domain and communities, right? What we've done is created a giant relational database of blockchain expertise. We also have a lot of resources. So if you go into the search bar, GBA, you type in virtually any topic, you'll find tons of information. We've got publications. So now before the pandemic hit and we sort of shut down we stopped doing our monthly meetings, this hasn't really been updated since then, because what we were doing is the working groups would put together content, we would put it here, make it available to all the chapters globally. We haven't done a lot of that. So some of these presentations right now are a little dated. Once we start those chapters up, they will get a little bit more in sync. We also have our own YouTube channel. Jordan manages our YouTube channel and has just done a phenomenal job. And you can find on this YouTube channel all kinds of meetings and presentations that we've had all over the place. This one right here, remember yesterday I talked about the one that got really heated? I think that's what the digital ballot debate part 2. It's either part 1 or part 2 that got really, really heated and crazy. But you can find, I mentioned yesterday about Dr. Robert Brown. I did find out he's not going to be able to make it tonight, but his video's on here. You can see videos that we did from the Capitol. There's Mihaela. She's out in the hall. There's Dr. Cindy Bhaskar. So, and where do these things come from? In addition to big events, we literally do events every week, right? And one of the things, now the purpose of our events is to do two things. One is to educate the community, but two, it's to promote our members, right? So you can only speak at a GBA event if you're a GBA member, but if you are a GBA member, Paul, have you had any experience speaking at any of these events? Yeah, and so the whole purpose is to bring a large audience together, and now we're getting a couple hundred people on most of our events, and then we bring the GBA members in front of those people, and we say, hey, look, don't sell to them, create value, but create the scenario so that when you're done creating value, they'll say, hey, can I have a card? I want to introduce you to my boss, right? So it's somewhat of a value type selling. We have, like I said, we have our own podcast on here. We have a certification program. So GBA has a number of certifications, and is Ashley in here? Ashley. So Ashley, I wish I could just give everybody time to speak. There's so much going on. Ashley's going to be working with us to really sort of professionalize this. Brian Nielsen runs the Blockchain Training Academy. A lot of the content really came from some of the early stuff that he and the Academy has done. We've got folks in here that have traveled all over the world. We license training partners around the world to deliver the courses. We have a blockchain foundations course. We have a blockchain technical specialist course, healthcare specialist, legal specialist, and financial specialist. And these are built and done by the different working groups. Thank you, Rob. But let me tell you the most important thing that we have on our website, and it is literally the very first thing we wrote, and to this day, it still is the most important thing. It's our ethics statement. And it says, GBA commits to reflecting various viewpoints and positions from many perspectives among its members. Yet, technology, like an inanimate object, is neutral with regard to human motivations. Therefore, the following tenets will guide GBA leadership and members as we engage with public policymakers, industry influencers, and citizens at large. 1, technology is a resource that can and should be globally used for good on behalf of all citizens. 2, the resultant uses of technology, such as blockchain technology and related innovations, strives to improve the quality of life for all citizens. 3, governments, government employees, and laws are instituted by citizens and nations to serve and protect, not suppress or hinder the free and positive pursuit of the governed. 4, the inalienable rights and dignities enjoyed by citizens shall not be unduly suppressed by the authorities of government as they carry out their mandated roles and responsibilities. And finally, 5, GBA will only pursue goals that serve to form a more perfect union between and among governments and the citizens they serve. We do this by ensuring justice, by establishing justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, providing for the common defense of citizens' rights and welfare, and securing the blessings of liberty in a free society. And that's the cornerstone of who we are and what we do. And from that, we build opportunities for the public and private sector to connect, communicate, and collaborate for the purpose of building a better world. And that's what GBA is all about, and I just want to share that with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, up next, we are actually going to try to fill in for the gaming working group, who was not able to attend yesterday, Tara Sue Myers, and we're going to give her some time today.
Good morning. My name is Tara Sue Myers. I'm the president of the Gaming Benefits Corporation. We're a benefits corporation registered in New Hampshire. The way we found you guys was that we saw a posting on the internet, or rather my partner Ross Myers did, asking if anyone was interested in building a DAO lottery. That was super exciting to us because we had already essentially done that in New Hampshire. Our mission was to bring, and is to bring, charities to the blockchain. That's why I'm here. I want to see the charities on the blockchain. So that being said, we have put together a way to deliver this kind of transparency through NGOs and primarily veteran service organizations and other nonprofit organizations. So here's this little widget. Let's just see what happens. Here's our approach. My company's mission is to authenticate corporate responsibility and nonprofit funding integrity. So we rely upon blockchain applications to do this, to execute upon that task. I need some glasses. If you look over on the right-hand side where it says regulator dashboard, this is where it all comes together, right? We want to reduce the burden on the regulator as we implement these programs, applications, and processes through our gaming work group and gaming applications for NGOs and nonprofits. We had our certified application, other than what you see in the casino floors and so forth. I'm sorry, is there a problem? I thought I was hearing. Okay. In any case, we had the only certified platform at the level that is available in the marketplace. If you look across all the gaming that's on the planet for raffles and nonprofits, that DAO lottery I mentioned earlier that we had pulled forward. The way we came together with the GBA was quite interesting. And you can see in the first panel discussion we had with the gaming work group, ironically, we thought, wow, there's not a gaming work group in this organization. Gaming happens to touch so many aspects of what all of these members in our organization are attempting to accomplish. My background is in veteran service organizations. I come from a military family, combat veterans, Mustang colonels, and so on. And when you have veteran service organizations like the VFW, the American Legion, that have been in existence for over 100 years, these are the organizations that help encourage us to fund huge VA expenditures to support our veterans when they return. There's always a big beef about how much money, where it goes, how effective it's used, et cetera. So the case in point is that it's great to integrate through governance itself, but we really need to integrate on the streets through the community, and that's where the VSOs live, in thousands of organizations, not just in the United States, but all over the globe. You have VFWs, American Legions, in almost every country, or at least every continent around the world. Their mission is, of course, to do a lot more than what you might expect, but at the same time, they have this unique opportunity in charitable gaming because they have their own body of law to participate in games of chance to raise money for their mission. This is an educational seminar, so if you're not familiar with the gaming industry in the United States, you may be familiar with state-sponsored lotteries. New Hampshire is the first state to legalize a lottery, and they did it for education. And if you look across the board for lotteries for education in our country, there's not a heck of a lot of accountability, right? You think it's going to education, but it may not be. In some states, it's going to the general fund. In other states, it's going to a coffer they can't even account for. So it's really important for us to address that need to localize and mobilize charitable gaming on a lottery for the nonprofits in the community. You're familiar with casino gaming. You've got Atlantic City, of course, Vegas, those big casino companies that are out there who have the right to legally game in certain jurisdictions. And then you have the tribal gaming that's handled through state compacts and, of course, the federal government itself. They, too, are not very well mobilized. They're kind of on lockdown in their own tribal community and could greatly benefit from mobilization of gaming. Then, of course, you have the horse and dog track racing. It's a dying sport. The OTB, that means off-track betting. That's another form of gaming that exists in our country. And then sports betting. How many of you are familiar with what's happening in sports betting today in the United States? 2, 3, 4, so you guys know. So here we go. We got sports betting that's been legalized. Why is that? That is because in New Hampshire, the Department of Justice got taken down, right, with their ruling on their interpretation of the Wire Act. Basically, what they were trying to say was that the Wire Act applied to all gaming, not just sportsbook. And once this whole battle played out, we discovered that the real meaning of the Wire Act, this interpretation that we wanted to revert back to, is that it isn't about all gaming. It is only about sportsbook, because if it was about all gaming, then the Mega Millions, the Powerballs would be illegal. This is a huge coup because now sportsbook has opened up in over 20 markets in the US. It's at a breakneck speed, mobilizing sportsbook, taking the game online, bringing that accountability. And in the meantime, the charities are being left behind. Okay, these are the organizations that do the work in our community in a variety of ways, and they are the ones that need to be mobilized in addition to, or even in advance of, the big DraftKings, FanDuel, and so on and so forth. And these folks need corporate responsibility footprints, right? So this was really exciting for us. We saw it coming before it happened, and we got prepared. Now, my background in veteran service has been to mobilize my veteran service organizations for about 20 years. Before blockchain took off, it was all about blogs and blogging and networking and getting online and making that communications available to everybody. What happened with COVID, because it was really difficult to get my grandparents to adopt things like websites and email back in the day, but COVID really pushed the envelope because it made it so glaringly obvious that the charities were suffering without mobilization. And you've probably read about it in the papers and so on. But what's ironic is that the casino industry, it didn't tank quite as much as it maybe could have, thanks to mobile gaming. And the casino industry, even now, had made so much money by virtue of the fact that their games were online. Even though their doors were closed, they've been able to rake in the dough over the past 6 months here in 2021. But now, as the COVID moves things forward, the Wire Act has come down, our mission is to pull charitable gaming along. We have to justify, and it is well justified in the marketplace, especially when you look at some organizations that have been active for so long. These are the folks that need to take their gaming to the next level online, and we can do it with blockchain as they look to bring more games to the internet. So here's our approach, is to take the charitable gaming marketplace, integrate it with blockchain technology, deliver our platform, because we're this, if you look at all the books, all the legislated rights to game for charities, it's this antiquated body of law. There's some pages are just, it's like one page in New Hampshire, online raffles are in the Missouri State Constitution, you've got it legal in several states, and this has only happened in the last few months, while Sportsbook has been taking all the energy up front and saying, let's mobilize, let's get out there. Online raffles are becoming legal in more and more states around the country. This is our opportunity. When we met the GBA, we're like, gosh, you guys are a nonprofit. You got to benefit as well. We should have our own nonprofit to benefit from charitable gaming and help fund everything that we're trying to do here in this organization. So, in what we are combining here is this energy that we've picked up over all these work groups that we've met in the organization. But we're staying true to our roots in the gaming work group, which is veteran service. It's a great tip of the spear, guys, because what people often don't understand is that the veterans are not fighting for you. They're fighting for the United States Constitution. That's their boss. It isn't you. It's the Constitution. And so we use the Veteran Service Organization to help bolster up their membership and their management and bring accountability to the organization, while at the same time integrating with this fundraising that's available on the books. 100 years old, as I mentioned. Organizations like the VFW are the reason VAs exist. And ironically, their mission is national defense and youth development. This is really key for us because we are addressing national defense, youth development, mobile fundraising through our platform using gaming as an entry point. So is anybody in here a veteran? 2, 3 veterans in the room. Yeah, that's about statistically correct. Here's our project deliverables. Charitable gaming, number 1. My company has built platforms for online raffles. We are leveraging our technology to help benefit the GBA. The GBA shall serve as a distributor of online raffles to governments. And we can take those online raffles and provide a regulator dashboard so that all stakeholders can see where the game is in real time, not waiting for a report to come over mail or be sent by a courier. The donor can direct the funding, the organization can manage their volunteers, and the jurisdiction can oversee all transactions online with our regulator dashboard held on the government business blockchain platform. So the charitable gaming space in general is most familiar to you maybe through bingo, Lucky 7 pull tabs, and things of this nature that generally are not mobile games. While social media, sportsbook, and other casino industries or gaming industries take advantage, this is our method: decentralized, autonomous, online raffles, or lotteries. The second deliverable is resilient 5G communications. It's great to be able to move everyone's media, communications, and fundraising online, but it's absolutely worthless if you cannot communicate. In the military, in order to be successful, you need to be able to shoot, move, and communicate. We don't want anybody shooting with guns. We're going for drones, camera technology. And this is a very nice segue into our drone esports. So what we envision is this 5G infrastructure, resilient node communications to support national security for the veteran service organizations that operate our applications. In this way, with the resilient 5G blockchain nodes, we would like to see the United States have the most powerful, most resilient blockchain on the planet. This blockchain is impervious to loss of power or loss of internet. The key is software-defined radio and the proper engineering to set up the infrastructure so that communications can still occur even in disaster mode. And that is the bottom line. You know, it's great to have ideas, but what's more important is that we have action. Veteran service organizations provide brick-and-mortar locations all over the globe, as I mentioned. These are the perfect place to install that 5G infrastructure, these fundraising platforms, and this very important development for education. We're using drone as a Trojan horse for all education, but the drone training fits nicely with esports gaming, which our member Ashley Cribb, he is our project lead for the esports gaming, so that's his responsibility. And we're bringing in the actual tutorials, the certified training, and workforce development so that people don't have to be anywhere personally and they can get online and learn how to operate drones. And even taking it so far as developing with other work group affiliates within the GBA, such as the micro maker spaces, the 3D printing of 3D drones with Maria Escala, who works with the Enable Alliance to integrate that technology. And then, of course, the final deliverable that we're working towards is the 501c3 organization to support the GBA, so that we can go after grants, funding, and support that usually is only earmarked for those types of organizations. I've, of course, been bogged down with a lot of other things for the organization, but we have established the nonprofit in Washington, D.C. Our 501c3 is pending approval of our bylaws within this organization. The 501c3 is the Government Blockchain Foundation, which if you registered for this event, you visited the website to purchase your ticket or to make your reservation. The idea is that we can help fund every work group project of merit through this and let the members have a voice through money, of course, and give people an ability to participate through charity with the GBA. So I know I have to cut it really short. I'm really grateful that I had the moment to visit with you all today. You can visit me at the parlor room, the Eleanor Roosevelt Library at the Whittemore House. And now for some songs. No, I'm joking, guys. That's all. All right?
Thank you. Up next, we got Mark Montoya. Just up.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the session. And I'm with Tara Sue on. I can't read that. It's like a 9-inch monochrome screen up there. I can't see it at all. Okay, so first of all, I want to start off with, there's a lot of questions going around, and no, there's no free samples at the Whittemore House cannabis room, okay? And, you know, the aroma that you smell there is just for ambiance, okay? And also, no, the U.S. Congress is not holding their infrastructure meetings there either. And yes, maybe they should be having it there. So that's the end of the announcements. So, there we go. That's good. So again, my name is Mark Montoya. I'm the Chief Data Officer for GBA. And today I want to provide some background and some information on this white paper that we wrote actually during the pandemic. And you can download this from the GBA website. It's called The Impact of Cryptocurrency Adoption on Governments. It's a really good paper. It's a lot of stuff in there. I think it's 131 pages. We did it within, I think 9 months, because what else was going on during the pandemic? So did a lot of research at the time. I think it happened between April to January of 2021, and then all the updates and revisions to it, and a lot of wordsmithing. But it was very good. So that's what I want to talk about today. So let's get right into it. So the cryptocurrency white paper, it covers a broad range of topics, right, where cryptocurrency has been influenced on governance around the world. The paper covers everything from blockchain technology to government regulation. Talks a lot about the economy, talks about privacy, talks about ethics, and there's a whole taxation section there, so it's really good. So, like I said, the most interesting part of when it was written was during the pandemic. So a lot of the information that you'll find in there, and it's interesting, I think it's kind of a historical paper now, because you can see during the pandemic, everything was going fine, and then from the U.S. standpoint, and maybe again, when the U.S. kind of sneezes, the rest of the world catches the cold, around March 2020, all the economies just started tanking because everything was shutting down. And you can see in the paper that even though all the countries are trying to pump up the economy by printing a lot of money, putting a lot of money in there, and it's reasonable that they're trying to get it from trying to find out from COVID testing, trying to just prop up the local businesses because everything's shut down. Every country was affected. But in the meantime, you saw a lot of investment in fintech. So they understood that we're going to eventually come out of this pandemic, and they were heavily investing in blockchain technology, obviously financial technology, which is like remote access to work from people doing remote work, access to their environments, doing a lot of cybersecurity investment. And what's interesting is that the countries around the world, especially from the U.S. adversaries, they're really investing in blockchain technology and cryptocurrency and research in digital currency. So it's very interesting. Well, even our allies too are actually investing in digital currency. But it's an interesting paper. I'd recommend that you guys read through it. The first couple sections are pretty cool. You get through it and all that. Then you actually get to what I'm going to talk about is regulation, and it gets kind of mundane. But it's a good paper to follow. So I want to preface the slides with instead of around the world in 80 days, well, it's not even going to be around the world in 60 minutes. It's going to be 35 minutes, I think. So the regions were very selective. We couldn't cover everything with the amount of resources that we have. We did have resources from GBA from around the world, from Germany, from Croatia, Brazil, Australia, but we just couldn't do it all with the amount of time that we had. So the regulations also vary from region to region. And also, concerning the cryptocurrency aspect of it, you have regulation with some of the countries, and then you just have statements only, and then you have some with no statement at all. They're just silent on it. And then concerning blockchain technology, there's no real guidance on the use of blockchain technology within the countries. But what's interesting, China has they actually created a group to regulate the blockchain technology. It's based on their 13th fifth year agenda. So they have a whole group that actually looks at monitoring information that's being sent to the blockchain and also between the nodes. What's also interesting, they created a cryptography group to actually regulate math, right? They're regulating the cryptography. So any cryptography that comes out has to go through this group within China, and they can either say yes or no, or they keep your algorithm, right? Kind of like the homomorphic encryption through IBM and all the algorithms, right? So they actually are monitoring that. So, let me change the slide. Yeah, sorry. So let's get right into it. Let's talk about the European Union. So the European Union, they're mainly concerned, a lot of their cryptocurrency regulations has to do with the AML-D5, the fifth anti-money laundering directive. So a lot of the guidance and regulation is based on this directive. And what that is, it concerns anti-money laundering, it concerns know your customer, and then the combating of finance and terrorism. And the cryptocurrency, the concern, and you'll find this around a lot of the countries and a lot of the regulators within the countries, is that the cryptocurrencies vary in characteristics, right? You have it, is it a utility, is it a security, is it a commodity, and it goes on from there. And I come from a standards background, right? I understand standards from around the world, collecting financial data. There's a lot of different interpretations of what what asset class a cryptocurrency should belong to. So it's been discussions all over the place. I think, Cambridge University did a report on what they're defining as crypto assets for Europe. And it's good, and I think it's a start, just like when I get into privacy, talking about the General Protection Data Act, GDPR, within Europe, that it's a start. I think it's a good blueprint for other countries to use. And you see it from a privacy standpoint, GDPR is used by other countries. But from a crypto asset definition, I think it's something that is very sorely needed, especially within the US, especially with like people are talking about if the US is going to start being more aggressive and start getting ahead of the game with cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. It's something that the US needs to work on, have a common set of definitions. And if you have a common set of definitions or a taxonomy or an ontology, it makes it easier for investors, people that are doing custodial services to provide some kind of risk analysis around these cryptocurrencies. So it's something that's sorely needed. And we can take some of the, insight for what the Europeans are doing. Okay. Next. So here's some, again, the paper is very selective, talking about the European Union. So I'm going to talk about France, Germany, and Luxembourg. So France, they're very progressive. They have very, very progressive approach on cryptocurrency. So they have cryptocurrency for retail. And underneath it, I talk about the definitions, right? So Bitcoin within France is defined as a fungible, intangible asset or an interchangeable good. Again, you're going to see these definitions, they vary. Germany allows banks to offer cryptocurrency custodial services, just like the OCC here within the US is starting to do the same thing. I think JP Morgan might be doing the same thing. But Germany defines crypto assets as a financial instrument, a digital representation of value, and a means of exchange. Luxembourg was the first European country to actually offer cryptocurrency exchange licenses. It follows the same definitions as as Germany. Sorry, Luxembourg, as Germany, but they offer crypto guidance as a means of payment. So moving on to the Middle East. So the blockchain and cryptocurrency related technologies, they're being researched with various proof of concepts within the Middle East. There's a lot of, they're doing a lot of research from a supply chain standpoint, for pharmaceuticals. So they're really into the blockchain research. And you'll find that out throughout, a lot of the governments are doing research on blockchain and understand the technology and see its benefits. But they're kind of, they kind of have a standoff approach on cryptocurrencies. So like the European Union, they have a legal framework that varies from country to country. Many countries are monitoring cryptocurrency activities, but they fully embrace blockchain technology. So here's some examples from United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. So the United Arab Emirates established a regulatory framework to monitor cryptocurrency. But they're fully invested in blockchain technology. They have solutions with healthcare, banking, and infrastructure projects. And then Saudi Arabia, their cryptocurrency is not banned totally, but it's considered a risky or speculative investment. They embrace blockchain technology for the banking system, so they're doing a lot of research from the banking aspect. And then Bahrain established regulations for cryptocurrency services and exchanges. So Bahrain actually set up a fintech, kind of a, we can say not a portal, but some kind of a fintech sandbox. So they're encouraging startups to come to Bahrain and encourage blockchain type projects for pharmaceuticals, for supply chains. They're also looking at health, and they're also looking at infrastructure projects using blockchain technology. Let's talk about Africa. So Africa, their legal stance on cryptocurrency, again, varies from country to country. South Africa, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Tanzania, they all have a progressive stance on cryptocurrency. If you look in the paper, you'll see that Africa has a very high inflation rate. And you can see that in order to combat that, they're actually looking more into the crypto or the coin networks to actually bypass some of that. And then while I'm on it, you remember that the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan. And one interesting part about that is the people that were smart actually used their mobile phones to send a lot of their money to the crypto networks, right? So when they actually fled the country and started their life somewhere else, they would have some money to pull it off the crypto networks and actually use the money within the country they go to. So that's one, I think, really good aspect of that. You don't hear it in the news that often, that there's a positive aspect to the coin networks, and you always hear people complain that it's being used for anti-money laundering and all these bad things, but there's some positive things on it, and we just got to be as good as a community to talk about that and mention that. Morocco, Algeria, Libya, Zimbabwe, Namibia, I can't talk, Namibia, have all out bans on cryptocurrencies. And then, like I said before, all the 12 other countries there have no stance on cryptocurrency at all. And let's go into some of the local jurisdictions with South Africa, Sierra Leone. So South Africa established a regulatory framework on cryptocurrencies. In the paper, if you read the paper, it gets a little bit more detailed. This is all high level. It talks about the groups and the organizations that are working on the cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. So South Africa, again, back to definitions, they define cryptocurrency as an asset of intangible nature, must be reported as gains or profits. And Sierra Leone has no regulatory framework on cryptocurrency whatsoever, but they have developed a national identity blockchain solution, which I think is very interesting. Many of the African countries are developing research at the use of blockchain again. Again, it goes back to blockchain. They see the benefits in it, but they're still kind of like the rest of the countries, kind of standoffish on cryptocurrency. Now, the Russian Federation, so there's no regulatory framework for cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. They have drafted proposed legislation on a digital currency, right, and related technology, which is part of this Russia's bigger Russian digital economy program. So the Central Bank of Russia is researching the digital currency or the digital ruble, which includes a supportive payment infrastructure, which I think is interesting. And you can call this a digital dollar, digital ruble, digital yuan, and it goes on from there. A lot of the central banks are researching the idea of having some kind of digital currency. There's pros and cons on that, but we won't talk. We won't go too much in depth in this presentation because there's a lot to cover. So let's move on. So this is the United States now. So there's no unified federal approach of regulating cryptocurrencies in the U.S. The U.S. regulation of cryptocurrencies have been really at the federal level. So you have the U.S. Security and Exchange Commission, the SEC, that has some type of policy or regulation. You have the Commodities Future and Trading Commission, CFTC, Internal Revenue Service, and the U.S. Treasury FinCEN, or Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, that has some guidance or policy on it. But the most relevant united regulation approach for cryptocurrencies is the Conference of State Bank Supervisors, so it's the CSBS, right? And what they have is something they call one company and one examination. And what that does, 48 states agreed on having a unified regime for money transmitters, right? So that actually equals out to 78%, or now 78 cryptocurrency companies and fintech companies that, if you look at it combined yearly, they have over $1 trillion in assets when they actually file their reports. And that's a lot of money from that group. And these are non-banks. These are money service businesses, right? They're considered the non-banks, the Western Unions. I guess you can consider Robinhood one of them. But they're all the non-banks, which is very interesting from a banking standpoint. But this one company, one exam allows a unified approach to examination principles and allows these states to actually work with one unified approach in multiple states. So I think that's another blueprint that we can take from a federal standpoint on what the CSBS is doing from a regulator standpoint. So let's get into some of the details with the let's talk about the SEC. And again, that comes down to definitions, right? Bitcoin is not considered a security, not subject to token or initial coin offering regulations. They also have a joint broker dealer regulation with FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. Now, the Commodities and Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, they define cryptocurrency as a commodity, the regulation on crypto sales and purchases. And then the Internal Revenue Service, they define cryptocurrency as a property, gains considered as investment income. So it's very interesting. You have securities, commodities, and property. And then the U.S. Treasury Financial Crimes, FinCEN. You have guidance for money service businesses, and money service businesses, again, it goes back to the CSBS, the Competent Bank State Supervisors. They have a governance on the transmission of services for cryptocurrency. So again, it falls into the CSBS category also. And then also they have the enforcement of the Financial Actions Task Force, FATF, you could call it, or FATF, the travel rule for convertible virtual currencies. And the travel rule, for those who don't know, is essentially that if your financial institution has to send information to another financial institution for certain transactions. So it's called the travel rule. And it's very interesting. A lot of the anti-money laundering, KYC, and CFT regulation comes out of the Financial Actions Task Force. And they even have ratings for each of the countries. Again, it's too much to get into detail in this presentation, but it's something very interesting to see. And a lot of countries try to follow that. I don't know where the U.S. scored on it, but they're like anything else. They find some issues that each of the countries need to do better at, and they have a grading system and send it to. They do a report like every year on the states or the countries around the world. So let's talk a little bit about since we talked about the United States, so guidance on cryptocurrencies vary from state to state. And this is not an exhaustive list that shows the stages of state legislation, but I just covered some of them, like India, Iowa, Kansas, Alaska, and Florida. They do not have any guidance on cryptocurrency or blockchain. If you look at this, a lot of I guess some of the laws and the discussions at the state level go to the state for discussion, and a lot of times they talk about it for a while, they sit on it for a while, and then it just sort of dies off. I don't know why, it just happens. You can follow it. Do a search for the state regulation of cryptocurrencies. You can see all the ones that actually were live, and then they sort of died off. So Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Connecticut, and Georgia have drafted legislation concerning transmission of virtual currencies. Again, going back to the money services businesses and some of the banks, they have some guidance for them. And then Wyoming, Colorado, Ohio, Texas, California have drafted innovative, friendly regulation for cryptocurrency and blockchain companies. Wyoming's big, right? I think Kraken became a bank there. So I think that's interesting. Who I didn't talk about here, and it's not mentioned in the paper either. It's supposed to be like a spotlight in the paper, but we just ran out of time. Was the New York's BIT license from the New York the Department of Financial Services. So they have a BIT license for crypto exchanges that can operate within New York. Circle was one of the first ones, and I think Paxos, and then you have some other ones. Kraken's part of it too. It's very interesting, and I think it might be a little stringent to have a BIT license in New York, and maybe there's a reason behind it. But it's interesting that a lot of companies do, headquarter in New York or Delaware, but headquarter in New York, but actually have apply for that BIT license, which is it's really stringent to get a BIT license within New York. Let's see. Okay, government jurisdictions. We'll talk about Canada and India. Some of these get kind of smaller because they're not as meaty as the other ones. But Canada defines cryptocurrency as a security to establish regulation for initial coin and security token offerings. India, regulation and or the regulator and agencies have variant statements on the cryptocurrencies, and you can see the central bank and also I think the Ministry of Finance. If you read a lot of the news, they're kind of bickering for a while about what the stance is on cryptocurrency, and I think the Central Bank of India is actually looking at doing a digital currency also. So there's no cryptocurrency framework within India at this time. And Latin America and the Caribbean. So Latin America, cryptocurrency legislation is very diverse there. Brazil is cautious on cryptocurrency, but fully backs blockchain technology. Again, it's the kind of the mantra of this type of industry in the countries. Colombia is researching both cryptocurrency and blockchain technology to support economic development. And I think that's a key about this technology to help. And again, during the pandemic, a lot of these countries were doing a lot of research in seeing how this can actually help benefit them, get ahead of some of the countries that are trying to struggle with the pandemic, see how they can get ahead of the rest of the countries with this technology. And again, it's blockchain, anything fintech, financial technology, AI, machine learning, and Latin America or Colombia is doing the same thing, seeing how they can come out of it. If you read the paper, again, you see the wealth gap within Latin America. So we're making some progress on the wealth gap in the world. It was starting to close a little bit, and then the pandemic, especially with Latin America and the Middle East, the wealth gap got bigger again. So that's something, going from a community standpoint, we should help on, and I think Colombia is actually doing some stuff about that. So the Caribbean, so there's no unified cryptocurrency network. This is interesting. Antigua, Barbuda, the Bahamas have developed a cryptocurrency regulation. They have cryptocurrency regulation. Haiti, Cuba, Barbados, Jamaica have no cryptocurrency regulation whatsoever. And the Dominican Republic they banned cryptocurrency totally. And you'll find some of these smaller countries will have totally banned. And somebody mentioned it today that the big news is China banning cryptocurrency within China, and it's interesting because they're doing the digital yuan. So let's move on to Japan and Singapore. So Japan established legislation for cryptocurrency exchanges and businesses. They also established self-regulating organizations, or SROs, to ensure that the cryptocurrency exchanges and businesses follow the crypto regulation released by Japan, by the FSA in Japan. In Singapore, they have established anti-money laundering and combating financing and terrorism, which is the CFT law. AML and CFT. The regulation is for service providers and digital payment tokens. So as you go to these other countries, they have a lot of digital tokens already and digital token networks. And again, it all comes down to definitions. If you read the paper, it talks a little bit more about the definitions. I just don't get into it here. And it's not unified at all, which just makes it more complicated, right? Okay, let's move on to Australia and China. So Australia applies legislation drafted in 2001 to buy and sell and invest in cryptocurrencies, including ICOs. What's interesting about Australia, they've kind of taken a hands-off approach. What they're doing, they're saying that they're letting the industry, they're letting the cryptocurrency industry and blockchain industry kind of progress, kind of innovate, and they're watching them, right? And they're saying it's kind of regulation as it happens, right? If something happens that actually hurts the economy or hurts the industry, then they'll actually update existing laws instead of creating new laws, which is kind of an interesting approach. It's kind of a wait-and-see approach. And then China, they released legislation for individuals and businesses that offer blockchain-related services in China. China's blockchain regulation is enforced by administration bodies in each province. The released legislation prohibits any form of digital currency other than a digital yuan. Obviously, what's interesting, and I don't know if I covered it in another part of this presentation, but I'm going to do economic impact this afternoon. But it's interesting, they have what they call flags on their digital currency and on their the blockchain that runs their digital currency, that they have certain flags that say it's for privacy, and they're ensuring privacy of the individuals between individuals and the businesses, but they don't mention anything of privacy between the individual and the government. So it's interesting. Again, it's in the paper. So you have questions. First of all, kind of dry stuff, right? Hopefully you guys can wake up, either get coffee, run to the hills, hide your money underneath the mattress. run in place to wake up, or, just close your eyes, and then when you wake up, all this will be a big dream. So what time is it? Can I go on to the next one? Do I have time? Okay, good. So let's get into privacy. Now this is a good piece. I like this piece. The other one's kind of dry, but it's all good stuff. I think around the world you see the crypto regulation. We'll see what happens in 2022. What they do with regulation. It might just be the same, or it might change. But let's get into privacy, right? Again, this is a section out of the document. So the European Union and the European Economic Area, they created the General Data Protection Act regulation, right? It's a big influence on privacy. So all around in the US, we have the California law, which I'll talk about, but you have this, the GDPR has influenced the rest of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, with what they're doing, and it also impacts blockchain technology. So GDPR, again, has assisted, this is an interesting point. So the GDPR has assisted cryptocurrency privacy advocates fighting against state surveillance programs and private company data monopolies. So it kind of goes on its head. It's like GDPR is great, has the privacy, and then you have the privacy advocates with blockchain technology saying we need to have privacy by demand or privacy by design. So it actually benefits them. So the open transparency of the blockchain, coupled with the ability to have an immutable record of individuals' transactions and personal identified information, PII, has become troublesome for regulators and lawyers considering GDPR compliance. So it's kind of interesting that they're struggling with that and the technology. So the European Union. Yep. So privacy in the European Union, as I said, they have the GDPR, right? So Europe is in a much better shape to have compliance across all the member states because of the legislation they have with the GDPR. But each region has disparate privacy and data protection legislation requirements across the member states, which cause compliance challenges. So I don't know if they've unified their privacy laws to be in line with the GDPR. But again, it's a compliance thing with the member states trying to deal with the overarching European Union GDPR. And well, UK is not part of it now, so they're doing their own, I guess, their own privacy. Unfortunately, I don't cover UK in the paper. So the Bitcoin network is synonymous, right, in nature. We understand that. It does not offer total anonymity for the transactions. But the Bitcoin transactions are transparent, and with the right analysis tool, you can actually identify the originator of the transaction, right? Yes, that's why you have chainalysis, right? And I think CipherTrace did the same thing, how you can actually find the actual individual. So again, that's another thing that kind of goes on the head of the GDPR law. And again, just like talking about the overarching cryptocurrency legislation, there's really no stance on it. Maybe no regulation, maybe some guidance, but they all the countries like the blockchain technology. You're going to see the influence of GDPR throughout the rest of this presentation. So the Middle East has something called the Data Protection Law number 5 of 2020, Part 6. It's the rights of data subjects and the data protection law. So it echoes the same thing as the European Union's GDPR. So the right to withdraw consent and the erasure of personal data is part of that law. So any public business considering new technology or platform, or where there's an innovation of a particular industry that changes the way personal data is processed, they must have prior consent. And again, I think compliance with a lot of these privacy laws is big. It's a big deal. You must have prior consent from a third party in order to either store another person's or individual's information. So this includes engaging in technologies such as blockchain technologies, cryptocurrencies, and central bank digital currencies. So again, GDPR is going to have a big impact on these type of technologies. Type of privacy laws. Now Africa. So out of the 54 countries in Africa, 28 countries have data protection and privacy legislation. 9 have draft legislation, 13 countries have no legislation. South Africa government released the Protection of Personal Information, Act 4 of 2013. 87, which defines 8 privacy and data protection objectives. Now here's the key here. It says the law protects personal identifying information by electronic communication. And then it gives the definition of electronic communication across electronic communication networks and also any type of networks like that, which is, it concerns blockchain technology. Now, the Russian Federation. So Russia has a data localization law, addresses non-Russian businesses that target Russian citizens for market and business services. So actually, their law targets outside any company that's doing business or has Russian citizens as part of their systems. That's just what the law covers, right? So the law protects the collection and storage of any type of Russian personal personal data. So it even includes, and what's interesting about this law, it actually is very similar to what China has too. So it covers any type of cross-border information and IT services. So within the country, they have certain laws and that don't reflect other businesses, like Russian business with Russian citizens. But anything that goes outside, they're protected by law to the other businesses. So doing business in China and Russia is kind of hard because you're subject to these laws. So Russia's cryptocurrency laws on attracting investment and using investment platforms. So it addresses the same thing. It addresses the cryptocurrency exchanges within the Russian Federation and anybody that issues the digital assets. So digital asset transactions must be made through a financial asset exchange operator such as banks and exchanges. Again, become centralized. So again, they can come down to they can control it, which is good and bad. United States. So the United States, we don't have a unified legislation for privacy like the GDPR. But the closest thing to it is what California drafted, state-level data protection legislation called the California Consumer Protection Act. So it's a broad list of characteristics and behaviors, both personal and commercial, as well as inferences drawn from this information, is what it says in the law. So there are aspects of CCPA that benefit from blockchain technology, such as encryption, and issues arise from when applying the privacy laws to decentralized and distributed nature of blockchain technology, which I think is very interesting. Again, if you guys are bored, you just pull it up on the internet and read it. I'm not going to do that, but you guys are. I already did it, so. I stay up late a lot of nights just reading this stuff. I fell asleep a lot of times. So let's talk about Canada. So Government of Canada released federal data privacy legislation called the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act. So this act governs private sector organizations that collect, use, and disclose private information. So during commercial businesses include enhanced transparency over networks, over the mobile systems. So, and they have a stronger enforcement for non-compliance. So commercial entities working on blockchain technologies are subject to this act. If personal information is stored or transacted on the blockchain, again, you're subject to this act. Okay, Latin America. So protection of personal information. It's interesting. So personal information within Latin America is considered a national and constitutional right. So even though the privacy laws are not unified like GDPR, a lot of the countries are actually updating their laws to better follow GDPR or fall in line with GDPR. So Colombia established a Data Act. They have laws, Data Protection Acts back to 2012. And they have since been including regulation requires employers to provide privacy notice on personal data processes and databases. Chile has introduced the Chilean Personal Data Protection Law, which places restrictions on how personal information can be processed, stored, and communicated. Okay, again, we're going to talk about 3 of these quickly. Caribbean, Japan, and Singapore. So the Caribbean has a data protection and privacy, but again, it differs from country to country. You can see the influences in the Caribbean privacy laws from the GDPR, and they're trying to address the enhanced data protection and their laws, so they're starting to update it for their countries. Japan has an existing act called the Protection of Personal Information, APPI, and it includes the right to have individuals' information deleted or allow disclosure of their personal information. What's interesting in Japan, they actually banned privacy coins. So again, the idea of ensuring you have your citizens' privacy, but then again banning privacy coins because there's no transparency. They can't see into it. So they ban privacy coins, and they do not allow the selling, trading, or buying of privacy coins. Singapore, they have a Data Protection Act also, handling personal information, including electronic and non-electronic format from across organizations and various industries. What's interesting about the Singapore Act, it doesn't include any guidance for the removal of personal information, which again, the whole point of the GDPR Act is the right to be forgiven, or right to be forgotten, and they don't have it in their law. Okay, we got two more, guys, and then we'll get down to the questions. So, Australia. Proposed amendments going back to, again, Australia and their kind of hands-off approach. So they had amendments to their existing Privacy Act of 1988, where they increased privacy requirements for online companies and digital platforms that operate within the Australian economy. So the proposals include individual rights and how personal information is managed by organizations, and they have to be accountable for any type of breach. And this is interesting here. Australia has this statement, and I don't know if Europe has it or not. So this is an interesting statement. So due to the decentralized nature of blockchain, there is often no responsible party to seek remedy if privacy is breached, nor ways to remove personal information from a ledger once it's entered. Again, the distributive nature of blockchain. India has that's who it was. India has a similar aspect. The enforcement of this type of privacy laws just is hard to do, especially in a distributive nature aspect of it. So again, I think Australia has a good approach to regulation of these technologies and kind of have a handoff approach, or I think the U.S. would call it, right? Have them regulate themselves, have the industry regulate themselves. So China. So they established cybersecurity laws for data protection. It's interesting, they have their data protection laws are part of their cybersecurity law. So data protection and consumer privacy between private sector and consumers. As I said before, there's no law or any guidance that talks about privacy between the citizen and the government. So there's unique aspects concerning data localization and restrictions for cross-border transfers, very similar to what I said about Russia. How they actually enforce the laws for any information going outside of it, right? So they call it sovereign, right? Any data that goes outside of China is considered sovereign to the government of China. So data localization requires a copy of the personal data should remain within the PRC's border, right? Any cross-border data transfers are defined as subordinate, as I just mentioned. The law also states it's illegal for cross-border enterprise blockchain networks to produce, duplicate, publish, and disseminate information. I mean, that's hard. That's hard working with the blockchain within China. So even though they came out that statement banning cryptocurrency, they were already leading up to it with a lot of their policies and regulation, slowly but surely, making it hard to run blockchain technology networks if you're a business there. And it's safe to say that the government has their own distributed ledger blockchain technology for their digital yuan. Okay. India. So India establishes data government frameworks to establish the collection, processing, and storage of the personal data. So there's some, again, going back to the issues of enforcement, it's the same thing I said earlier before. Again, talking about the synonymous encrypted nature of the blockchain. Enforcement of this stuff in a decentralized environment, as they say, is difficult to distinguish. So in their privacy law, they define a data principal, data fiduciary, data processor, and it's hard for them. The statement after they wrote this, they said it's very hard to enforce this law based on the distributed, decentralized nature of blockchain and distributed ledger technology. So, you guys need a nap? So, any questions? I know it's a lot.
Eugene Maraz of Tone Labs. What it looks like at the moment is, many governments are trying to regulate their national space in terms of both privacy and the use of blockchain and crypto. But blockchain, like wind or migrating birds, doesn't respect national borders. So 2 questions related to that. Do you believe that a global regulation is called for instead? And second question, do those governments have a chance in regulating their national borders?
Yeah, that's a good point. So global regulation, I mean, that's a big question. I think there's a lot of things, even from sustainability and green, that we can't agree on from a United Nations and government standpoint in trying to do this. Again, going back to what Australia has done with the kind of a hands-off approach, I think it's great. And is it really consumer protection that these governments are trying to do? I don't know. It's either protecting the consumer or trying to protect the consumer from the government. So which one is it, right? But I think again, what I believe from a global standpoint, I do think that we do need to have global definitions, right, of what all this means, so we can better do risk analysis and investments on it. Just like US GAAP or IFRS, I think it's good to have some kind of global definitions of this technology, of these terms, of these assets, right? Crypto assets, digital assets, whatever you want to call it. I think it's a big deal. And then from the decentralized nature of it, it's hard. I think they can, so China banned cryptocurrencies, and imagine if the US bans cryptocurrencies and then it all falls down after that, everybody else is going to fall in place, right? And then say central bank digital currencies come out and, they can control that. They can control the flow of CBDCs. But if from a DeFi standpoint, I don't think you can do that. It's like kind of regulate the internet. They tried to do that early on and it failed, right? Hopefully they learn from their mistakes. But they'll go after centralized exchanges like they're doing now, right, for regulation and consumer protection. But, do you have regulation that's hard enough or stringent enough to stop innovation? And no country wants that. But, open enough to help promote innovation. Because going back to China, so China banned cryptocurrencies. I don't think they're going to stop their development of blockchain and research into cryptocurrencies. But are they going to start lagging behind the rest of the world in the research? It's a big race. It's not I guess you can say it's a marathon, but it's a big race and it's constantly changing every day. Something else is going to come out next week. I don't know what it is, some new thing. Some TikTok picture just sold for like $2 million on NFT. Right? So I think the government's got taken back on that. They were so looking at regulating, talking about Bitcoin and crypto networks, and all of a sudden NFTs took off. And they're like, holy cow. So that's the example of where this technology is going. There's always going to be something new that comes out that hopefully we don't get ADD and we run over here, but trying to figure this out. Maybe there's a whole triage group that the governments have to take care of that while we focus on figuring out what's right for the, I guess you could say for the citizens, right? Yeah. It's a long question, long answer, wasn't it?
Yes, hello, Felipe Puente, HSBC Mexico. In regards to privacy coins, do you see any other countries that are going to start tackling the idea of privacy coins? And in relation to Japan, do you know what their actual strategy is to enforce with privacy coins?
So it comes down, so the first part is about privacy coins. I haven't heard any major other countries banning privacy coins. I don't think it's too far off. But again, it comes down to how do you enforce that, right? How do you enforce the privacy coins, the enforcement of not using them? But what Japan did is that they said you can't buy, trade, or sell them, right? I don't know what else you do with the privacy coins, except that for utilities of transactions, right? But they're trying to, again, a lot of the governments. So there's a lot of governments that say you can't do it. They just ban it all out so they can figure out what's going on. In the meantime, they're losing that innovation, right? But then some of them actually let it happen, right? Like going back to Australia. But from a privacy standpoint, I don't know if anybody did real research on the privacy coins. Yeah, I did research on Monero and Zcash, and it's amazing what they do with how they do it. I'll do the obfuscation of it and how they hide it. Just for people who don't know what they do with these ring technologies in Monero, you get a quarter, right? Just get a jar of money, get a quarter out of your pocket, stick it in the jar of money, shake it up, and drop the money on the ground, and you try to find the quarter that you put in there. So that's what happens. And a lot of times with the money laundering, they go in there and they go through the cleaners or the tumblers and stuff using the privacy coins. And I think that's what the governments are trying to figure out. First of all, they don't understand the technology, right? That's why education's big, and that's what GBA tries to do, is educate people. But you need to educate governments, states, and even the Congress staff on what it is, so maybe they can make the right decision on how to deal with it. And there's other money laundering happens outside of cryptocurrency. It happens with banks. I mean, look at a lot of the financial entities, banks, and fiduciaries and all that. They always have some kind of scandal. You just don't hear about it as much because everybody's focused on cryptocurrencies. I hope that answered your question.
Hi, Matt Lyle from the Global DCA, and also I'm a lawyer with Galaxy Digital. The Global DCA recently, just yesterday actually, filed a comprehensive response to Senator Toomey's request for legislative proposals. And my question is does GBA, did they participate in that, or do you have an official position on what framework or regulatory frameworks should be put in place?
Yeah, so from a GBA standpoint, I think we have a congressional part. I'm pretty sure we do. I don't know if we responded to it. What GBA did in the past is actually worked with other associations such as yourself to respond to the congressional questions or mandates that they're proposing. But yeah, we have not. I think it's a right thing to do is, I think as a single entity, you're not hurt as much, but combining forces, having a overall one voice with various associations in response to Congress, I think they hear that more. Just like the big banking lobby on K Street, right, in D.C., they come together with their lobbyists and as a unified front to respond to a lot of these comments. And again, I think it's education and having honest discussions about this stuff. I think it's the only way we're going to actually make any headway. And the more we talk and not do, because we can talk as much as we want, right? A lot of times people do talk and they nod their heads, and they bob their heads, but when it comes down to signing the paper or actually doing some work, that's the big deal. So I think we can talk, but we need to be able to talk and actually do some kind of action, and that's the big thing about it. The response to Congress is great, but they need to act on it. They can't just, because something else is going to happen, and they're going to focus on this next. So the world's constantly changing. We just can't wait. But I hope we can see the response. Did you guys publish your response to Toomey? Yeah.
All right, great.
Any other questions?
We're actually out of time.
Good? Okay, good. Well, thanks, everybody.
Yes, thank you. All right, up next we have Pradeep Goel, who's going to do a blockchain and healthcare deep dive, get into the topic of that a bit more.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pradeep Goel, and I am delighted to be here today. It's always been a pleasure to work with the GBA and watching Gerard develop this organization over the last couple of years. And it has come a long ways, and it is doing an enormously important job of educating the people who need to understand what this industry is trying to do. And blockchain, as we have heard repeatedly today, does a lot of things. The problem is, what does it really do well? And there is so much possibility that we get lost in the art of possibilities. So for the next 15, 20 minutes, I'll talk to you about the art of done. So we can talk about what actually blockchain did in healthcare so far, and that hopefully serves as a roadmap to doing a lot more things. So I'm going to spend a bit of time about what SolveCare has done, but I'll do an introduction to blockchain in healthcare. Gerard asked me to make this a lesson, a tutorial, which is very difficult to do without getting into technology concepts. And he prohibited that I not use technology concepts, so that's a particular challenge. But I will do my best to simplify a very complex topic. So let's move forward to the next slide. So I've been in healthcare all my life, 30 plus years. You can call it a blessing or a curse, depending upon the day and the hour. But I have worked in healthcare now from many different angles. And I've seen, as you would kindly say, the underbelly of the beast in context of how it works and how it doesn't work. And one thing we can say very comfortably is that it doesn't work as well as it should for patient and doctor. There are a lot of players like me in the old chair of Blue Cross CIO or Medicare or Medicaid administrative agencies or fiscal intermediaries or contractors. We do a lot of things behind the scenes to keep healthcare working. But in the end, when you ask the patient and the doctor, at least for the 35 years I've been in healthcare, have things gotten better? The answer is not really. They haven't really gotten better. And why does that doctor and the patient perception linger despite trillions of dollars spent each year? And to put things in perspective, healthcare is $8 trillion a year spent, right? $4 trillion in the US, $4 trillion worldwide. And yet we keep talking about these goals and never seem to achieve them. Better outcomes for the patient, better experience for the patient, lower cost overall, and more effective physicians. Seems pretty simple, right? I mean, how hard can this be? Apparently it is hard enough where we spend billions and billions in trying to connect systems, and in the end, interoperability never really seems to deliver better care. So we have agencies, organizations, entire ministries of health worldwide trying to achieve this quadruple aim, and yet we struggle. So the reason for that struggle is that because we have, can we move to the next slide, please? And by the way, this slide previously was not a US slide, there was a Qatar, government of Qatar slide. You could replace any government name and you will see the same slide on their healthcare policy. Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 or the Ministry of Qatar, the Indian Health Authority, of course CMS and HHS in the US, they all talk about the same 4 goals and we all talk to them like we're talking about landing on Mars, which looks closer to reality than fixing healthcare, which is kind of ironic. But this is the picture we see in how many variations. Somehow magically we're going to put the patient at the center and we're going to have everybody collaborate around this patient as a team. Doctor, pharmacist, specialist, home care, family members, therapists, everybody will collaborate and we will focus on the patient. That's the picture that every government policy initiative is built around. Let's move to the next slide. Here is the reality. The patient is not in the picture. So when I joined Blue Cross, I had an interesting meeting. We were sitting around and talking about what we should do as a board meeting about what we're going to do as an organization to improve healthcare. And we talked about this entity called beneficiary. I didn't know who a beneficiary was, but we kept talking about the beneficiary. And I said, well, what about the consumer or the patient? They're like, well, that is the beneficiary. He's the beneficiary of our largesse. We give this patient the right to get health care. We offer them benefit plans and privilege to exist. I'm like, what the heck? How are we as an organization going to ever be patient-centric if we don't even call the patient a patient? We call them a beneficiary, almost like a freeloader. A beneficiary of what? They bought insurance from us. We're supposed to give them a proper risk-managed product. So the point is, it's not intentional, it's institutional, it's systematic. Okay, patient isn't in the picture when we design systems. I was in this room many years ago during the ACA, and we were having meetings and conferences about how we are going to really improve interoperability. You know, all the big guys were in the room, McKinsey's and IBM, and of course a bunch of government people and crazy IT patriots like me who thought, oh, we can fix things by working in the government. And none of that was really about the patient. We all talked about interoperability of hospital systems to clinics, to pharmacies, to insurance companies, but there was not even a thought about what the patient access point would look like. And then, of course, healthcare.gov came out and it wasn't a great launch because that was the only consumer access point that we were building. And why did it fail? Because we had never built a consumer access point for healthcare before. It's that simple. It wasn't a website. It was the idea that consumers going to have a role. And suddenly everybody's like, oh my God, who is this person called consumer showing up in my ecosystem? So we're not used to treating the patient as a center of anything. Let's just stop kidding ourselves at all, completely. Having said that, I left Blue Cross to come to do solve care because I figured the next 30 years of my life should be about making a difference. So that's the vision and mission behind what we are doing, but that's not the point of the meeting today. The point I want you to understand is how can blockchain work and how does it work? So let's move to the next slide, please. I'll cover a few more stats which will help illustrate my point. US healthcare spend compared to the rest of the world, 50-50. We spend half the world's annual spend on healthcare, 8 trillion, 4 trillion. That's about the general math, depending upon who you ask. Next slide, please. Outcomes do not get any better, okay? We haven't seen really any significant statistical movement in life expectancy. We haven't seen any significant improvement in terms of, child mortality rate. We haven't seen any real significant improvement on any kind of a chronic disease spread or prevention. The percentage of diabetics in this country is off the charts, and that's not just a US problem, it's a global problem. So what have we really done? A precious little in terms of actually making the impact. So let's move to the next slide. What are the real issues here? The real issues ultimately boil down to, if I can summarize it for you, I'll bring it to one point. In healthcare, custody of data and ownership of data are commingled. Whoever has your data is the owner of your data, which means that as a patient, if I go see a doctor, first thing I do, I'm sure some of you might remember this, you walk into the doctor's office, the first thing you do, you sign away your HIPAA rights. You give them that consent form. Do whatever you want with my data, doc, as long as you take care of me, right? And then you never go back and ask, what did you do with my data? Ever. You never go back and revoke that consent. I don't know if any of you have ever gone back to the doctor's office and said, hey, dude, that HIPAA form that I signed, what's happening with it? Who are you sharing my data with? You trade care with privacy immediately, day one, moment one, in the lobby of the clinic office, you first give away your rights, then you're treated, right? Then we talk about HIPAA as a bedrock principle, but reality is we have to immediately give it up before we get treated. And after that, it's whatever happens in the backdrop. So the patient doesn't have the data to be engaged. Okay? We can talk about patient engagement all day long, but they don't have the information to be engaged. They don't have cost information. They don't have their medical records. They don't have comparable information about quality. They don't have comparable information about the choices. So how do you want me to be engaged? How? If you can come up with the answer, I will be outside and I'll be waiting anxiously. The problem is that data is stored in silos. As a Blue Cross, I had my huge database, Teradata, big warehouses, member information, claim data, ICD, CPD codes, more jargon that you can throw a brick at. None of that was accessible to you. I, as an insured member of my own company, could not access the data that was sitting about me in the system that I controlled. Right? This is the nature of healthcare, not just in the US, but worldwide. Data is power, and healthcare has been enormous power for a long time. So that's one. The same problem the doctor has. They don't have any more data than you. Here's a dirty secret I want you to understand. We all talk about medical records, right? You got to keep your medical records. You got to have them with you if you want to change doctors, hospitals. Healthcare data has a half-life of 90 days. After 90 days, that data is largely useless. It's half as useful. Another 90 days is completely, utterly useless. Doctor's not going to do analysis and prescription based on 188-day-old data. They can't, because things change too quickly in your human body. So health data has a very short shelf life. 90 days is about the realistic usage of data. After that, it just becomes a trend line. So if you have a trend line, you don't need the data. If somebody can show me my A1C chart for the last 18 months, they don't need to see the actual results. They just need to see the trend. All they care about is what's been my A1C in the last 30 days, the last 2 weeks, yesterday. So healthcare data loses value very, very quickly unless you aggregate it, analyze it, and monetize it, which, of course, the patient never does. Of course, a pharma does it, insurance does it, government does it, but you don't. So your data value is only about 90 days long. If you have your last 90 days worth of information, you're good to go in most places for most conditions. Unless, of course, you're dealing with a multi-chronic, life-threatening mortality issue. Those are exceptions, okay? So the pain point is ultimately around data and information that is actionable. And how can blockchain really solve that is the real promise and the real challenge and the question in front of the regulator. So let's move to the next slide. So I want to show you some examples of how we might use blockchain and how we have been able to use, we collectively can use blockchain in many ways, and we SolveCare have used it in some very specific ways to solve some issues, which I hope will serve as a role or as an example of what actually is achievable in the current state of affairs with the current regulatory environment, with the current limitation of technology. But those are the 5 areas we focus on: timely access to care, enforcing patient rights, ensuring that the data ownership is not equal to custody. Custody should not be equated to who has your data, but custody can be controlled remotely, and that's where blockchain becomes very interesting. And then you achieve effective coordination, interoperability, some agility in systems, and actual physician efficacy. You only achieve that efficacy if you first address the first three things. So next slide. I want to show you some examples. So what we believe from experience of having built a lot of IT systems is that blockchain in an OSI stack, those of you engineers or recovering engineers like me, most application stacks have layers, right? You have the operating system layer, the hardware operating system database, business logic, identity, consent, transaction state management, payments, and some kind of a UI, UX, website, portal. So you typically have this stack. Blockchain is not a stack. I want you to walk out of here with one simple fact. Blockchain is not a stack, it's a layer. It solves a very specific layer problem, but it's not a solution. You're not going to take blockchain, drop it into an enterprise like mine in the past, and say to me, Pradeep, go forth and prosper and now deal with your members, your patients, your doctors, your pharmacy network. No, it doesn't do that. It's a layer, but it has very clear properties you can build a system around. The properties are, it's immutable. Whatever I write into this layer will not be deleted. It's easily replicated, so I can make this layer go horizontal across different stakeholders, right? And it's highly auditable, which means I can verify what happened, when happened, in the context of what was written to the blockchain. That's the three properties. All three are very valuable in healthcare, but those three properties does not get you to a solution. You still need identity management, consent management, business logic. You still need a user experience interface. You still need a place to manage transaction states, because data isn't a system. Systems consume data. So you don't want to think of blockchain as a car. Blockchain is like a transmission. It needs to connect to a gearbox and needs to be driven. Otherwise, it's just a technology play. So when we think of blockchain's potential, in some ways, I think of it as like the database revolution that came around in the 60s, right? The whole client-server technology, the RDBMS technology came out. People started asking, what can I do with this database? And then on the strength of that, we built a lot of things. All that current commerce, predating internet and post-dating internet, is all based on a database technology. Very transformative, right? Same thing with blockchain. It's a data sharing technology. It's a technology that helps you solve very tricky problems. But in itself, it's still a layer in a platform. Next slide, please. So you do need some kind of an access point to the blockchain, right? You're not going to be able to just use blockchain in its native form. You have to give the consumer, the physician, an access point. In healthcare, that's really important, because access point is typically multi-party. You have a doctor, a patient, a pharmacist, a therapist, a home care aide, and so on and so forth. So there has to be an access point. The most common access point that we have seen is wallets. We are starting to see more and more and more variety of more consumer-friendly wallets. Most of them are around payments. But if you take that concept further to whatever industry you're in, and you can think of as a consumer wallet, where they can not just move money, but they can transact with you. If you start thinking of Amazon app as a blockchain wallet, then you will start to see where we have to get to. You need something more than just transactional capability. You need information, consent, identity, and payment capability. And that's the next generation of wallets that we will see inevitably over the next 12 to 18 months. And what you have to be able to manage through the wallet is who you are, what consents do you give to for what information you want to consume and use, what events you're willing to process through your wallet, and what events you want others to respond to when you take action in your wallet, what transactions have you completed or are pending in your wallet, what payments are you willing to receive and send, and who do you want to share your information with. If your wallet does those things, then you're talking about something real, something usable in the market. Otherwise, you're talking about blockchain as a enabling technology and what its art of the possibility. I'm trying to get you to think about the art of doing. The art of doing here is use blockchain as a layer, which has certain very unique properties, build a full platform stack around it, put it in the right place, layer 3 in this case, and then build proper access point, a wallet. Next slide, please. So using this philosophy, we have implemented some very interesting real-world use cases, 5, that I want to share with you. And then I'll let you ask questions, because we can go on for hours and hours. I can give you a lecture for 18 hours, and you will be looking for a place to escape. What we did is first network we built using this blockchain technology is transportation subsidy management. Very exciting stuff, very, very high-tech stuff. Reality is in every state, Medicaid operates a subsidized transportation for those who can't afford to get to the doctor. So basically, I go make an appointment to a doctor, and then I call the Medicaid agency and I say, hey, I have a doctor's appointment on Monday at 11 a.m. and I need a transportation voucher. And something arrives in the mail. It's a voucher with a phone number to call to make a taxi appointment. And then I give that voucher to the taxi driver on the day of my trip. And then I go see the doc, and I have another voucher to come back home. Except I decide not to go to the doc, and I sell that voucher in the market and get a pack of cigarette and end up making my emphysema 10 times worse. But that's the problem, that these vouchers are highly tradable, non-digital currency in the black market, but they're money. So we built a system where this kind of a coordination of benefit can happen using a digital voucher, which is linked to an appointment, which requires a physician to say, yes, I have an appointment. I issue that event. I get a digitally signed certificate or a token, which I can use to actually automatically send to Uber or Lyft, and they will book my appointment, and I can only go from point A to point B. And if I cancel, the token gets returned back to the issuing authority, the Medicaid agency, on and on and on. It's a use case of blockchain, very interesting one. We estimate that every state can save between $30 to $50 million a year in wasted transportation benefits, not to mention another $30 to $50 million a year in administering those benefits. Because remember, only in healthcare can you spend more money on the payment of the transaction than the transaction was worth. I have never met an industry where the cost of buying a sweater, the card swipe on buying an equivalent of a sweater in healthcare can be more than the sweater itself. That's what we call claims processing in healthcare. I personally have seen us spend more than $35 to pay a bill for $25, right? So in healthcare, there's a lot of inefficiency. This is not just a US phenomenon. US just happens to be the most widely monitored and washes its laundry in public, so we all get to see it. But it is true, those are the issues in most healthcare systems. So we built this system around the idea of using blockchain as a coordination of benefits chain. And it was, from a trial perspective, from a partnership perspective, it was very effective in not just reducing costs, but actually getting people to the doctor, because the whole process becomes highly streamlined. But it won't work if a sick person doesn't have a quick, easy app in their hand. They actually don't know that they're using a blockchain system, and they couldn't care less. All they want is the government to pay for their ride to the doc and back home. Or they want to be picked up from work, go to the doc, and then get a ride back home. And there's a lot of complexity here, but the point is it's a valid use case, and it works. Next slide, please. There's another use case we've implemented, which is called value-based care. Very fancy term for saying we're going to pay the doctor for making you feel better, right? The idea of value-based care, if you are interested in healthcare, and we can talk about this later, is that let's not pay for visit to the doctor, let's pay for outcome. Let's pay for, the old Chinese proverb, pay the doctor who keeps you healthy, not the one who keeps you coming back for more medication. So value-based care in many simple ways is saying, let's pay the doctor for a total care outcome rather than for episodes of care, encounters or visits. So in that model, the payment of the doctor got linked, automatically sent using digital tokens. It wasn't just about sending a digital token to the doctor as a payment. That's no big deal. Exciting as it might be, it's no big deal. The idea was to link it to things like, did this doctor do Pradeep's annual checkup on time? Did he send enough reminders? Did he make sure his A1C stay inside the acceptable boundaries? Did he ensure that his prescriptions are filled on time? Care events linked to payment. And if events happen, you get paid. If events don't happen, you get paid less. Simple enough, very complex to do, but a real use case. Savings into the hundreds of millions a year in a small 50,000 cohort of patients. Imagine what we can do with billions of people. So the issue that the opportunity here is you don't have to wait for blockchain to evolve into some appropriate panacea. There is low-hanging fruit in every country. I want to talk about the third use case. Can we move to the next slide, please? So our third network we've launched is a global teleconsultation network. Now here is the premise. The premise is that if I want to see a doctor, if my grandmother lives in India, and I want to pick up the phone and call her and say, my son is not feeling well, what do you recommend, Mom? She will tell me some remedy, and it's my choice as a parent to use that remedy or not, right? There's no law against that. But there's a lot of laws against me picking up the phone and calling a doctor in India and saying, hey, doc, you're a well-known pediatric physician, and I want to understand, how would you treat my kid if he was in India? All kinds of barriers, and it's impossible. How would you even find such a doctor? How would you even know they're good? Why would you choose this doctor over your local doc? Well, those of us who live in privileged societies like US or the G20, don't worry, but those of us who live in societies where healthcare isn't that accessible, that is a question. I don't have a local doc who's qualified. What do? Well, I go to Granny or I go to the village elder and ask for advice. That's my doc. So how do I find qualified doctors? So we launched a global teleconsultation network with the idea that give patient the choice, give the parent the choice. And I give you a personal driver for that. So a few years ago when my son was born, he's 7 now, almost 7 now, he had some cognitive disabilities, and I wanted to see if there is a better way of treating him than the one that the doctors in Florida were recommending, because I didn't get it. I didn't get that there was no treatment. How could you not have a solution? So I started to research, and I found a pediatrician in Sweden, and I spoke to them, and they gave me a slightly different treatment model. And we followed it rigorously. And now the results are amazing, amazing. How did this happen? The local docs are unclear how we pulled this off. It's because we did research and we made a choice to look elsewhere. Now, I had the resources to do it and the healthcare experience to do it, but most parents don't. So we want to open this access up. But how do you do it in a regulatory environment? Well, you got to build very clear regulatory relationships between patient, doctor, second opinion, third opinion, consents, payments, very complex. But blockchain makes it possible. So we've launched this network in 20 countries, not the US, but 20 other countries where doctors and patients are intermingling and connecting with each other. After doing a lot of research and looking at where the teleconsultation laws are, where the cryptocurrency laws are, we were able to launch this network where 20 countries patients can talk to doctors in any of those other 20 countries and have meaningful legal consult. That's good. That's a starting point. I want to get to 200 by 200. Right? 200 countries of doctors and 200 countries of patients to connect them all together. There is a use case because it actually improves access to care. Imagine being in a pick any underserved nation, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, where I was recently. There's always an imbalance between demand and supply of healthcare. So if we can rebalance it, we can save trillions. Here's another fact for you to consider. Even though we spend $8 trillion a year on healthcare, there's about $1.5 trillion worth of healthcare we don't deliver, meaning people want care, but they can't find a doctor on time. A couple of more facts to consider. In the United States, if you want to see a specialty doctor, 1 out of 4 times you will wait a month. 1 out of 4 times. 25% of the time you will wait a month. But here's a startling fact. If you're in Canada, you want to see a specialist, you will wait 1 out of 2 times you'll wait for a month. If you're in Norway, 6 out of 10 patients will wait for more than a month. A month. Your body doesn't wait a month. But that's the true case of highly developed nations. A month wait is not uncommon for specialty care. And we all know the reason you need specialty care is not because you want to go to a fancier office, because you really need care. Because normally a primary care physician should have been able to deal with it, but you got something seriously wrong with you. Therefore, you need to go see a specialist, and you're waiting a month? What does that impact on acuity and cost and human suffering? We can't calculate that. So we need to think more fundamental. And somebody said earlier, I believe, the blockchain is like wind and air. Governments can't regulate it. We have to leverage that property for good things. So if we can use a blockchain-based system to connect patients and doctors better, it's a good thing for humanity. And it's financially ridiculously lucrative. Because we've identified there's $1.5 trillion worth of unmet need in the healthcare space, where if you actually gave them a solution, like your access network, they would actually spend the money. So talk about creating value. Right? It's not just about reformatting the insurance, payer, pharma relationship. It's about actually serving a need. Like the unbanked, they're unserved in healthcare as well, and they're about as big. So there's a lot you can do there. Next slide, please. So what I want to talk about here is how do you do this? One of the things that blockchain does do really well in healthcare is actually enforce things like HIPAA. Sounds weird, right? But actually what we have discovered is that when you talk about the intent of HIPAA, let's put away the jargon. What does HIPAA say? HIPAA says patient has right to their data. Patient has a right to tell you how you can use that data. And patient has a right to take away that consent when they feel like you're not using that data. And you must protect patient data at all times. You cannot sell it, you cannot use it, leverage it for your own benefit. You certainly can go on the side of the street and put it on a billboard and say, I was treating Pradeep for cancer, so here is his medical data. It's protecting my privacy, it's giving me some rights, except we give away those rights in the first minute of treatment. But those are your rights, except they're traded off between you getting care or not getting care. So in blockchain, you can actually do things that allow you to manage consents. So one of the things that we have discovered, and I challenge you to study this more or come and talk to us, is that you can actually enforce consent much better on the chain. We can track consent, and you can revoke consent. What a novel concept. I want my doc to stop using my information. They have no more reason to use my information. I'm not going to go see this doc again. I've switched primary care physicians. My previous doctors, I should be able to go in my wallet and simply remove consent from all of them. And it should happen by default when I switch my primary care. I shouldn't have to even do anything. My wallet should remember that, hey, you have switched primary care. You have primary care physicians with consent from 7 years ago. Start disabling all of them. Why do you need them? Why do they need to have access to your information? For what reason? And gather all that data, because they are custodians, not owners of your information. So there is a real way to implement the intention of HIPAA, not what it has become, a parody of what the law actually meant to say. You can do the same with GDPR. There are technical issues, but the thing is, blockchain is not just replication, it's also encryption. Remember that. What is blockchain in the end? It's a replicated, encrypted messaging system, is what a blockchain is. A blockchain node sends a message to another node saying, here is my events, here is my peer-to-peer messaging, this is how we discover each other, this is how we talk, this is our encryption handshake, and if you compute the same result as me, we are buddies. We are in sync, we have consensus. That's all blockchain is in the end. So you can leverage that property of consensus to actually ensure that consent moves back and forth between nodes. And that's, I believe, the real use case in healthcare and in finance and in social media and in gaming that one very energetic speaker spoke about earlier. It doesn't really matter. It's all the same in the end. So compliance, privacy, and rights actually are implementable on blockchain because they are bilateral, not unilateral. Your rights aren't enforceable if you give them away. You need to have control over your rights, not just as a trade-off for treatment. So we found that you can actually do that. You can actually give and take consent away in blockchain. You can actually record the event of consent. You can record the event of revocation. And you can time box those two events to say, all the records created between this time box, this doc can see. All the events created outside this time box, only I can see. What a novel concept. Right? So those are the things that lie underneath the opportunity here. Next slide, please. So I won't bore you with this, but 3 use cases we have found fundamentally. Care coordination. I forgot to mention this, and there's not enough time because we compressed my time a little bit, and we can talk later. Care coordination. So we have launched a network around diabetes care coordination. And that was built in partnership with Boehringer Ingelheim, which is a major pharmaceutical company, and their mission and vision is to really make diabetes care more patient-centric and to bring it to US and to India. So this diabetes care coordination, just an example. We're also doing pediatric care coordination, suicide prevention in India, all on the same platform, all of which relies upon the same properties of blockchain. So that's one side, care coordination. The other is care administration, the boring stuff that I used to do. Plan management, benefit management, payment management, network management, enrollment, eligibility re-verification, things that you do to make sure that the right people get the right benefit at the right time, the beneficiary concept. Right? So that's the care administration side. Lots of use cases that make sense. And the last one, of course, is payments. And we're not just talking about moving money from point A to point B. We're talking about linking money movement to right outcomes, to the right behavior, to the right series of events. If X follows Y follows Z, money will be paid. If X follows Z follows Y, something else will be paid. And if X follows, if Z follows X follows Y, we're not paying because something went terribly wrong. And then we'll audit and we'll investigate. So you can automate, you can program money. But really, when you say you're going to program money, what you're saying is you're going to program the events leading to the payment of money. And that programmability is what we are talking about here, so that you can automate the payment transfer based on certain events that are immutable, cannot be disputed, therefore they can be paid. That's the concept. So those are the 3 fundamental use cases in healthcare. I'll repeat them because they're worth repeating. Care coordination of chronic and multi-chronic and acute care, administration of benefits that underlie who's going to be responsible for what payment to whom, and actually making the payment based on outcomes, not just events. Those three things address almost all the core issues that lie in front of governments, in front of insurance CIOs and CEOs, in front of hospital systems, and in front of patients. So what I'm trying to summarize for you is, let's take the blockchain out of the abstract, and let's talk about how in healthcare it is going to actually work. And if you focus on those three pillars, you will find plenty of use cases, plenty of revenue, and plenty of gratification, because you will actually make healthcare work better. Thank you, everyone. I'm more than happy to take your questions.
What's the current pushback that you're getting from the industry in terms of barrier to adoption?
So it changes year to year. Pre-pandemic, it was, of course, the conflation of blockchain and Bitcoin. That this is, the most important concern was that that data is public and not controlled. Because blockchain's property of encryption is not understood, right? That it's an encrypted event-based messaging system. And underlying that is all these nodes that are talking to each other on an encrypted channel. And they are agreeing upon a pre-agreed formula of consensus. That's all it is. So that used to be the big issue. Now the issue, of course, is post-pandemic, how do I deal with the current issues of the day? How do I get improve access to care? How do I keep patients safe? So I think the conversation has largely moved from, is blockchain a viable solution, to tell me how you're going to actually make it work. And the number one issue that we hear now is user experience. I hear that blockchain is very hard to use, and they're right in having that concern. Because the way we as a technology, as an industry, have talked about blockchain is we made it very developer-centric jargon. And I'm a recovering engineer. I'll never fully be not an engineer. And I love engineering because I think it solves fundamentally issues, makes the world work better. But we need to communicate that blockchain does have and will have more access points. And if you think about the big success stories in crypto world, like Coinbase going public, when you ask the market why them versus other exchanges, well, they made it easy for you to have an account, to be compliant. So I think in many ways, we follow the same trajectory. My vision is be compliant, but be accessible. You can't say one or the other. You can't say, well, I'm compliant, but in such an arcane manner that only 3 people on the planet can figure out how to get into my chain and use it. Then it won't work.
Yes, I have a similar question that when I asked Mark Montoya. So given the extreme fragmentation of regulation in healthcare space, for example, in this country, a doctor licensed in one state cannot help a patient from another state. How do you combine that with the global nature of blockchain and with some of the interoperability things that you talked about before? It seems like a great conflict.
Thank you for that question. Exactly. So it's the two sides of the same coin. There lies the opportunity. So yes, healthcare regulatory environment in the US is state-based. In most countries, it's national in nature. But cross-border is very fuzzy. We did a survey of 90,000 physicians approximately across, I think, 80 countries to try to understand what is their day like, what is their regulatory requirements like. And from that, we discovered that there are clearly spaces where nobody has yet gone. And as you spoke about, you can find the wind to blow through the cracks where there are. But having said that, if the intent is correct, if you're demonstrating that you are protecting patient data, you're putting in consent mechanism in place, that you have traceability and auditability of everything, then going into uncharted territory is a little less scary. So having said that, we have only launched in 20 out of 200 countries, because there we could understand that either law exists or law is completely absent. Those two extremes, where there is total silence on whether a patient can consult with a foreign physician, or they have already built a consortium mentality. There is a lot of, there's a macro trade pact between India and a bunch of African countries where they have basically credentials. If Indian physician is seen as a local physician per treaty, right? In the US, in the state-based model, there's a medical consortium around multi-state consortiums that are developing, which are saying, I'll accept neighboring physicians. I used to live and work in North Dakota, and we used to have the similar relation with Minnesota, because there were not enough doctors in North Dakota. Many consortiums are emerging, and they will inevitably occur because there's a demand-supply imbalance, right? And then eventually they'll coalesce into a bigger ecosystem, and we are accelerating that. But the answer is you need to understand the law, configure the law into your system so that you can show compliance with it, should and when a regulator come asking. But if the intent is correct, if you can demonstrate that the data was protected, encrypted, shared with consent only, and used for the purpose intended, then there's a little to worry. So that's where the blockchain helps. Don't take my word for it. Look at the chain. That's where the protection comes.
Could you address clinical research and some translational medicine, how it fits in with what you're doing?
It's a very exciting space. I am not that involved in it currently, but we have seen a lot of proposals from companies who have come to us and said, we would like to build a clinical research model on our system. And our view is, take it and run with it, right? Our whole point here is we can only do so much as a company, and our platform is available to those who want to innovate in healthcare and change the world for the better, one patient at a time if it needs to be. So this idea of a patient-elected participant model where patients elect into a clinical research, where you can have a larger cohort of physicians who join into it, perhaps either as investigators or as auditors, and that everybody has an appropriate monetization of their role. Patient gets monetization of their data and participation in the clinical research. And most importantly, in this particular case, the excitement is around continuity of care post-research. Because when somebody comes into a diabetes care study, they probably have diabetes. Pretty safe conclusion. And from that, once they participate in the study, what happens to them after the study is over? How does their care continue? So those are the very exciting opportunities where you can coordinate patient, doctor, investigator, auditor, and primary care physician post-study into a play. So it's a very good use case. We haven't done it yet, but we have companies who are doing it on our platform. Yes, sir.
All right, we have just time for one more.
So the largest legal cartel in the world is the American Medical Association. In terms of pushback from them who try to manage supply, what kind of concerns or, I don't know, what type of sounding are you getting from them?
So, look, I think while I understand why one would label any large organization that sets the rules for the rest of us as a cartel, they perform an important function, obviously. What we have focused on is essentially enabling the physician to perform better, which is not really a very controversial topic. We've also focused on expanding the physician's availability to non-US citizens, right? In saying that, look, if you wish to practice outside the boundaries of the United States, you have a safe platform on which you can have appropriate consent, pre-consent, pre-treatment and post-treatment consents, everything done for you, and in a manner that you don't have to trust me, it's all on the chain, so you are protected. And the patient has indisputably given you that appropriate authority to treat them. Whether you can write a prescription or not is another question. So those kind of things are physician-friendly. So our view is that if we create value for the physician, then the AMA will ultimately listen to their body of physicians, right? But by no means we feel that we can, as a technology platform, trying to improve things can drive the mindset of AMA unless we deliver value. So the value creation is better access to patients they already have, right? Simple, concrete example, a primary care physician normally has a panel of about 2,000, 2,200 patients, but only about 400, 500, 20% are active. The remaining are just not sick enough yet to show up at your office. Or they just aren't attuned to their missed opportunity of exams and checkups and whatnot. So if we can take that 80% that is passive but in need of care but is not getting care, it's good for the doctor, it's increased revenue, it's good for the patient, it's better outcomes, and it's good for the AMA in that regard. So we have tried to find use cases where we are actually serving the purpose we all claim to serve, better patient care, better outcomes, lower cost, and then it becomes a little bit easier to have a conversation that tell me what I'm doing wrong, right? So in that regard, you have to be very careful that your use case actually speaks to clear value proposition. And if that is delivered in clear, empirical data, then you get a lot less. The resistance tends to fade then over time. Well, thank you, everyone. I'll be here for the rest of the day. Look forward to. Appreciate your time. Have a great rest of the day.
Awesome, thank you. All right, just a quick announcement. We are going to take a break for lunch. We will be shifting and coming back at, I believe, 2 o'clock. So you have from now until 2. Please do show up early. We will be starting directly at 2. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm actually talking to everybody right after lunch, so hopefully I won't bore everybody. I actually see myself on screen, which is disturbing. So, I'm going to start. In a minute. There we go, perfect. Okay, well, thank you, everybody, especially, again, coming here after lunch. I'm going to talk about the impact, economic impact. Again, a lot of this data is from the impact of cryptocurrency adoption on governments that the GBA released in April of 2021. So it should be very interesting. Before I get into that, I'm going to talk about AML KYC, which is very, very important for cryptocurrencies and blockchain type technology. It's what a lot of the governments are focused on, from anti-money laundering, obviously know your customer, combating finance and terrorism. So let's talk about that. So what exactly is AML, right? It's the act of just converting money, illegal money, fraudulent activity money, into something that's actually legitimate funds. A lot of there are traditional ways of laundering money and actually putting it into a dryer and stuff like that, cleaning it up, right, making it look dirty. But there's also ways where in traditional they bring money that's illegal and go to casinos and gamble it away, right, and it comes out clean, right, just mixes it all up. The privacy coins and the tumblers do the very same thing, but a lot of these laws actually focus on that. So the next one is KYC. What is KYC? It's the process of identifying and verifying clients. Is the bottom line. And some of the history behind that, AML KYC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Act was one of the ones with Know Your Customer. The Bank Secrecy Act, again, AML KYC to understand who you're doing business with from a banking standpoint, and they still use that today. The travel rule is based from the Bank Secrecy Act. And then the Money Laundering Act, we can actually thank Pablo Escobar for that. After, the U.S., and I don't know if the whole world, but maybe the U.S. went after Pablo Escobar, they came out with the Money Laundering Act because of a lot of the stuff that he did. If you're ever interested in learning about Pablo Escobar, I think you should, because a lot of stuff he did, if he was doing it legitimately, would be actually a good business. But he did everything illegally, and we got the Money Laundering Act out of it. So that's, thank Pablo for that. And then the U.S. Patriot Act, after 9/11, we came out with the U.S. Patriot Act. And that still deals with AML KYC. And then I talked about earlier during the regulatory impact, the AML D5, the fifth direct added to the AML regulations in the European Union. A lot of all these acts actually deal with looking at cryptocurrency and actually seeing if there's any illegal activity out of that. So let's talk about the AML KYC, the AML D5. So the AML D5 essentially demonetizes the person selling and buying and trading cryptocurrency. That's the big deal about it, right? So you actually know who is actually exchanging the information on the blockchain and the cryptocurrency from the cryptocurrency aspect. So you could actually, instead of synonymous, it becomes anonymizes, de-anonymizes it. So regulated exchanges, all the regulated exchanges out there are subject to AML KYC laws. Regulated exchanges are required to report suspicious activities. So that's why you see, I think Binance got hit with they weren't following certain AML KYC laws. So Binance got hit with a penalty. I think people were starting to stop, trading in their countries based on that. Coinbase obviously is the big one that went public IPO. It's being subject to these laws. All the cryptocurrency exchanges are going through AML KYC compliance. So thing about it, just like with financial institutions, compliance to AML KYC is expensive and also anonymity is no longer available to privacy advocates, which is interesting. And again, if you look at GDPR and also AML, and what blockchain technology has to offer, it kind of puts it on its head. So it's interesting how those AML, KYC, and GDPR kind of conflict. I don't know if they're going to fix it or not. I haven't heard any news on that. And then AML, KYC is needed to protect, obviously, consumers, right, from ICOs. Early on, there's been a lot of, when ICOs first came out, a lot of pump and dump schemes, a lot of front running. And you hear it, people, I don't know, maybe Elon Musk does pump and dump, I don't know, but he sort of encourages, the up and down of Bitcoin or Dogecoin, and, people just go crazy either buying it or selling it. But I wouldn't put him in that category. I'm sorry, Elon Musk. If he sees this, he's gonna say something about us. But the whole thing is, the whole AML KYC is supposed to protect consumer finance or consumers from this type of fraud. So going on, so the AML D5 details. So the cryptocurrency service providers face the same regulations as the financial institutions that have been trying to have compliance with these laws for a long time. So now the cryptocurrency exchanges are in the same boat as the financial institutions. And enforcement units may obtain identities and addresses of crypto owners, and any suspicious activity reported. So any exchanges, if you have an account on exchange, any exchanges actually can send law enforcement your information because they have to comply with these type of laws. Any existing or new cryptocurrencies must be reported to regulated authorities. That's another thing, anybody that comes up with a new cryptocurrency. One thing, I had a side meeting with Sandu Bhaskar outside, and there's something we haven't talked about is the community tokens that are going around with local communities, which is interesting too. I don't know if they're subject to any type of AML KYC laws, but it's something that I haven't heard a discussion or a presentation on the community tokens that are all around all around the world right now. I'll be interested to see where that stands. So the bottom line, any regulated exchanges must comply, or essentially they get shut down. So getting into, let's talk about some of the outliers. And we're going to talk about unregulated exchanges, regulated exchanges, and decentralized exchanges. Already talked about mostly about the regulated exchanges before the previous slide. So this one has to do with unregulated exchanges, so also known as straight-to-market exchanges. They offer futures trading on cryptocurrency markets. They're also consumer-led, which is interesting. It's influenced mainly by speculative investing on these unregulated exchanges. And again, the interesting part is they're not supervised. They have little or no oversight by any government institution. So essentially it's, play at your own risk, right? So they have shaky past, as I said before. AML KYC is supposed to protect consumers from pump and dump schemes and scams and fraud and front running. And the same thing with here, they have shaky past to unregulated exchanges for that purpose. And here's one example. The second bullet to the bottom is, I lost my place, sorry. Has to do with, hold on, I'm way past it, I'm sorry, I lost my place. But with the regulated exchanges, hold on. Jeez. Hold on, there we go, back. Where was I at? Oh yeah, second to last screen. Individuals can buy the Bitcoin on over-the-market counter markets and then dump the price on a regulated exchange and sell them. So again, they can pump it up. Increased fraud has led to state and government regulations issuing cease and desist letters to a lot of these unregulated exchanges. What's interesting is, the technology is decentralized, right? You have the whole decentralized aspect, but all these exchanges actually centralize the process, right? So you can go after them. And then, the unregulated exchanges, you can actually find the servers and down them, right? Which is kind of weird, goes on the head of the whole point of decentralized information. Now you have the decentralized exchanges. It goes back to the whole DeFi and how can you actually regulate them? Yeah. Sure.
Brian Nielsen, chairman of the GBA. But the question I have about that prior slide was purchasing Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies over the counter. Would that include like crypto ATMs and things like that? And is there going to be regulation of crypto ATMs?
Well, the ATMs, again, so just again going back to I can give you an example from the paper, especially what's happened in Japan. So anybody that has a crypto ATM, they're subject to the same type of laws, right? And a lot of the crypto ATMs that are going, that are being, I guess, released into the public or being, distributed into the public, they fall under regulation in Japan under the PSA, I think 2019 Act, where they have to register those ATMs. If they don't register those ATMs, they can go after the person and actually shut them down. But actually, over-the-counter ATMs with Bitcoin, it's not like that. It's like over-the-counter derivatives for stock market, right? You can actually go out there and buy it at a certain price, right? Or you can pump it up, right? You can pump it up at a certain price and then sell it on an off-market exchange. And that's what's happening with these Bitcoin unregulated exchanges. They're not as many out there, but they are out there still. And they'll eventually, it's like anything else. It's like, you guys remember Pirate Bay, right? Decentralized Pirate Bay, you can download music and all types of stuff on it. They would bring down one server in, I don't know, Switzerland or something like that, and it'll pop up somewhere else. So the same thing with unregulated exchanges, they do the same thing. And, it could be used for nefarious activities, you just don't know. But they pop up and down all the time. So hopefully I addressed your question. So with the decentralized exchanges, they're distinctly different than regulated exchanges, right? They have unique properties and that present challenges, obviously, to the regulators. And what do you think that is? It's run strictly by software. There's no one they can go after, right? You program it, and it executes based on programming, and people buy and sell direct to consumer to consumer, or consumer to product. Another question from Brian? Did he take the microphone away from you? Yeah. Oh, okay. And one thing about these centralized exchanges, they don't hold any funds or manage order books.
Again, Brian Nielsen, Chairman GBA. So the question I have on the decentralized exchanges, you just said that there's no one that they can go after. They can go after the people who coded it. I mean, there is liability in that also, even though they may or may not be receiving remuneration from what they've created. There was something that was exchanged for their efforts.
They can try to find the person that does it, yeah. Maybe they can go after an IP address, I'm not sure. They can bring down websites, right? Find the IP address, find the service provider, and stop it from there. But if something is distributed. So I don't know how they stop the person. I guess they can go at it. It's kind of like catching hackers. You got to find, follow, because you can say follow the money, follow the trail. I guess they could eventually find people that do the decentralized exchanges. But it'll take some time. It's a cat and mouse game, right, between authorities and people doing it. And, if someone wants to bring up a decentralized exchange, again, you just have to stop them, somehow stop them, I guess. The regulators, if they don't want them out there doing bad stuff, they have to find how somehow stop them. It's like network administrators looking at all the data on the network, right? There's so much data. You have to pick somebody that's actually, you got a tip or something that this person's running a bad internet site, or they're running a bad exchange, they need to be tipped off. Or it's like finding a needle in a haystack. There's so much stuff happening out there. A lot of legitimate, a lot of not legitimate, right? So moving on. So with decentralized, thank you for the question, Brian. So all the transactions directly settled on the exchange, like I said, that's a consumer to buyer, but buyer to seller. And it presents challenge, again, like I said, there's no centralized group held accountable. No personal accounts on which to enforce KYC and AML, because they just don't follow that. It cannot be blocked or taken down easily, just mentioned that. And it provides the ability to convert cryptocurrencies into other type of currencies without regulatory oversight. Right? It could help entities avoid international sanctions. I think that's an interesting use case there. I don't know if it ties into something like a DAO, right? But it's interesting. And I don't think it will go away as we keep on moving forward with decentralized finance. And that's it from, I know Brian asked those questions, but that's it from just a AML KYC. And I just want to know who's ready to start a crypto exchange now. Anybody? Decentralized? Yeah. Is there any other questions? I know Brian asked the questions. Any other ones before we move into economic impact? Brian?
So when you said that you don't think that the decks are going to go away, so how are we going to enforce anything from a regulatory standpoint as it impacts consumers and trying to eliminate, issues with nefarious, that was the word you used.
Nefarious.
Actors. How do you go about then managing that from a regulatory standpoint if there's really nothing that we can stop? I mean, we know some of these exchanges, Sushi Swap, Pancake Swap, these are all DEXs that exist, but we also know who they are. And there's other issues that you brought this up in your earlier presentation about the security coins, where they actually go through a blender and try to misalign ownership. So, what is the regulatory perspective as it's going to relate to these challenges?
Yeah. So from a regulatory standpoint, again, I believe it's hard to, if something's decentralized, hard to put some kind of regulation around that. Because just from, I guess, from the past, any type of new regulation comes out, and this has to do with big corporations, right? They have a bunch of lawyers, a bunch of smart people that actually see the loopholes in the regulation, because regulation, I guess, is purposely not quick to change, right? I guess there's a reason behind that, because a lot of regulation takes a long time to change, and people find holes in it, right? But with this technology moving so quickly, regulators trying to keep up, by the time they have some type of regulation for decentralized finance, something's going to change. I mean, there's people. There's good people trying to do good work on it, and then there's also the bad people, whether it's state-run or locally, run within a country, that they're smarter. There's a lot of smart people out there that will eventually see the holes in this type of regulation or policies and laws and find a new way of doing this. Maybe it moves to space. I don't know. Maybe it's the IPFS, right? Interplanetary file system. Yeah. So. I mean, there's always something happening in the future to stop or go past these regulations. It goes back to a cat and mouse game, just like, the cyber experts and hackers. Eventually, there'll be, the regulators will be playing a cat and mouse game with a lot of these decentralized systems. So, and again, it's not all bad. I think it's for good, but a lot of times when we talk about this stuff and learn about it, we see bad immediately. What's the bad in it? So I guess you asked the question if you're glass half full or glass half empty. Is that it, right? Or just glass totally empty? I don't know. But any other questions? No? Oh, yeah.
Bryant did 3, so I figured I got to do 1. What do you see as a way for these exchanges to stand out as towing the line to try to be in regulation versus trying to walk outside of it? Are there any that are doing a good job of, Binance is a great example, why they were able to get approval here in the US versus somebody else? Is there ways in which, we can support some of these non-nefarious actors to make sure that they get the leverage that they need to show, hey, a majority of us are trying to do well? How do you identify one that tends to be more likely to be a better decentralized exchange than something that could turn into something that is probably negative and you don't want to be connected?
Yeah, I would think you go back to regulation. So if you want to make sure you're not shut down and hit with fines, you'll have to work with the regulators, right? So if you want to set up a decentralized exchange, I think you'd have to work with the regulators to see what's right and what's not, right? There's a lot of people that got burned, right, with creating their own ICO, and all of a sudden the SEC comes after them and they get hit, right? But the centralized exchanges, they follow the AML KYC because they're basically getting regulated like a financial institution. The New York, as I mentioned earlier, the New York Department of Financial Services has the BIT license, right? And that's it's really stringent to work with or operate a crypto business in New York. And Circle did it, right? So did Paxos, and I think it goes back to Kraken and all the other ones, Gemini. But I think in order to go forward, and I think there's a lot of good that can happen with these exchanges. And again, I think they'll have to work with the regulators to see how they can, I guess, pass the laws, pass regulation. It's going to have to be a partnership. So I think it's interesting to have, so the banking industry is, obviously struggling, right? I talked about the money service businesses, right? Making more money right now than a lot of the banks, right? So I think that it would be, if you want to actually help with regulation of the crypto markets, you need to bring the crypto groups into it and have a discussion, which is probably, again, puts it on its head. Remember, the bottom line behind Satoshi Nakamoto is peer-to-peer exchange, right? And what the governments are trying to do with this technology kind of flips it on its head, right? So it's kind of, you have the people that, the cypherpunk manifesto, and then you have the people that are trying to use this technology for something totally different. It's going to morph into something else. But then again, you'll have something that's regulated, kind of stay this and go this route, but then you'll have this other people, again, smart people out there trying to do nefarious things, do something totally different. It's just going to continue to grow, and it's moving fast. Yep.
Actually, it's Paul Downing from L4S Corporation. I've got a similar question. I mean, today, you go through a broker who then takes your trade to some form of exchange, and then it's cleared through a central authority. In the DeFi world, you go through a wallet service that takes you to a DEX that's basically cleared through Ethereum. So it's actually a very similar model. And my question is that what do we need to do to get the purists to come to the regulated world? They can't reject it outright because their business model isn't that different than today's clearing mechanisms.
Yeah. So the purist, it's hard. Let's go back to blockchain, right? What's the whole point? What's the incentive for them to come? What's the disincentive for them to break the rules? And they're trying to do that with regulation. That's, the disincentives you get shut down, right? What's the incentive for them to come? What's in it for them? Just to have the eyes from the government on their systems. So maybe we take a play out of the playbook of the purist, right? And also just from I talked about standards, right? I have a big standards background. Think about the ISO standards, right? From ISO. These purists, right, are not going to spend $1,500 for a ISO specification when they're actually, a lot of them are limited. I'm not going to, I better not say that. A lot of them are actually more purist in what they do, right? They're not going to spend $1,500 to follow some kind of specification. They're going to do their own thing. So it's going to be hard. I don't know what the incentive is. I mean, that's a big question. What's the incentive to bring the purists into the regulated type of world? Maybe they don't come, right? I don't know what it is. Okay, cool. Any other questions? I mean, this is great. I love the discussion.
Yeah, my understanding, obviously, and I'm not a financial expert, but KYC obviously has to be done at literally every time you go to a bank. I mean, if I'm dealing with one financial service, they have to do their KYC on me. If I go to another financial service, they do their KYC on me. How long do you think it's going to take for us to establish a standard that says we do KYC one time as part of self-sovereign identity, and it just transfers from one financial service to the other? I mean, the cost savings alone, within the institutional framework, has got to be substantial, to drive something like that.
Yeah, and how do you, how do you ensure the KYC is done once? And so, look, the KYC is a good question, and as we become more and more digital, right, it becomes more and more harder to protect the data, right, from a cyber standpoint, from cybersecurity. Ultimate is paper, right? Whether people have their own idea about paper ballots or paper money. Paper money is the ultimate anonymity, right? I don't know how you take that anonymity and put it into a world where there's KYC and AML. And maybe you build systems where you have privacy by default, right? And then you slowly start taking back the privacy as you start going to the financial entities and talking to the regulators. You give certain access to certain individuals. Or there's anonymity by default, and you start pulling it back. Or again, transparency by default. So maybe there's a way you guys the community can actually do that. But again, I think as everything becomes more digitized, and digital, it becomes harder to have the privacy. Goes back to the GDPR, right? I think, Paul, you missed it. GDPR I talked about earlier today. Again, there's privacy and right to be forgotten, right? I guess there's an exclusion for the KYC and AML to keep track of the information. So I don't know how they actually start becoming lateral and one for one. Brian.
So another question. You brought up GDPR. How are we going to manage GDPR compliance when everything is put on the blockchain and therefore it's immutable?
Yeah, but exactly. That's the whole point, right? So again, as I said earlier, those that were at my first presentation, it's late this morning, right? Geez, already. That was yesterday, but no, I'm joking. So with GDPR, again, I think the GDPR is actually benefiting the privacy advocates out there, and compliance with that is making it hard, right? So you had the logical right to be forgotten, right? I'll call up, please forget my information, right? Imagine telling Facebook to forget my. There's no 1-800 number for Facebook, right? You can't call up and say, I want my stuff taken off Facebook, right? You just got to delete it yourself. I think that's right? So anyway, with the GDPR, right? So there is I want to get my stuff taken off, and then there's the physical takeoff, right? Which is much harder. Again, just trying to figure out how to delete all that information and find that person's information throughout the network is hard. Again, from a business standpoint, the compliance behind it. But again, go back, just read about GDPR and AML, KYC. I don't know how they're going to match up. They're probably working on it. I don't know. Maybe they'll come out with the answer with how they actually can deal with that. But it's a hard piece. Right? Yes. Please help.
Hello, I'm Tatiana Rivoredo from Oxford Blockchain Foundation. I have an article about it on Cointelegraph. But basically, you have new technologies being improved, like zero-knowledge proof, or you can put all personal data outside the blockchain, and then that's it. But please check my article. Everything is really deep in there.
So proof trust, and also then the oracles, right? You have the stuff outside of the Ethereum network, right? And are you an oracle? Sorry? Are you an oracle? Have you met an oracle yet? Person that's an oracle for the Ethereum that validates the information and sets it back? Isn't that what it's called, oracle? Yes. Yeah. Except for Matrix, that's the only oracle I've known, right? But I think it's interesting. Okay, any other questions? No? Oh, there you go, another one.
Hi, it's Donald Chu. How you doing?
Hey.
Also work for the government. Just a quick follow on the GDPR for getting information. I actually don't believe that's fully implemented currently, because if you know anything about computer operation, you know there are backup and backup backups and stuff that archive all over the place, right? So you got lots of them still use tape storage. You think somebody's gonna find your particular data in a particular tape storage back in the vault somewhere and delete just that section of it? I do not believe it. So in fact, blockchain is a new solution, actually allow a possibility for selective removal, which currently we really cannot implement given the current operational status. That's one thing.
That's a great point.
Secondly, I did want to mention this since you raised it a little bit about the anonymity. I mean, cryptocurrency currently, starting with Bitcoin, almost all of them are actually only pseudo-anonymous. They're not truly anonymous, right? I mean, there's been a few effort at it and some people trying it at it again. But Bitcoin being so dominant, what do you guys think? Do you think there's still a chance for truly anonymous, cash replacement, currency, digital currency in the current environment? It's a question for everyone.
Okay, cool. Can I say, yeah, they bring up a good point about the blockchain and using it for, I guess, GDPR compliance. Is that right? So the other one is, I don't know, my belief, again, it's just my opinion, right, is you're going to need fiat and you're going to need cryptocurrency. It's the only way they're going to be able to survive, right? It's not totally going to go away, fiat, right? You'll still have the, well, I can say e-money, right? Because I don't know, did everybody pay paper money for their lunch today, or they use credit card? Bryant, you're the only one who paid paper money? No, I'm joking. Oh, you pay cash? Oh, cool. Okay. I think everybody else did digital. But I think you can talk about e-money, right? The ones and zeros in our bank accounts, right? And crypto still need each other. That's just my point. And I forgot the gentleman that said that everybody has the internet now. I don't think that's true, but especially during COVID, right? Yeah, I don't know if you guys watched Sunday Morning on CBS, and they're talking about people that I don't know what they were talking about from the, I think it was from COVID standpoint, remote work. They don't have the internet, and they get their news from like PBS. They just have like the old, remember the old fancy antennas? So that's all they have, and it was in the Midwest. It's interesting. And also around the world, other countries mainly have they have mobile devices, but mobile networks, and some of them have internet. So, any other questions? I think this is great. I don't know how much time I have for the economic development. Keep on talking. No, I'm joking. Okay, let's get into economic development. So all the global economies are actually embracing the digital financial services as to help them have future growth and also have global competitiveness around the world, right? China's a big example of that. Obviously, the U.S., UK, EU, they see this technology as having a competitiveness around the world and fighting for the dominance of it. I think China beat us in 5G. Now there's 6G for those who don't know about it. So there's 6G coming out, but we'll see what happens with the next technology. Who's going to take dominance of it? And again, it's all a big race to not race to the bottom, but race to the top. So the global pandemic did not lessen the investments into financial technology around the world. They continue to invest a lot of money, all the countries, into financial technology. But the global economies are also looking at ways from a regulation standpoint and law standpoint, not to dampen innovation, but actually try to embrace it. And they're doing that. It's kind of hard, but they're trying to do that. Like I said, the example with Australia is good. They didn't change any of their laws. They sort of are wait to see. And if they need to change any laws from a consumer protection standpoint, then they'll update the existing laws or amend it instead of creating brand new laws. And the big thing here, all the governments around the world, and someone mentioned already, there's digital ID, self-sovereign ID. They're working on that. Obviously working on wallets. Those that have the Apple iPhone OS 15 on their iPhone. You guys have a digital wallet now. I live in Maryland, and they're starting to do the digital driver's license on OS 15 on the Apple phone. Other states are doing the same thing. Eventually, you'll have your mortgage and other stuff that's digitized on your phone, which is interesting. But they're all looking at distributed infrastructures. Those in the DoD, distributed data systems, right? It's been around for a while, but actually we have the technology to make it well. And no, forget I said that, because if you really looked at, when I started looking at blockchain, I started researching distributed systems, and the biggest distributed system that's been out there is planes, right? A lot of these jets have redundant systems when they have A, B, and C, and then when C goes down, A and B take over until C self-corrects itself. So I think it's very interesting. So it's been out there, but they're starting to do more and more research with distributed networks. Infrastructure. Big one's privacy laws. We just talked about that. Another big one is obviously cybersecurity laws. I don't know if we had a session on cybersecurity. That's pretty big. I think blockchain can be used as part of a framework with other tools to help secure the network. Crypto asset laws. Start working on crypto assets. If they can get the definitions right first. And then all these are part of the government's global agenda going forward, or the digital agenda, if you call it. Another thing during the pandemic was the rise of intangible assets. And I'll talk about that definition in a few minutes. But even though the market during 2020 was sort of going down, I have a graph. I do have a graph. The next slide's a graph. And it shows the dip in March, and then all the investments in what our intangible assets are software products, right? Software companies, not a building or anything. They just sort of took off the investments in tangible assets, right? And again, here's the definition in the second bullet. No intrinsic physical properties such as a building. Computer-based assets, brand name, design, research, development, those are all intangible assets. And it grew during the pandemic. It didn't go away. Maybe everybody was taking their unemployment checks and buying stock. Or cryptocurrency, for that matter. But let's show you this slide. This one's, again, this is the data know if you can see that. The data might be a little, again, old, but if you look at, there's not a, is there like a pointer on this thing? No, I guess not. I guess I can point. So over here, you can see in March 2020 right here, had the dip, right? And then after that, everybody started investing. It started going up, dipped down a little bit around September, but everybody was, I guess, at home becoming day traders. And the stock that you see here is just Apple. It's based on, Facebook is the prime on this chart, but you have Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and Google just go crazy because people were investing in it. It's just nuts how it happened during the pandemic. And then the next one, and this gets into the definition, right? People are saying, oh, where do you get the definition for crypto assets as being intangible? But the International Finance Reporting Standards, IFRS, in their June 19 Interpretations Committee meeting, public meeting, gave the definition for crypto assets. It said a holding of cryptocurrency meets the definition of intangible assets as set by IAS 38 on the grounds that, and it goes to A and B. It's capable of being separated from the holder and sold or transferred individually. Does not give the holder a right to receive a fixed or determinable number of units of currency, right? So investments in the cryptocurrencies also rose during the 2020 pandemic. Did it change? There it goes. So here's just an example, and this is has to do with mode banking in Europe. And if you look at it, so it's the black before COVID-19 and then after COVID-19. So the black are Gen Xers, boomers and Gen Xers, and then the red are millennials and Gen Zs. So you can see how much the millennials and Gen Zs have been investing in this is BTC, this is Bitcoin. And then during the pandemic, it just went up as much. So the boomers and the Gen Xs went up 107% during the pandemic. And then the millennials and Gen Zs went up maybe like 6 points, maybe 7 points, to 125 during the pandemic. So before, it was high with the millennials and Gen Zs, and then it just continued after that, investing in it. Yep. Question?
So when you were showing that slide, you use a percentage, but we don't know what the values are that are attached to each of these percentages. So for example, the boomers and Gen Xers could have put in, say arbitrarily, 20 billion, and the millennials had put in 1 billion. And so you look at the percentage and you go, the growth of the millennials is much higher, but is still dwarfed by the value, the total value of these others. Do you have anything that tracks the total value of these investments?
Yeah, the total
versus a percentage?
Oh yeah, so the total value, if you go to, the link's in here, and again, it's in the white paper, you go to Mode Bank, and they break it out a little bit more detailed. Again, for the point of the paper, try to give a high level, and then it's like anybody, I don't know if there's anybody else a researcher in here, you just delve down into the data. So that provides it. So you can go to the link and do that. Again, this slide's 2020, and it'll probably have post-COVID, or if we're post-COVID, right? Tell me we're in post-COVID, right? Say yes. No? Okay. Well, no. Okay, so we're not in post-COVID, so during COVID. So hopefully it have more data, especially for 2021. Again, the paper, I think it's good. It has some historical stuff in it. If you go back to it, I try to update some of these slides before the presentation, and I forgot why it took so long. So it's just straight out of the paper. But you go look at the stuff, you can actually start finding it. I think there's in the report too. We have the Fed's M2 money stock in the paper, but I think the Fed stopped reporting that, the M2 money stock. So you can find it from a historical standpoint. I think you have the line goes all the way up and it just stops. It just sits there. So that's the nature of this data. Again, that it changes so quickly. So going to talking about the European Union. So the trends in the digital finance and innovation of fintechs and also what they call tech fins, have provided new financial tools for the governments, right? Or for the government of the EU, which have both direct and indirect impacts on the European economy. And this is the central bank digital currency, continuously available in interest-bearing wholesale settlements. That's what they're looking at right now. I think they might be looking at some retail, again, from the state member states, but mainly looking at wholesale at this point, well, in 2020. The monetary policy behind it. So the ability to push liquidity into the markets is why they're looking at a digital currency. And then we talk about the algorithms, allows users to support stable coins through recapitalization, mechanism for accounts, lack of collateral, and it goes on from there. Set commission, receive set commission. And then financial inclusion and intermediaries, easy access and disintermediation happens at that point. So I think the European Union came out with MICA in 2000, I think the end of 2020, that talks about a lot of framework that how they're applying this type of technology and fintech in this area. The Middle East. So investment in fintech sectors continue to grow in the Middle East, as I talked about with the regulatory impact. It's evident in increased investment in e-commerce technology, again, due to COVID-19, due to the pandemic, and everybody started doing online shopping, right? So the investment in e-commerce just took off in the Middle East. And just go to the numbers, right? About 105 fintech startups in 2016, and the number was estimated to grow to 205 in 2020. Venture capitalist investments in the Middle East, fintech companies, is expected to grow to $2 billion by 2022. So all those that want to get into this type of business early on, and it's good. I think it's still a kind of a greenfield, maybe not, but so there's a lot of money to be made out there, a lot of solutions, and you hear that during this presentation, and or not my presentation, but during this workshop session, get together. I don't know what it's called. And here's some numbers from the Middle East. This is from Deloitte, and it just talks about that the fintech maturity, that it's actually just growing. So. You know, you can look at it from the fintech maturity standpoint. We could talk about deployment, but you know, how mature is the customers regard to the fintech use? It's just again education of people in the Middle East, and if they use type of what we call financial technology solutions. In Africa, so Africa is the top growing African regions that are offering mobile banking solutions. Infrastructure, biometrics include Kenya, Ghana, and Ethiopia. Again, I think I forgot what it's called in Kenya, but they use the mobile networks. K-Pesa, right? M-Pesa. M-Pesa, yeah. So M-Pesa in Kenya. What's interesting behind that, essentially they store all their value, all their money on their SIM card. Right, and essentially they take that SIM card almost like their bank account and put it in their shoe, or they wrap it up in aluminum foil and put it in their, you know, in their pants or in their belt or something. So they walk around with these values on the SIM card through this solution with M-Pesa. It's interesting that the banking industry didn't want anything to do with M-Pesa until they saw how much money they made. Now they offer M-Pesa through the banking industry in Kenya. The 2020 Blockchain African Conference highlighted how blockchain technology helped overhaul Africa's trade finance supply chain networks. Again, by, you know, kind of preach to the choir, by traceability, by transparency. Yeah, you can audit it, the efficiency and security than traditional networks in Africa. And cryptocurrency ownership is high. And I mentioned this during the regulatory part. The cryptocurrency ownership is high in South Africa, and it could be by the high inflation rate that's happening in Africa. And I forgot, I think it's like, yeah, there you go, South Sudan rates, it's just crazy, 83.5%. It's just nuts how high the inflation rate's out there, and a lot of them are offsetting that with using the cryptocurrency. Doesn't need to be that high. So here's some examples of cryptocurrency ownership. Worldwide is in, if you can see it, I guess that's what, aqua color, and the other one's supposed to be blue. I think it's blue up there, dark blue. And then you see Ghana, you see Kenya at 5%, right? And you can see Ghana at 6%. Nigeria at 11%, South Africa at 13%. Again, it's selected countries for the cryptocurrency numbers of ownership. And this is 2020. Let's talk about the Russian Federation. So Russia had the third most developed fintech market in the world next to China and India, which is interesting. The Central Bank of Russia released guidelines for fintech development from 2018 to 2020, essentially to promote competition in the financial markets. So Russian technology, rise of financial inclusion, reduced risks and costs, ensured security and stability by applying these fintech technologies. Like I said, just like China has the 13th, 5th year plan, and then they have other different plans going on too. Russia has the same thing to revitalize their economy, and they're using fintech, blockchain technologies to do that. So Russian citizens, again, this has to do with education and their understanding of financial tech-related services. It's at 82% awareness, and it was between 81 and 86%, according to the 2019 Ernst & Young report. And this, I think I have a picture of it, yeah. Here. Just talks about it, payments and remittances, insurance, InsurTech. I don't think if you have anybody in here who's attended an InsurTech conference, it's pretty interesting. Financing and wealth management. Again, this is just projected growth in the various Russian fintech industry in 2020, 2018 to 2020. Now the United States. So going back to the whole thing during the recession, even though that the stock market rose 55% from March 2020 into October 2020. Again, this is what the numbers are for. Again, there's heavy investments into intangible assets. It's very similar to the slide I showed before, just people investing in Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. So the economic development standpoint, so even though everybody's investing in intangible assets for software companies and stuff like that, it's been Bitcoin and Ethereum and a lot of the cryptocurrencies remain high in development standpoint. This is just showing Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and Ripple. You can see again during March it dropped down, but it continued to go up, just like the rest of the stock market during the pandemic. Again, it goes back that it's interesting that the governments are pumping so much money to keep the economy afloat. In the meantime, everybody's investing in intangible assets, investing in fintech and in cryptocurrency. So you guys were busy during the pandemic. And investors, it's from an investment standpoint, invest in blockchain-related companies, and these are actually ETFs here. So again, you see the major dip down around March 2020, and they just continue to go up. People just investing in this stuff. And maybe it's a good sign. Again, people saying that we're going to come out of this and this technology, and we'll be fine with all the financial technologies. And one thing you got to consider too, it goes back to remote work. Everybody's remote work. Is everybody here still remote work? Are we back in the office? So there you go. Are we ever going to go back to work? Yeah, there you go. No. You said Bryant wants you to go back to work. Go back to work now. No, but I think it's interesting. But I think a lot of technology. How many of you guys bought new equipment for your home office? Okay. How many people renovated their house for a new office? How many people separated so they wouldn't have to deal with their family in a tough shed? She shed? There you go. So, but yeah, there's I started a new position during the pandemic, and what I did is I moved my monitor to the right side of the desk to the left side of the desk, and that was my new office. So let's talk about Canada. So Canada's technology sector is expected to grow from 2019 to 2027 with demand in machine learning. Now this is interesting. So Canada has been they've been doing a lot of development in blockchain technology since I think 2009 or something like that. I think I have a slide on that on the next page. But they're looking for talent. They're hiring people. Again, the pandemic hurt their economy, hurt a lot of people's economy because no one could travel. But they're looking at talent in machine learning, robotics, augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain, Internet of Things, and any type of emergent technology that's coming up, I guess now. And Canada's been heavily invested, like I said. I said 2009, since 2012. and it continues to grow. And the ICTC stated that in a report that the number of new blockchain firms have grown 25% in 2019, and they expect it to grow in 2020 and 2021. So here's an example. So, well, I was right, 2008 is when they actually started doing a lot of the blockchain sector growth. And it's hard to see up there, but for example, the dark blue at the bottom is really just cryptocurrency growth. The darker blue above cryptocurrencies, finance and fintech. And then you go further up and you start getting into education, retail, consumer, and supply chain. And then what's interesting is management consultant and law, which is interesting. I don't know how that deals, what that deals, how you deal with the blockchain. Maybe it's storage of reports or something. Okay, Latin America. So fintech plays obviously an important role in Latin America, economic recovery. And I'm not going to read this whole thing, but it's mainly talking about, it's from the UN, and it's talking about that the UN and the ECLAC, which is Latin America, EC, I forgot what EC stands for, but they're actually investing a lot in fintech and science and technology investment for at schools to encourage women and men not to have gender bias, go across the barriers, women and youth, to get more involved with fintech technology and pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. So they're actually invested in this type of technology for, I guess, workplace development. So, but one bad thing about it is I said that the wealth gap's kind of grown in Latin America because of the pandemic. But Latin America traditionally had a lot of I guess, transactions in cryptocurrency, but during the pandemic, they had the lowest growth in cryptocurrency markets compared to the rest of the world. And this is, if you guys know Chainalysis report that came out. So you just see it from above. It sort of dropped down in 2019 and 2020, right? Just talking about the investment of cryptocurrency remittances going into Latin America and money coming out. It slowly started to grow again, but it dropped from 2019 to June, or July 2019 to June 2020. Okay, now Japan. Just like anything else, the investments in blockchain-related technologies increased in 2020. What's interesting here is the breakdown here. So the most active areas in blockchain initiatives in this type of fintech technology. What do you think it's in? Can anybody say? It's retail, right? And they're actually big in entertainment, right? So the first one's retail from cryptocurrency or blockchain-related products, and the next one is retail, or I'm sorry, entertainment, because they're big gamers. I guess I don't know if they did CryptoPunks there or not. Next one is Singapore. Singapore is heavily invested in fintech innovation, and this is Singapore dollars, right? 125 million package supports Singapore's broader agenda to establish a fintech ecosystem. And just talks about investments has grown, totaled 661 million in 2019, and doubled that, it's doubled from 2018, due in part into Singapore actually attracting investors. Okay, attracting investors. So it just talks about the adoption. If you look at the page, UK was the top from fintech adoption rates in selected markets, and Singapore's second at 67%. But that's trying to have investors come, like Bahrain is having a fintech hub so investors can come in there and do their fintech innovation. Japan has got hit a couple times because a lot of their work with fintech companies, they were kind of making it hard for non-Japanese companies to do work in Japan. But they've slowly been trying to change that because, again, you can't not have other people come in to do work, do business in your country, or you're going to lose out in this quick-paced market. This is talking about just economic development in Singapore, and you can see it that they lead with ICOs in 2018. Well, the U.S. actually led, and then Singapore came in second. Let's see. Got economic development. How long do I have? You said 2 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, good. because we're going to get into, after Australia, we get into China. So Australia development, they have a digital business plan that provides a digital infrastructure package that will increase Australia's GDP by 6.8 billion per year by 2024. And then they also included additional projected 1.5 billion to regional Australia each year. And it talks about, money going to the 5G network rollout. What's interesting here is 11.5 million of a new regulatory initiative to support digital technology firms in Australia. And then 6.9 million blockchain pilots to reduce business compliance costs. And this is just a report from KPMG, then the next slide, talking about the Australian fintech sector, how it grew 520 million in the first half of 2020, which is substantial increase from 206 million in 2019. It's really small, and if you can see that, but it's just grown. Australia is the second one. It's grown 58%. And so think about China with their development. So the fintech investment in China dropped. When did China start their industrial revolution? You guys know? They started late. They started 1970s, right? So I'm not going to go through all the industrial revolutions, but and they've been heavily invested in any type of technology. So even though they dropped in 2018, they had they dropped 167 yuan, right? Yuan. In 2018 to 12 billion, which is 1.9 million in 2019. But the statements from the government, Chinese government, they're still doing this whole 13th, 5th initiative, and they're doing other digital initiatives too. They want to spur more blockchain technology research in the future, and it's part of their whole strategic vision. You can go out there and look at it. The document's big. It includes a lot of stuff in there. And this slide is just showing you, and this is a little bit different, right? We usually read from left to right. This one's going from right to left. So it's just talking about from 2019 how much R&D expenditure compared to GDP China spent. So China's the light blue, and it's going down to the left. Okay, and this is India. We're wrapping it up now. So India's investment in fintech has continued to rise, right? Fintech startups receive about 117 billion, 1.6 billion in U.S. in 2020, and has increased from 2019 of 726 million. So the fintech deals, which is interesting, in Q1 of 2020 equaled 1 billion and 646 million respectively, right? This is up from 454 million in 2019. So again, it's just showing all these reports and all this information, just showing that they have investment and capital investment and investors are working in each of the countries. And it really ties to their regulation. The regulation is not that tight on a lot of these. If they're banned, then they don't have that many people investing in it. But what's interesting with India, they didn't have really a stance on cryptocurrency. And I think I think they sued the central bank, or they sued the Minister of Finance to get some type of results back on a comment about cryptocurrency. And I think it ruled in favor of cryptocurrency. And then once they did that, all these investors were invested in India's blockchain and cryptocurrency markets. And just this slide just shows that there's venture capitalist investors are still looking to India as a long-term investment. And these are some of the investors that are part of the blockchain ecosystem in India. And is that it? That's it. So it's a lot. It's a lot, people. So if there's any questions, just let me know. Are you guys thoroughly asleep? There's a lot of information in such a short time, right? There's a lot of information in the paper. You can download the impact of cryptocurrency adoption on government. It's on the GBA website. The data that's in this report it's already historical. It's already old, but you should actually look at it from a historical standpoint. It's very good. And then feel free to email me anytime. There's a lot of stuff. There's other white papers coming from GBA. As I mentioned, we're looking at doing a paper from how the coin networks can help from a human rights standpoint. So expect some other stuff coming out, and hopefully you guys have a good rest of the session. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. All right, up next we have some videos. This one's going to be from Tom Plunkett talking about starting blockchain government projects. Following that, we'll do a message from one of our sponsors, and then we'll have an opportunity to do a little bit of show and tell where you can come up and do essentially let the crowd know and everybody know kind of what you're working on and who you are. So we'll do that for a couple minutes, and then we'll move into the next piece.
Thanks for listening to this presentation on starting government blockchain projects. My name is Tom Plunkett, and I'm going to be talking about how government blockchain projects can be performed in a faster and easier approach. I myself have seen several government projects that I'll be using throughout this presentation as examples. So to begin with, I think we're all pretty much familiar with the fact that today we have fractured data silos in many enterprise ecosystems where we've got multiple agencies, companies, lots of different records. They're scattered across systems of record. And all of this might be part of a single supply chain or business process, but you're maintaining all of these different locations where the data, in many cases, contradicts itself. And there's an expensive reconciliation process that's inefficient and costs a lot and is vulnerable to attacks. Blockchain, however, can solve that problem. You can bring in an enterprise blockchain that's resilient, scalable, and it becomes a shared single source of truth with non-repudiation, consensus, traceability, and immutability. As opposed to the old days where we called our systems sources of truth, they really weren't. Instead, they were a local source of truth. Whereas now with blockchain, we can get a true shared single source of truth with non-repudiation and immutability, traceability, and consensus. So when you talk about blockchain, you hear people talk about a wide range of different blockchains. Many people talk about the public blockchains, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the cryptocurrency, permissionless anonymous blockchains. However, there's a range of blockchains. You've got private blockchains that are typically in a single organization. You've got federated or consortium blockchains, which might be among multiple organizations. And you could even have a public permission blockchain, which is multiple organizations, but still with public access. Now, depending on the type of blockchain you choose, can have significant impact on the applicants who can participants who can participate. It can have an impact on performance and security from a transaction speed perspective, and so on. The public blockchains require significant security protocols, which results in a relatively slow transaction speed. Bitcoin, for example, can do something like 4,000 transactions every 10 minutes. Whereas Visa can do something on the order of 50,000 transactions a second. That's quite a big difference in transaction processing. Generally speaking, the more private the blockchain, the faster the transaction speed is going to be. Furthermore, private and federated blockchains can rely on additional security capabilities that your public blockchains cannot. So my focus in this lecture is going to be on private and federated blockchains, which are more efficient than public blockchains and are easier to secure. So why is blockchain a compelling solution for government agencies? Well, government agencies are attracted to the non-repudiation because that reduces risk of fraud. They're interested in the tamper-proof, tamper-evident records for auditing purposes and for proving that, there's been no manipulation of the public records. Having this shared single source of truth is very important from a transparency perspective for the government, as well as having faster transactions and improved citizen experience and lower transaction costs and reduced risk of human errors and fraud. All of these are valuable benefits for why government agencies are adopting blockchain technology. Now, there are many possible blockchain scenarios. Some of the questions you can think about when you're considering typical blockchain scenarios focus on questions about, do your business processes cross divisional or organizational boundaries? Do cross-system discrepancies impact your operations? Is there less than full trust among the various parties? Some typical enterprise scenarios for blockchain include reducing friction in transactions, securely maintaining decentralized records, tracking products and materials, and so on. But one thing to keep in mind whenever you look at a suggested checklist of questions to consider for blockchain scenarios is that this is very new technology. Imagine, for example, we're talking about the World Wide Web. And imagine it's back to 1995, some 25 years ago when the World Wide Web was brand new. Back then, there were lots of early adopters who were writing checklists about when you should consider building a website. Today, nobody really looks at a checklist like that because web technology is well understood and it's mature. But blockchain is not well understood and mature. And so we do have a lot of these checklists and people are trying to apply them to see if blockchain is a good choice for their problem. And the unfortunate answer is, while these checklists help, they don't really answer the question. Because blockchain technology is so new that there are no checklists that are optimal for determining whether or not blockchain is truly a good fit for your problem scenario. Instead, you'll have to look at the use case yourself, try it out, and then discover. If we went back to my example of 1995 in the web, no one would have said, oh, a great use case for the web is social media, or a great use case for the web is search engines, or a great use case for the internet is going to be smartphones. None of those technologies and use cases had really been conceived of back in 1995 at the early days of the web. Facebook, YouTube, and on and on. All of the modern technologies we use today on the web simply weren't conceived of back in 1995. And it's the same thing with blockchain. There are many, many applications on blockchain that will be coming in the future that we simply can't conceive of today. And so any checklist you see like this one, you should always take with a grain of salt. It's got some useful guidance in it, but there are many potential use cases for blockchain technology that aren't covered by a checklist like this. So I'm going to walk through a very straightforward use case of an HHS blockchain project to give you an idea of how rapidly you can bring a blockchain project into the federal government and bring it into production. So here's an example of rapid blockchain implementation using cloud computing. We did a first demo of a prototype to Health and Human Services and Abbott Labs in September of last year, a year ago, September 2020. 3 months later, we won first place against over 35 competing solutions in the HHS Design-a-thon, basically a hackathon where we showed our design off and various parties voted on it, and we ended up winning first place for this blockchain project that we call the COVID-19 Immutable Test Results Blockchain Project. Basically providing immutability and non-repudiation and auditing capability for COVID-19 test results. So for the pipeline between the labs and the government agencies that would then display those test results to the citizens. And this way you can prove there's been no manipulation of the test results between the labs that originally entered the test results all the way to the government dashboards. In January 2021, only 4 months after our first demo of our prototype, this project was live in production. That's how fast you can go into production if you're using a blockchain implementation that's based on cloud computing technologies. By March 2021, 2 months later, we had a conditional authority to operate granted, and we were able to put PII data on the blockchain. In May 2021, this project won an innovation award from ACT-IAC, a government industry think tank, competing against over 75 other government projects. By September 2021, 1 year later, we're still in production. We're approaching a full authority to operate. And at this point, millions of COVID-19 test results have been processed through this HHS COVID-19 blockchain. And so that's a tremendous amount of capability within a single year. Had we not gone with cloud computing, had we gone with a traditional on-premise infrastructure, it could have delayed our project by at least 6 months. You know, if you've got a very long cycle for developing your project, if you're planning to develop your project over multiple years, then certainly you can consider going a traditional on-premise technology and not bother with cloud computing. However, if you've got a rapid need to bring your project into fruition, if you want to rapidly innovate, cloud computing can really help. And so that's the benefit of cloud for this project, particularly when we're dealing with this fast-changing pandemic. Cloud computing really solved many of the problems we faced. Here's a look at some of the more details of the project we did with HHS. There were concerns with current test submissions. You know, many of the labs had ad hoc processes and tools for publishing their results to the government. There were human errors in the data, mistransfers of data. There wasn't built-in tracking between the lab tests and the government. There were lots of risks and concerns about fraud or data tampering, manipulation, and there was inconsistent treatment of patient health information and PII. And that becomes even more important when you consider testing outside the lab. You know, home test kits at venues, like event venues. So there's a lot of concerns with the test submissions, and so we're bringing in this blockchain capability to provide tracking and auditability, as well as assurance of what's really going on. So the blockchain nodes in this blockchain are lab dedicated or shared for at anywhere reports. There's public key signed messages for non-repudiation and integrity of the results. There's local ledger copies. So, you know, you can do verification, the data hasn't been manipulated. This is distributed ledger architecture enhanced with, you know, chain validation. There's multiple products here that are being used to actually pull this off besides blockchain. But just to give you an idea of walking through the network here, on the left-hand side, we've got Abbott Labs' reporting node into the blockchain. Down below, we've got a Waters HHS Gov shared node that many different vendors can use. We've got other labs that can come in through other nodes. Over on the right, we've got an Oracle blockchain platform node for HHS, and there's a CDC node. The HHS node then can publish data to HHS Protect, the public data hub. Other components like analytics can be applied to process the information. So that gives you a basic idea of what the architecture looks like. As I mentioned earlier, we've got a number of different labs submitting data, Abbott, Illum, LifePoint, and so on. Now that's just one example of a blockchain project in the government. There are obviously many other blockchain projects in the government. Here's an example of some of the other projects that Oracle's been working on with different government agencies, both in the US and abroad. I'm not going to go through all of these various projects, but you can see things like visa status, lottery tickets, artificial intelligence, machine learning, audit tracking, e-voting, secure logistics documents, export-import certificates. I mean, there's a lot of interest in blockchain projects around supply chain, identity tracking, taxes, scholarships, identity sharing, and so on. There's a lot of potential use cases for government agencies, and a lot of government agencies in the US and around the world are experimenting with blockchain in different areas. So again, Oracle Blockchain is a great approach to rapidly take a concept and turn it into a production system. We designed an Oracle Blockchain Cloud service as well as an on-premise version that's easy to deploy, easy to integrate with back office, easy to secure, and then easy to monitor and manage. Essentially, we took the open source Hyperledger Fabric project and added some enterprise capabilities to it to make it extremely easy to adopt and deploy in production rapidly. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for listening to my suggestions for how to rapidly start a government project regarding the blockchain. If you're interested in learning more about Oracle Blockchain, feel free to visit some of these websites or to download a free version, a free copy of Oracle Blockchain Platform Enterprise or Oracle Blockchain Platform Cloud at those links. Thank you for your time and enjoy the conference.
All right, great. So the next piece should be a short video from one of our sponsors. They do a lot of work with local communities, and we're excited to show you a little bit more about them. It may take a minute, but we'll get it up in just a second.
Hey, Rob.
Yeah.
So what I was hearing in there is the role of cloud computing and blockchain, and I wish that there was a way to interview presenters.
Yes.
But is there any discussion in the room or any knowledge in the community about the importance of platforms in regards to what Tom was saying in the agility and speed to delivery?
And that's a question for the room while we wait.
I mean, I'd like to hear what the experts in the room think having watched that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here, Sandy.
Well, Mark, you're perfect always for this kind of thing. So the speed and the agility to delivery, speed and agility to delivery, that's really interesting, that was spoken about. So what is the thought in the community here in regards to cloud platforms and the roles those play? And then we can move on to open source platforms and open brokers as opposed to cloud-specific brokers, because again, blockchain has the architecture, but without the compute. You know, where are we? So your thoughts, Mark, and other people, I really would value hearing from this community. Over.
Does anyone have a response? You, Mark? Yes. I got you. You're already standing. It was directed. I got you. Yeah.
So we've got the GBBP, and what that is it's a Hyperledger Besu blockchain, which is open source, and everything is available. We run it on a standard Ubuntu 20.04, which is the most current version. Realistically, it shouldn't matter whether you're in the cloud, on-prem, or what you're doing, because as long as you have the machine, you know, getting Ubuntu 20.04 on is relatively trivial. Downloading Besu is relatively trivial. There are, unfortunately, a lot of tricks to get Besu's various capabilities working together. There's probably a 6-month learning curve on that. But once you do that, that actually isn't too tough either. So I don't believe where you're hosted really has any effect at all on time to project completion. Did that answer the question you asked, or?
Well, it is an answer, but I want to hear if there's more thoughts on that, because there's still the development as well as the actual running. So one is developing and to deliver it, and then the other is putting it up and running. And I am not a blockchain developer. I have taken the courses on that. That's a different situation.
So most of the time, blockchain development doesn't involve that much actual blockchain work. It's mostly a matter of course, speccing the system out, writing the small number of smart contracts, but then the vast majority of the effort tends to be in the user interface. And they're just pretty simple API calls to call your blockchain smart contracts. Normally, a developer will actually write the blockchain smart contracts on a blockchain on his local machine or her local machine. There's the Ganache test blockchain that you can install on your PC in 5 minutes, and you can test all Ethereum smart contracts against that. That's, again, how we're doing it with the GBBP. Turning around stuff is actually very quick. I don't feel as if these are the choices that make a difference in time to market or time to completion.
Could it make a difference in that government marketplace that they're addressing as opposed to an open marketplace? Because in that COVID-19, working with government, which that was about, is a different type of animal where there is a certain level of trust that the government does not necessarily have that has to be earned.
Right, and that's an entirely different question, because as with a lot of technology, it actually isn't the technology that's causing the decisions and the restrictions and everything else. Again, this is a trust question. Who do you trust to host you? It doesn't matter technically who it is, really. I mean, it actually is a very minimal setup, provided that they have the necessary infrastructure to provide backup, fault tolerance, trust and everything else necessarily. But I don't think it comes down to a technology issue.
Okay, good question, Sandy. People can find you at the reception and maybe answer that for you. All right, great. All right, so here's a message from one of our sponsors.
City. So Intercoin essentially is about launching a payment platform to allow any community to have its own currency.
Intercoin is a native token, bridge currency between communities, and be interoperable between blockchains.
Hey everyone, I'm Greg. Hi, I'm Jason. And together, we started a company called Intercoin in late 2007. And even until now, decentralized crypto just hasn't gone mainstream.
It's been 10 years since Bitcoin was introduced, and hardly anyone uses it to actually pay for things. The dream of cryptocurrency replacing fiat in everyday transactions has not come true. What happened?
One reason is because it just doesn't scale technologically to support that volume of transactions. The second reason is Bitcoin is limited in supply, so it keeps rising in price. Nobody wants to spend it if it's going up in price.
Most cryptocurrencies became a store of value and speculative investments, and they are not being used by people as a medium of exchange. So, what if someone built a payment network designed to work more like the internet? That's Intercoin.
We use a distributed system, DLT, that is I like to call beyond blockchain or a non-blockchain.
Intercoin is attempting several different approaches to scaling, but one of the things that handles the local coffee transaction is that would be implemented at the community coin level. where the community coins would each be storing their own local transactions, and that these would not be broadcast out to the whole network. When someone is doing a transaction then between communities, it would go through Intercoin.
Your currency is only really for your community. It always circulates within your community, so you never really run out of it. This is an important point. You can run out of dollars, you can run out of euros, but when you issue your own currency, it's circulating in your city. None of them have had a successful universal basic income released like Alaska does. And that's because they are trying to fund it using federal currency. They're trying to get enough dollars into their fund and then distribute the fund. The problem with that is that money will leave the economy. People will buy things on Amazon. People will go on Robinhood and invest in cryptos, and that doesn't go into the city. So they're not buying local, they're not doing anything local. What they need to do is do the UBI, but pay it out in their own city's currency.
Bitcoin is actually a reversion to commodity money as a way of trying to address the flaws and the mistrust that we have in the dominant money system, the fiat money system. It can serve to some extent as a stopgap, but it's not the ultimate solution.
But these are always going to be subordinated to the enormous concentration of power within the economic system, which affects everything.
I think out of all the ideas I've heard in the space, this is probably the single biggest market that is possible. Intercoin essentially could be the one intermediary that links almost all communities worldwide, regardless of what they do. Not only in terms of commerce, but almost any other actions that community does.
But if you just have your currency, how do people cash it out? Intercoin helps with that.
The advantage is that people start to prefer paying local vendors because they don't want to lose that 10% cashing out and paying Amazon. Vendors begin to prefer paying local workers, so they no longer outsource a lot of their stuff. And the local economy is strengthened.
A lot of investors want to invest and pre-buy these tokens because we are actually solving payments. Intercoin essentially is a limited supply, and the more communities need Intercoin to power their community, the more demand there is for it.
As long as there is a need to exchange value in some form, Intercoin, as a simple implementation, can achieve that.
Democracy, poverty reduction, and cryptocurrency.
Intercoin is a revolutionary way to solve the many failings of economics today. Instant transactions, real transparency, and true democratic control of policy. Sound money, individual choice, true democracy. These are the values we promote. You've seen just a few possible applications of Intercoin. Once Intercoin launches, developers around the world will come up with lots of new ways to help communities manage their own money. And that's why we're so excited about this project. Intercoin, empowering communities.
All right, great. So next we're going to do essentially a little show and tell, open mic. And we're going to rotate through people. If anybody wants to, who hasn't made it up to stage and wants to come up and talk about who they are and what they're doing, we'll rotate through and we'll give about a minute per person. So if anybody wants to come up, we can run through that. And then once we're through that, we'll do about 10 minutes and then we'll go to break. So at this point, you can line up and go. Randall, it looks like you're first.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. My name is Randall Lee Pyers. I don't know if you heard this before or not, but yeah, I've been with GBA since first handful of people. Atlanta was the third chapter. I might have recruited a lot of the other chapters as well over the years. I was very, very much involved with GBA up until COVID, and then ended up starting a company. The company's done very well. So I don't know if anybody's heard of Helium before. It's like a top 60 token. My company is called Emirate.io. You can go to that website right now and sign up for a free Helium miner that we will send to you, and then we do a revenue share program. EMRIT.io. So that's the name of the company. I'm a co-founder. It was actually founded by a 10-year-old boy. The origin story on YouTube is pretty cool. He's like 13 now. So with this one, we're pretty much in 50 countries all over the world. We're the #1 distributor and miner of this. And with this, the ultimate goal is to be able to empower the communities, right? The function of it is for IoT sensing. So just Internet of Things, pretty much a bajillion different sensors that you can use. Next month, we're rolling out 5G as well. So then basically we're decentralizing the wireless networks of the world, right? And we provide the peer-to-peer, end-to-end encrypted pipes that are encrypted. So sensor, not encrypted, maybe it is, but that's not our part. We're the transfer layer in the middle, and then you point it to wherever you want it to end up at, in the cloud or your own home server or something like that. So yeah, free money, and helps empower communities and accelerate the sovereign individual and freedom, right? Tools of freedom. So we'll have a totally global network around the whole world. Started when there was about 1,000 units. We're up to around 200,000 around the world, and it grows probably about 1% a day. So, come help us build the world's first and largest decentralized wireless network. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have a second volunteer? Anyone want to come up? We'll just have you guys line up.
Hello, my name is James Schlimmer. It's actually my first GBA event from Naples, Florida. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of a company called Equity Real Estate Services. It's an affiliate of one of the largest self-directed IRA custodians in the country, specialize in real estate investments. I am all things passionate about real estate. My background is 10 years, real property data, title insurance. One of the ventures that I created is called eFSBO. We're essentially a 100% online residential real estate transaction without a real estate agent, and I'm kind of launching that in the state of Florida right now. My next step with my team is we're building a listing component where folks would list their property. I want to plug into my local municipality, which is Collier County, Florida, and be able to work with them in a pilot program about their real property data. A lot of times you hear when we talk about like land titling, you're only hearing one aspect. That's like the clerk of courts in your local county. But in order for like a seamless real estate transaction that's trusted to happen on a chain, you need all the aspects of real property data, the same data that we use today to ensure the transaction. Tax collector, property appraiser, permits, water, all of those things. I want to be able to get these folks to house their data up into NewCo, which essentially that would plug in, and then my listing component would plug into that essentially. So I came here really just to hopefully learn as much as possible, and that's what I'm doing. Chopping wood down in Florida. Would love to meet you, love to talk to you sometime, and that's what we're doing.
I'm Travis Hoban. I'm a member of the Provo City Council. Provo is a city in Utah County, so I work closely with the Utah County folk who are doing some amazing things with voting and marriage licenses and such. So I'm here for two reasons. So come up and talk to me if you got any ideas around the following. So one would be bringing blockchain to our city, and then two, that's my side gig, my day job. I'm CTO for a software company. We work with small banks and credit unions, and so I'm here to learn how I might be able to take blockchain to help our customers, who are small banks and credit unions, to transform their business, incorporate blockchain into their business. So a couple ideas there. If you see me tonight, you want to chat, would love to talk.
Awesome, thank you.
Raphael Moyden, Minnesota Blockchain Initiative. I'm also an investor in the blockchain space. Part of the state organization, one of the conversations, we have a monthly States Association blockchain call, and we talk about how things are going. People like Texas share what's going well, Wyoming. And then there's other states that sometimes share that things didn't work out. We had North Carolina, which wasn't able to get their sandbox figured out necessarily. What we're trying to do is, in my opinion, what we have is an issue of we need to craft a narrative. And the narrative needs to be specific to each individual person. Real estate, you know, an individual distributed network. Everybody has their own concern. What we're trying to do through the states associations, and what I'm trying to, I don't know how I stepped into it, but we're trying to get as many use cases from each state that has an impact. And if you're willing to share something like that so that we can turn it to the greater group, so that when we're having a conversation and somebody says, you know, I'm not really sure how it's going to work for small banks or credit unions, we can say, you know what, in Provo, Utah, there's a small credit union that does exactly this. Because we need to be able to speak specifically to the issue and the question that is a fear for them. And as we can allay those fears, we can then have the conversations with them in a way that we hope we don't have to do the backtracking away from, oh, it's good for buying drugs and laundering money. So if you guys are willing to participate and send us as many different things that are happening in your sphere, we can then share that amongst a larger group and then be able to speak intelligently as a community, as a whole, to say this is how things are happening, this is the sea change. So if you guys are interested, please connect with me. I'm here for the next couple of days as well, so I can set up some meetings outside. But otherwise, the goal is for all of us to provide the best information to people who are still afraid of blockchain because it's going to touch their life whether they like it or not. I don't want them to be scared about it anymore.
Quick question. What is the, in regards to regulations and policies that control the sharing of use cases and solutions in the proposed library?
So we actually just started having this conversation a couple of weeks ago. It was kind of spontaneous in the state's call. And I had said, you know, what if we had a sports center, you know, a 30-minute update on a YouTube channel using some of the influencers that we have already in crypto that are able to say, hey, here's what's going well, and here's what's not going well. Here's where we're getting pushback. And I think if we can develop a system where we share it via a blockchain, if you guys aren't familiar, it's a way for us to allow permissions to one another. If we can share that information without sharing the IP, all I need is a conceptual idea of what you're willing to share that you're involved in that we can share that has benefited someone.
So in your mind, would the, like a sharing library,
Correct.
So you have a library system and they all share books, so not all of them have to have the same copy of the same book everywhere.
Correct.
Then the, basically the library cards are what's created for, blocks are created from. Is that how you're envisioning it?
At this point, it's honestly, people are sending us emails, people are sending us articles, and people are telling us in a very succinct manner the Cliff Notes version of what the larger use case is, so that we can say if somebody asks you about a grocery store, they can talk about a grocery store in Brooklyn that was able to implement how they use Bitcoin within their neighborhood and how they were able to bring more people on, empower them with wallets and allow them to buy that way. All we need is ways in which we can show, I want 1,000 different ways for us to say that blockchain is not used for nefarious purposes. It's used as a whole, on the majority, for people to do good things. And if your concern is, I'm going to use the library example, if your concern is how does it affect the library, I don't know that, but he might work with a library in Memphis that has done that, so I can answer that in a way that says if you want more information, I can send it to you. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. All right, one more. This will be the last one, then we'll go to break.
Wasn't expecting to, but I got a 20-minute slot shot. I'm Dennis Vasiliotis. I'm president of the South Carolina Emerging Technology Association. We just recently rebranded from Palmetto Chain, and we've expanded our initiative into 12 different critical and emerging technologies, obviously to include distributed ledger. But in concert with what's going on at the national defense level, we felt as though, because we didn't quite meet our goal of being second to Wyoming, it was time to make a change. So we really have broadened our initiative and are looking specifically at the niche of Bitcoin mining and mining in South Carolina for site survey work specifically. We've gotten, we were told that South Carolina wasn't competitive in this area by some miners, actually. So we really went to work to figure out why we were not. And what we found was that we just weren't taking advantage of all the opportunities that were there, both from the incentives that the state provides for data center location, as well as all the other different credits that may come up. So we're down in the neighborhood of around 3.5 to 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour for mining operations in South Carolina. We've got anywhere from 20 to 30 sites right now that are on our list, and we are anxious to expand that focus and really have a very vibrant industry in the state. So I want to just take the opportunity to thank everybody. Gerard Daché has been a wonderful supporter of our organization since its inception. We first filed our omnibus, I think it was probably the first omnibus blockchain bill in the country back in 2019, and I didn't have anybody else to talk to. I called Gerard. He was the guy that answered my call. So, fully support everything that GBA is doing. We're anxious to bring the GBA into a bigger focal point in South Carolina and work with everybody, that's interested in the great Palmetto State of South Carolina. And I do have some lapel pins left somewhere if anybody wants one. So,
Awesome. Thank you. Look forward to working with you. All right, on that note, we will go ahead and take a break. We should be meeting back in about 20 minutes, 4 o'clock for the next topic. So this next section that we have is going to be on continuing education. Some of these are opportunities to get discounted rates and get some good education outside of this opportunity. We're going to start with Don Tapscott's organization. Go ahead.
In 2008, a financial crisis swept across the globe, and unbeknownst to most people, around the same time, an anonymous person or persons named Satoshi Nakamoto created Bitcoin, the world's first cryptocurrency. In doing so, Satoshi also created a new technology called blockchain. Over a decade later, most of the world's companies are just beginning to grasp the enormous implications of this blockchain technology on business and on the world. This isn't just about a new kind of currency, it's a radical new platform for creating and exchanging value. It's a new operating system for our economy, and it's the second era of the internet, whether it's asset management, finance, supply chain management and logistics, or even music, entrepreneurship, law, democracy. Blockchain has the potential to transform the way that we do business and many other things. And that's why we partnered with INSEAD and with Coursera to create this specialization. This series of courses are designed to help you understand what blockchain is, how it works, as well as the applications and implications of blockchain technology for the enterprise. I'm Don Tapscott. I'm an adjunct professor at INSEAD, and I'm co-author of the book Blockchain Revolution: How the Technology Behind Bitcoin and Other Cryptocurrencies is Changing the World. My co-author, Alex Tapscott, and I are the founders of the Blockchain Research Institute, which is the world's largest independent think tank, and it's dedicated to blockchain technology. Now, today, with the help of some of the world's leading experts in online education, we've designed a hands-on specialization, a set of 4 courses to help you understand the underlying design principles of this technology and how these can be used to transform your organization. The future isn't something to be predicted. It's something to be achieved. So if you want to build the blockchain revolution, then this specialization is the place to start. So strap in and let's do this.
All right, great. So following this conference, they are going to provide some discount codes. So Gerard will be sending some of that information out following the conference. All right, next up we have Brian Talebi, who's going to give us an introduction into what he's got going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. Wow, going after Don Tapscott is always quite difficult, so honored to be here and share the stage with so many amazing people. So thank you, honored guests, for being here, everybody that's watching online as well. So I'm going to talk about a couple of things today. We're in the middle of the 4th Industrial Revolution, so I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means, being in the middle of this radical transformation in our labor systems and how we can address it. The second piece I'm going to talk about is where does blockchain come in with data agency, and what are some of the challenges that we must face as regulatory bodies and as a society. And finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about universal earned income versus universal basic income, and so how that is going to play a role in our coming future, especially with so many people who have lost their jobs and will become technologically unemployed and unemployable. So right now, according to McKinsey and some of the other people that have studied this, we are about to lose somewhere between 400 to 800 million jobs globally by 2030. Now, this isn't some future event. This is happening right now. So as we talk, we're about to lose somewhere in the vicinity of 1 million warehouse worker jobs just here in the United States alone that are being replaced by Boston Dynamics robots that can do all the same work without unionizing, without taking bathroom breaks, without calling in sick, without sexually harassing their colleagues. And so that's 1 million people just in that one industry that have to be replaced or find new jobs. We're talking about all of the drivers. If you guys have seen, if you're in Silicon Valley, all the Waymo cars going around, of course, Tesla with their full self-driving and so forth, all the truck drivers, Uber drivers, taxi drivers who are going to be replaced, all the fast food workers, retail employees, and many others across our entire economy who are some of the most vulnerable. These are people who haven't been to college, barely made it through high school, and haven't been upskilled in 20 years. And so how do we solve this problem when this is a cohort of people for whom the existing educational infrastructure didn't work the first time around? To expect that we can just put them into training programs that reflect our current educational infrastructure and have a different result 20 years after it failed them the first time is just mindless, right? That just won't work. Now, at the same time, we have a massive opportunity. The holy grail of education is hyper-personalization. And fortunately now, with the technologies that are emergent, we have the capacity to do so. So how many people here in the audience have ever played poker? Okay, that's most of you guys. So have you guys ever been, by show of hands, in a situation where the person you were playing against, you could identify their tells to determine if they had a good hand or if they were bluffing? Okay, sounds like most of you guys. So it turns out that with computers, when we feed them the right data sets into convolutional neural networks, computers can look at our tells to determine whether someone is frustrated or engaged, whether they're tired or focused, or when they're about to lose attention and switch to Facebook or Instagram to get that dopamine hit to make themselves feel better. And so what we do at Ahura is we collect over 10,000 biometric data points per second on every user with full consent from those students. We feed that into our convolutional neural network, and that enables us to be able to surface the right content to the right person in the right format at the right time. That enables them to learn 3 to 5 times faster than they would otherwise. Now, right now, we only work with adult learners, people who are losing their jobs. We work with corporates. But for every license that we sell to Walmart and Apple and Salesforce and all the rest, we give away a free license to members of underserved communities globally, especially with a gender and diversity lens. Thank you. I appreciate it. So this brings up a second question around data and agency. And this is where blockchain comes in. And I think this is where the regulators should come in as well. We've all seen what happens with Facebook, for example, when Zuck exploits everyone's data to be able to determine what to sell people, and what happens with Cambridge Analytica. My friend Brittany Kaiser had a fantastic documentary about this. If you haven't seen it, by all means, check it out, The Great Hack. And so we need to find some way to come to an agreement within society, whether this comes from the industry itself, which I've been pushing for the past 3 years, or it comes through the government that says, hey, this is what we are and are not allowed to do with the data that we collect. I've been trying to push other investors and other CEOs within Silicon Valley and other areas to come together and come to a decision around this, and for companies to take a stand like we did at Ahura 3 years ago to say, every piece of data that we collect is actually owned by the user. They have full agency over what happens to that data, how it's used, and so forth. We may need the government, as you guys, as people here, as people watching, as senators and representatives are deciding what the regulations are around data, AI, and blockchain, to make those decisions without the interference of companies like Facebook, to do what's right for society, to prevent some of the social harm that can occur. Now, what happens when people have agency over their data is this next piece, which is the difference between universal basic income, which my friend Andrew Yang ran for president on, and he has been pushing with Sam Altman and some others, versus what I call universal earned income. I didn't create that word, but I think one of my friends may have. So I love this idea because instead of the government taxing people and then redistributing that money in the form of a universal basic income, which can be quite expensive, it requires quite a bit of overhead and so forth, if we create a structure that's equitable and fair, that enables people to have agency over their own data and gives them the resources to be able to then sell that data, not just for advertising like Salesforce does, or like Facebook does, but also to actuaries, to medical device companies, to pharmaceutical companies, to research institutions, and so forth. We can actually generate roughly $200 a month per user. Now, we do that at Ahura already, where we enable users to sell their data. We give 70% of that revenue back to the user. It's $140 a month. Now, that may not seem a lot to some of us here. That's a bottle of scotch. But for someone living in Detroit, living on minimum wage, with their significant other also generating that, and maybe a couple friends, suddenly you have 4 people together generating $600 a month. That pays for rent in many places in the country, right? Which enables people to be able to take a step back, have some breathing room, and determine what their next steps are going to be, rather than landing on the street. Now, there are ways to continually increase that, especially over the next decade, as the amount of data becomes more and more robust, and as the use cases for that data become more expensive and more valuable. So thank you so much for coming here. I'm happy to chat with you guys one-on-one. I'll be at the event later this evening as well. But I'm looking forward to partnering with anybody here that wants to figure out how we can create the future that we're all going to be happy to live in, rather than live in a dystopian hellscape.
All right, great, thank you. All right, up next we have Gerard Daché.
Aren't you guys tired of hearing from me? Listen, I want to say a couple things. First of all, these guys here over on the right, they have been awesome, right? Just Jordan, the guy in the middle, said about Evan, the guy who is on my right, your left, he said, Evan is just a machine. He's been sitting here for 11 hours going through all this feed. He hasn't even gone to the bathroom. And Mike has been just so helpful with the Boston Blockchain Association. If I haven't said it before, you don't have to live in Boston to be part of the Boston Blockchain Association. They're connected to MIT and just all kinds of really great folks. So definitely check out that organization. And Rob, I can't thank you enough. We've, like any event, there's always issues that you have to take care of. And because Rob and Jordan and all these guys have been handling this room, it allowed us to take care of the stuff we need to. So just a great thanks to you guys. All right. I actually have no prepared remarks. But what I would like to do is I'll just take a couple minutes to tell you. I want to tell you a little bit about some of the projects we've done and some of the places where we're going. And then hear from you in a minute. When I'm done, Mike is going to come up and do some takeaways, because we want to really hear from you in terms of where we go in the future. But I want to tell you about some of our projects, and then when he comes up, if you've got any thoughts or ideas about how we can move this stuff forward in other conferences or other projects, we'd definitely love to hear from you. We are very a collaborative and connective tissue. So one of the projects that we're working on, where our working groups that we're working on right now, is in the area of elections and voting standards. We have to do this, right? If we don't give election officers the tools they need, and election vendors the tools they need to build blockchain solutions that can be certified, elections officials cannot use them. So it is very tedious, it is laborious, it is hard. Very few people are out there doing it, but this is a community that we have to sort of rise to that occasion. Mark shared with you a little bit about the government business blockchain platform. Right? This is something we have to do. You've heard a number of people talk about connectivity. We've got it. So the dream behind this particular platform is that anybody who builds a blockchain solution on whatever technology, whether it's EOS, Ethereum, any of them, Hyperledger, they can connect to the GBBP, move their information and assets across it, and then we can essentially, that way, if somebody's building a pharmaceutical supply solution, and somebody else is building an identity management solution, they can connect. Instead of one company having to build everything, right? then they, I individually couldn't compete against IBM or Deloitte, right? But we can. So if all of you are building pieces and we can bring those pieces together into a virtual ecosystem, then we become a distributed, and one of the goals of GBA is actually to become a distributed autonomous organization. But we can work together and build those things. If we all have sort of this siloed mentality, I'm going to build it all this market share, there's nobody that can handle all the market share. As an association, we can't. That's why we partner with the Boston Blockchain Association, right? So once we do this, we can then build the second part of this, which is called the marketplace. And we can take all of the solutions built by you guys, put it on a marketplace, and go to the folks in government. You saw when I showed you earlier, we have GBA members in over 500 different government organizations. We can then go to them and say, if you're looking for blockchain solutions, go to the Government Blockchain Association marketplace. And there you can find identity management solution and COVID vaccine card solutions and track and trace solutions. And these are all different GBA organizations that are working together. And then we bring revenue for the GBA members, right? So all of this are the part of the things that we're trying to build. I want to talk to you a little bit about our education and training program, right? So we're taking all the content that we got yesterday and today, we're turning it into a Governance for Blockchain certification course, right? Because folks in government, they need to know, right? We have a foundations course, technical specialist, healthcare. We're looking for training partners. So if you like to train, then please let us know. We'd like you to be a training partner. This is a great door opener for you. Nabil, you've done a little training, right? Yeah. Well, I met some really cool people too, and you're one of them, right? Although the conditions that he and I met, we can't really, they're sort of like Vegas rules. We can't talk about it in public. But especially if my wife isn't here. So she's at the reception right now getting ready, so. But these are some of the things that we're looking to do, right? To empower members of our community to build capacity and capability, right? To work with our organizational members. For folks that join in an organizational capacity, we've got, here's how we help, we try to help. We'll set up 2 calls. The first call is what I call a configuration call. We want to find out about your products, your services, you know, all of that stuff gets you connected to the GBA website. So when people go to the site looking for solutions, they'll find you. The next call is a configuration, a campaign call. And on that call, we want to find out about your products, your services, your target audience, your go-to-market strategy, your timing. And then we design a campaign where we say, well, maybe we get you speaking at some of our events. Maybe we do a social media campaign. Maybe we do a press releases, right? And we put this together. Maybe we get you on our podcast or on our YouTube channel. And then when we find a campaign that works, we push a button and we execute that. Ross Myers, was Ross Myers on stage earlier? I know Tara Sue was.
Tara Sue just put Ross up.
Right. So we're working with Ross Myers to meet with our organization members every quarter to find out how can we use this platform of our events and our online. Paul, you've had an opportunity to participate. Hopefully, you've gotten some business contacts as a result of the. Just a few. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we're really all about. We want to, you know, I talked earlier sort of big picture stuff, but I want to let you know about some of the specific projects. And if you know of or have a project that you think you would like to interact with other people, so that the rising tide lifts all ships, then let us know. And we've got, you know, if you want to be a chapter leader, we have a process for chapter leaders to get stood up. We've got a process for working group leaders to get stood up, which we try to automate. We are not staffed very well. Well, I take that back. We got a lot of staff, we just don't have a lot of money, right, to pay staff. So most of the stuff we do is with volunteers. So we had to kind of automate all of these systems. But if you have any ideas, right, and I will tell you one thing about participation in our organization. It's kind of weird, right? You know, most of the time you pay something, you want to get something back, right? If you pay to join GBA, we're going to ask more of you, right? You're going to pay a little bit of money, and then we're going to say, okay, great, roll up your sleeves and get to work. And if you're not willing to roll up your sleeves and get to work, honestly, you might as well not join GBA because, quite frankly, there's lots of people talking. There's not a lot of people doing. I loved your question yesterday, right, when you were talking to Charles. We need people. We need good people. We talked about the Did I talk about the ethics? Yeah, I did talk about the ethics statement yesterday. We need good people with ethics to take this place in the place we want it to go. But most importantly, we need people who are willing to work, right? We don't need any charlatans. We don't need people that are big shots, right? We just need people that are willing to do some shooting and just keep shooting, right? And if you're interested in that, we'd love to have you join us. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike. Mike, why don't you find out from these folks what they think about this thing and what their thoughts are.
Okay.
Yay!
Cool. So, Gerard, just a bit of advice. Gerard, from Boston, if somebody comes to you and says, I just want to give you some money, I don't really have a lot of time, take the money. I know. We have to have our standards, but not everybody is going to want to contribute time. All right, so I just wanted to do a little exercise about what you guys took away from this event. So much has happened in the last 2 days, so much. Let me just review. Well, first of all, let me tell you what's going on in Boston. I haven't had a chance to connect with you, with everybody here about what's going on in Boston, but a lot's going on in Boston. It's a good place for entrepreneurs and startups, VC, educational institutions. There's so much going on. So I don't know if you heard about it, but MIT is working with the Boston Fed to develop the U.S. CBDC, the U.S. Central Bank Digital Currency. In fact, they've just published some of their open source materials under the MIT license, and entrepreneurs can now start building. In fact, I'm going to talk about this in a second, but I'm going to be talking to the SVP of the Boston Fed next month about doing a reverse pitch competition. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. It's really cool. Of course, Algorand, you've heard Algorand mentioned. Really grateful to Cardano for sponsoring this event. Awesome. Thank you so much. Algorand is another purpose-built protocol for financial services. We also have Circle in Boston, USDC, that was started by Circle. That, by the way, has gone from about 5 billion to about 30 billion in just the last 6 months. So one of my good friends is working there and talking to the financial institutions, especially the DeFi organizations, about using USDC. So that's really good. And then Fidelity, of course, has been involved in blockchain for a long time. So, and that's just sort of like the tip of the iceberg in Boston. So a lot of stuff going on in Boston. Let's see, what else? Last month, we wrapped up the Student Gateway. You'll really be interested in this at Johns Hopkins. The Student Gateway to blockchain. So it was a summer school for students to build blockchain-ready talent coming into the blockchain ecosystem. And this is a repeatable thing. It's super easy to do this. You get subject matter experts. You know, we got a room full of SMEs here. You have them teach 1 week of the class. It's brilliant. And then the students ideate and do a pitch night at the end. And you give them a certificate at the end. And now they're confident, they understand it. They heard 8 talks about all the different facets of blockchain, and they're excited. And the people that came in and gave the talks, they get first dibs at interviewing the students for a potential internship, right? So everybody wins on that. VCs, maybe one of the pitches is actually pretty smart, and so they fund it. And so the VCs are happy. So the gateway to blockchain is really cool. Let me tell you about the reverse pitch. So I'm talking to the state of Massachusetts about blockchain. They've got what's called the Massachusetts Technology Collaborative. And underneath that is the Innovation Institute. So I'm talking to the deputy director of the Innovation Institute, and he said, Mike, what we really need is for all the division heads to get up to speed on blockchain. Fishing, the fishing department, the licensing, driver's licensing, land titles, all of them. We need them to get up to speed on what it is, what is blockchain, what some of the other governments and agencies are doing around the country. That's one of the reasons why I'm here, to take back to them everything that I've heard. And then say, okay, now that we know what it is, what other people are doing with it, what should we do? What's the low-hanging fruit here in Massachusetts? So that then hopefully comes down to a few key projects that we can easily do. And so here's where the reverse pitch comes in. We take those projects to the BBA community. The Mass Tech Collaborative people present to the startups. So no longer are the startups having to fish for their opportunities. The opportunities are presented to them. And they can choose if they want to engage in those opportunities. And by the way, there's bounties, there's money available in the reverse pitch competition. So it's almost like a paid POC. So that's the reverse pitch that we're working on. We're also talking to Fidelity about doing something like that. It's a very interesting idea, and it might be helpful for some of you. So looking back, we started out the week with Bryant Nielsen trying to figure out how to say immutability. Smart contracts and decentralization basics. Scott Stornetta. Is he still here? Yeah. I loved his one-way hash function. Digital identities he talked a lot about. John Dean Markunas. Blockchain adoptions, different use cases, reducing the necessity of connected systems. Dr. Ingrid talking about smart cities, standards, facilities, and governance. I'll keep going. What I want you to think about is, what was your top takeaway from this? Maybe grab a little piece of paper or just make a mental note. Blockchain and voting, votes. Anybody know where Votes is headquartered? Boston. Amelia Powers Gardner. I can't believe it, one of my favorite people that I met this week. Let's get moving, she said. She's a blockchain, what I call a blockchain BA. Anybody know what BA stands for? Badass. Yes. Badass. Professor Liu from Johns Hopkins. Really great talk. Thank you so much. Bryant came back up and talked about transactions per second. There was some controversy around that online. And then Charles Hoskinson, Cardano, that was really, seriously, one of the best speeches I've ever heard. He put so many of our thoughts out there, right? Didn't you, as he was going along, didn't you say to yourself, yeah. Moving from don't be evil to can't be evil. Inclusive accountability. Zero trust, total validation. The fourth segment of the government, the bureaucracy. And I was talking to Joe Bognano, who I brought down here from Boston, on the way here, we walked over a couple times this week, and I was saying that one of the problems with the current technology stack is that it's really labor intensive in many places. There's still a lot of paper. You know what, I've spent a lot of time with insurance companies, and insurance companies are famous for, you know, like, they create a digital document, a PDF, and they say, look, we're digital. But you started with a piece of paper. You know, you gotta sort of rethink how you're doing that. And so what they did was they web-enabled a legacy process, right? That's what they did. Well, you can't blockchain enable a legacy process. You really have to break it down and start over. So I really like that. What else did Charles say? Some dude who has a PhD in screwing people. Was that a quote? Inflationary monetary policy. Evil, pernicious sin to the poor people. Give, and you shall receive. Isn't that interesting? How things end? The young will kill the old. It's true, though. It's true. Yeah. Hey, I've got gray hair, too. I love the story about the Tutsis and the Tutus, or, you know, if we can't forgive, that means it happens again. Empathy, love, and understanding. Societies that hate freedom hate crypto. Yes. And so that's an affirmation that we're going the right way, I think, because they're against it. So that was really good. And then today, we had some really good stuff too. Lee Bratcher, again, talked about sending signals to innovators, the ripple effect, banking, the banking commissioner. I loved, again, Amelia paving the way for how people interact. We need people to implement, not just talk. So if you find yourself just talking, just stop and get to work doing something. The feds don't understand the difference between blockchain and crypto. We have to have a regulatory sandbox. I like these 3 steps. Find an evangelist. This is within the government. Create a coalition. And find SMEs. It's pretty simple. It's a lot of hard work. Find an evangelist. So find a legislator. We have one in Massachusetts. Her name is Kate Lipper-Garabedian. She's one of those people you'd never suspect would be a blockchain evangelist, but she's married to a really savvy techie guy, and he's talking to her. So she's like, oh, okay, all right, I'll do it. So she sponsored a bill, and the bill is now getting heard. And so guess who she's bringing in to testify? The Boston Blockchain Association. And we're going to bring in Circle and Algorand. Circle has created 400 jobs so far in Boston. Algorand, 300. So this is no small thing. And one of the points I made to Kate, they call her KLG. I said, you know, the thing about blockchain is this thing called PQR. Does anybody know what PQR is? Post-quantum resilience. So you want to know why you should be doing blockchain? Because the bad guys are probably going to get quantum computing before other people do. It's not going to be an even distribution of new technology going forward. And so, don't you want to be resilient against the bad guys of the future who have quantum computing that will absolutely shred the legacy architectures of the past? You think things are bad now? Wait till quantum comes out. So PQR. So I said to Kate, I said, this is why we need blockchain in Massachusetts. PQR. It's going to protect the jobs that we have, not only to grow them. So really super important. Gabriella, overregulation can be extremely detrimental. Gerard, I love this quote. I'm more interested in firepower than star power. In other words, GSD. Does everybody know what GSD is? Get stuff done. Unless it's Friday, then it's get shit done. Yes, you all have, if you don't have credentials after your name, I'm giving you them. All right, what's your name? Javon Swint. GSD. But awesome? I like that. And Mark Montoya, the SEC, the CFTC, the IRS, the FinCEN. I recorded a video yesterday with my buddy Joe Bogdano from Chrysalis in front of the U.S. Treasury. As we walked over here, we had some time to kill, and we recorded a video, shout out to blockchain and infrastructure. And yeah, you can see it on LinkedIn. If you connect with me on LinkedIn if you want to. I'm so glad that we're doing this. I'm so glad that Gerard and the GBA team have put this together. I think, and a few people have resonated this, I think that in 5 years, this event is going to have 5,000 people. And we're all going to be there, and we're going to say, yeah, I was there in 2021. I was at the first one. There was only about 80 people. It was awesome. They didn't even have food. Yeah, we had cookies, yeah. Cookies and chips, yeah. We had something, yeah. And we had to wear masks this whole time. Do you remember COVID? What a hassle that was. Yes. So that's awesome. All right, so I want to walk around the room and get your favorite takeaway, something that you want to share with people when you go back to your home, your job, your work, your environment, your city. What's your top thing from this week? Who wants to go first? Who are you? Yes, stand up. Talk to the people. Who are you and where are you from?
All right, hey everyone, my name is Javon Swint. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. My top takeaway from this was looking at blockchain from an infrastructure perspective, not just trading. I'm a day trader, so I'm looking at the charts and doing all that, but this changed my mind from looking at it as an infrastructure because I really believe that it is a difference between cryptocurrency and blockchain. And I think that mainly just like I said, it was just the infrastructure for me. I mean, like I said, I've been in crypto since 2013, but just as a day trader. Never looked at it from an infrastructure. Long story short, if I had looked at it back then, I don't know where I would be today. So yeah, and that's all.
Nice. Who's next? Yes, you and then you. Who are you? Where are you?
Hi guys, my name is Nabil Malik. I'm local. I live in Northern Virginia. And my biggest takeaway was I'm not the only crazy one. There's a lot of innovation happening. There's a lot of people working on blockchain projects that are really pushing the envelope forward, from politics to Charles and Cardano to healthcare, to voting, to gamification. And it's amazing how fast the world is changing.
Okay, so speed. Yeah, speed. Incredible. Yes, who are you and where are you from?
Name is Austin Krause. I'm from Washington, D.C., or at least I live here now. Austin Krause, GSD. So I'll do 2 quick takeaways. The first one, which I think I knew, but like this really hit it home, is that blockchain is bigger than Bitcoin. I think that's something I definitely try to like convey to my friends and to family and others, because that's, I think, the first thing that they think of, and Bitcoin has a lot of other things that comes with it. And I think the second thing is that blockchain is deeply philosophical in a sense, and I think I might be more inclined to like see that nature in it. But it brings up so many other questions about how things should be structured and where the power should go, and also just like, I think, really interesting thought experiments about how else can you structure a business or society or an organization. And I would challenge myself and my friends to also, whenever they think they know blockchain, then they don't know blockchain, and to then go down that rabbit hole. And I think this hit that home.
Awesome. I don't know if you guys have read this book, but Life After Google is a really good book. The Fall of Big Data and the Rise of the Blockchain Economy. Excellent book about. Professor Liu, how about you? Okay. All right. Who is this guy anyway? Jeez. Well, so I spent some time with ADP, the payroll company. That's how I started my career. Sales and marketing, but really just straight sales in Phoenix, Arizona. And then my wife and I moved to Cleveland, and I got involved in e-commerce for insurance companies. So I was doing the same thing in 2000s that I'm doing today. It was just trying to tell insurance companies that, yeah, you can really use the web. It's amazing. You know, I saw somebody said, you know, e-commerce, it's a lot like teen sex. Everybody says they're doing it, but nobody's really doing it. And the ones that are doing it aren't doing it very well and getting results. So it's really, yeah. So that was in the 2000s. And then I got into social technologies, went out on my own, and started teaching insurance executives how to understand Facebook and Twitter and blogs and video and reputation management and rating systems and crowdsourcing and all these things that you can see. And they would ask me, hey, Mike, this was awesome. What's the next big thing? And if I had only known it would be Bitcoin or blockchain, I would have invested. But it was there, but it wasn't, really mature enough for me to make a move. So then in 2019, I said, okay, that's it. So I took the MIT Blockchain Technologies course. This was the real deal course. And by the way, they really underestimate the number of hours to complete each module, at least for regular guys like me. But fortunately, I had the time and worked through it. So the MIT course for blockchain, and then I got involved in the Boston Blockchain Association. And last summer of 2020, I had helped the association move from in-person meetups to virtual meetups and expanded that and got some new members to join. And so the founder had started a new company and he was resigning as the chair. And so they were looking around and who wants to be the new chair? And I said, I'll do it. And they said, sold. So I did the chair role for a year and a half, and now I'm doing head of partnerships. So I'm going out trying to help the Fidelities and those kind of companies fund the innovation that we really need. That's my comment to Gerard about, if somebody says they'll give you $100,000, just take it. Because that's what we need. We need that money to bring in people and to grow that association. In Boston, we say, all boats rise with the tide. So we're trying to help everyone around the world with blockchain. Boston is the seat of, widely held as the seat of intellectual power. So DC is political, Silicon Valley technology, New York financial, Boston intellectual. So that's what I'm doing. So, yeah, what do you think? What was your big takeaway?
No, I really appreciate that. That's really interesting. So what my big takeaway was, understanding the social credit. I never thought that was a big risk, right? Until sort of Charles summed that up and sort of talked about what that does to individuals, right? And just, understanding and the empowering of the network, and then you're putting a social credit on these people, right? And I just, it's kind of scary when you think about it, right? It sort of reminds me of, what is that book, 1984, right? I mean, and then it's happening right now. And so we have this technology where you can sort of make it permanent on the blockchain, right? And you can imagine that once they issue their own, digital token, what's that going to mean? Now they're going to know, your social credit and what you spent your stuff on, and probably track wherever you're going. That's really scary stuff, right? But I never really thought too much about that, right? But the fact that he was talking about it, I thought that was really, really interesting. The other stuff that I thought was really interesting is just seeing how other people are thinking about this, right? I mean, I come from it from a finance point of view and more of an academic point of view, right? Seeing how other people are talking about this and understanding. The question I had for you, right, because you guys are very successful in terms of galvanizing not only the top entrepreneurs, but affecting sort of, reaching out to the politicians, right? How can GBA be a little bit more effective? We are in DC, right? I think we can galvanize the schools around here. How do we engage the politicians and bring them here to this organization, right? And work with them. And I don't know all the big entrepreneurs in blockchain in the DC area. How do we sort of bring them in? I know we got Charles, which was amazing, right? But how do we bring more of them here? How can we do something similar to what you guys are doing in Boston?
That's a great question. I'll have to be in touch with you guys on that. Who else wants to talk about? Yes. New. Oh, okay. Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Downing, L4S Corporation. I'm based in Connecticut. Been active involved with the GBA. I followed the GBA probably for 4 or 5 years when I first heard Gerard speak. Active for 2 years. I think what I take away is I've witnessed the collaboration and idea sharing within the GBA working groups, but I've really seen it, extensively here, and that's the best thing that's impressed me. And in my own thoughts and my own presentation, I think we really have to work hard to get the collaboration between these legacy worlds that are over-regulated and the digital worlds that may be under-regulated. But we've got to work to build those bridges because each side can really benefit from this revolutionary technology. But I think the collaboration, the esprit de corps, and everything else that's been in this group has been fantastic.
Thanks, Paul. Paul spoke at one of our BBA meetups. Awesome speaker, presenter. Who are you?
Hello, Ross Myers. I'm Director of Business Development for the GBA. My primary takeaway is there's life after Zoom. I'm human, and I did not realize how much I've missed the social interaction and being able to personally meet my colleagues that I've been collaborating with over these last couple of years. So for those of you that I have not personally met, be at the reception this evening, let's make sure that we do take the opportunity to meet And I want to thank everybody for coming out in support of the organization in this event.
Anybody else over here? Anybody? Yes, great. Who are you and where are you from?
Malika. I'm Malika Ramurthy, a digital transformation professional from California. And my takeaway from this conference is that we all see the promise of technology, the promise of blockchain to better the lives of human beings and bring the best of technology and humanity together. The one thing I would want us to be still very aware of is what we mentioned about social credit, about identity. The same technology that can do so much good can be used by bad actors, and we have to guard against that together.
That's great. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Raphael, who are you?
Raphael, Minnesota Blockchain Initiative. I just wanted to say, meeting you guys all here makes me realize that I'm not the only one who believes in blockchain as a philosophy. I look and I listen all the places where it's touching real lives and it's changing things that we've all recognized as problems for so long. It reminds me that I'm not working hard enough because there's so many people who we need to be able to rely on one another, and without the GBA, there really isn't any organization that has the power with 40 people and a billionaire. And Scott Stornetta, I mean, you don't go to a conference like this and have this many great minds in a place and not come away with new energy. And being in person, I think, is part of it. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's here, because each and every one of you tells me that, again, I'm not crazy. I know that this is going to happen in healthcare. I know it's going to happen in government. And hearing you guys talk about this makes me want to help in any way that I can. And for me, as you can't tell, I'm a talker. I can help communicate to people why this is important. And if we can do this together through the GBA and through everything else, I'm going to leave here so empowered that I probably won't sleep for the next couple of days, because I'll be emailing everyone and saying, what do you need and how can I help? So just thank you very much to the GBA.
Awesome. Yes. Yes, hang on one second. So the Boston Blockchain Week is coming up in May. The Government Blockchain Week is also coming up in May. Boston Blockchain Week is the first week of May. GBW is the last week of May, I think, 2022. And man, I would just invite you guys to go to those, right? If nothing else, to rub shoulders again. You can't, just like you can't live an entire week on one meal, you can't live an entire year on just one of these. We need to be rubbing shoulders with each other and building relationships. So, yeah, who are you and why are you here? Or where are you from, sorry?
So I live in the area. I'm Sandra Valencia. I work for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, so I'm government. So this has been amazing for me because I'm very passionate about crypto. I'm an investor since 2017, so it's like a very passion. I'm also IT, so this is an opportunity today. I saw how can influence, I guess my job, it will be to educate how can influence my agency somehow in the IT world, and maybe look at for some use cases to see if I can, and educate. And the other part, the second part, is very excited to meet like a blockchain, can I say minded people, individuals, where if they feel my same passion about cryptocurrency, and I love it. And thank you so much to everyone.
You want to say something? Yes, come on. Who are you and why are you here?
Yeah, no good in talking in front of people, but you have to try sometimes, right? So I do real estate in the area. I've been doing this for 15 years. I used to be in the IT. I used to be a developer a long time ago. I won't say how long ago, but it's been a while. And I found out this opportunity, and it caught my mind. I mean, I'm an investor as well. So, but when you invest, sometimes you wonder what's behind all this, what I'm investing. So this really opened my eyes to what all these things that we are able to, or what what these smart brains are able to do, and it's, I mean, the opportunity is there for everyone. So it's exciting to be here. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm just glad I'm here. So.
It wasn't so hard now, was it? Oh, sorry. Dante, who are you?
Thank you all so much. I'm Dante Orlando Brown with Talk You Into It. It's a marketing consulting firm. My good friend Dr. Jim Liu with SOCAT Consulting invited me, and I do work with Jim with SOCAT. Oh, sure, background. All right, so I teach public affairs and communication strategy at the Defense Information School. I'm also the chief of public affairs for the 200th Military Police Division. I'm an Army reservist. Done some time over in the Middle East, and blockchain technology to me is a foreign language. It is. I learned a lot here, but I think my biggest takeaway from this conference actually didn't come from this room. However, it's somewhat derived from what I did learn in this room. My biggest takeaway occurred downstairs around noon with the security guards. Yes, so I was talking with the security guards when I walked in. I'm pretty social. Like my friend here, I like to talk. And I was chatting with the security guards, and they said, "Are you looking for the restaurant?" I said, "No, I'm actually going to go up to the blockchain technology conference." They said, "What is that?" I said, "That's a good question. I'm trying to figure that out too. I was there yesterday, and I learned a whole lot, and I told them what I did learn. And we talked about investing. We talked about cryptocurrencies. And as I was talking to them, two people walked in. Is Tara Sue here? Tara Sue? Yes. Tara Sue and Nabil walked in just as I was speaking with them. And I said, "You know who's really good at this? Those two." I said, "Could you come here for a second?" And we ended up having a networking session at the desk with the security guards. And we shared ideas and we shared information. What is the takeaway from that? There is a public that is hungry for this knowledge, that wants this knowledge. A lot of brain cells in here. If we communicate it to that public that wants this knowledge, just think of what can happen. And that was a huge takeaway from this, and the fact that they were so willing to share that knowledge. What happened? We all made some new friendships. We all shared ideas. We all learned ideas. That's a huge takeaway from this conference. And I think as we educate more folks in society about this, we're going to be even smarter. Thank you.
Awesome. Wait. Tara Sue, wait. Who are you and where are you from?
It's good to see you, by the way. I'm Tara Sue Myers. I'm from New Hampshire via North Carolina, via Missouri. But live free or die and show me state, yes. Oh, well, I'm the president of the Gaming Benefits Corporation, but on a footnote to what Dante was saying, my biggest takeaway from this event also happened on the streets last night, and I wish, here he is. This man had the most inspiring words I've heard throughout this whole event, and I'm going to read them to you now because it caused me to write a short little poem. The first line belongs to our friend. Here's his words. We're going to be done in 30 seconds. I leave my heart on the street because I am an entrepreneur on blockchain. My contracts are real. My mission is true. My humility is present for my team and Ubuntu. And if you don't know what Ubuntu means, does anyone know what it means? Ubuntu? You know what it means. What does it mean? I exist because you exist. That's what it means, and you hear that phrase a lot. And that's the big takeaway here. I exist because you exist. We exist because we exist. And it's great to talk about philosophy and use cases and scenarios. It's important that we leave our heart on the street for the people who aren't here being represented. And that is our core responsibility. And I was feeling Dante. I was like, yeah, that's what's supposed to be happening here, is that we integrate, right? And that we educate and we engage. So I just want to leave you with that little poem.
Ubuntu. Ubuntu. It says in the Bible, to whom much is given, Much is required. You guys have just been given a lot. I know you came here, you paid for it, etc., but you were given a lot. So we can be a conduit back to our spheres of influence, digitally and personally in person. A conduit. I love that word, conduit. Take this stuff. By the way, relative to social technologies, follow me on LinkedIn and watch what I'm doing. Not to toot my own horn, that's not what I'm about. I'm just trying to do what I preach, which is sharing stuff freely and openly. It takes effort, but believe me, if you start sharing videos and pictures, by the way, those are the most viral things on LinkedIn, if you don't know that, videos and pictures. If you start doing that, if you start tagging people who are with you, or you're reaching out to, or you're referencing, that helps seed this whole conversation. And videos are so powerful. On any web page, the piece of media that gets the most attention is, guess what? A video clip. I'm going to push that button, see what they say. So those, you can't do enough of that. I just really want to encourage you that. And it's simple, you just kind of say, hey, this is Mike Wise, I'm here at, and I want to talk to you about, and here's my friend. What are you about? What we just did here today is a video, a little video. And you ask a couple questions. And then you say, so, I hope that's helpful. I'll see you next time. Have a great day. End. You don't have to go on and on. If you do, say, one of those a month or a quarter for the rest of the year, imagine if we all, just however 80 people there are in this room, imagine if we all did that. I guarantee you, typically a video gets about 2,000 views. Just imagine 80 times 4 once a quarter. What's that? How many? 320,000. Wow. Views of stuff that you guys learned. What's your takeaway from this? Who are you and why are you here?
I'm Todd White. I'm managing partner with Rulon and White Governance Strategies, and it's been a pleasure to meet many of you in person that I have not had a chance to introduce myself to. I represent the GBA. I am a registered federal lobbyist, and I've worked in Congress. That's what my firm does. We knock out bills, right? We insert language, knock out bills. That's what a lobbyist does. And I draw inspiration from each of you. And I have to say that from the bottom of my heart. What I see every day with regard to blockchain regulation, it's like making sausage. Every day working with regulators, congressional staff, and we've been at this in the crypto space since 2014. And I liken a quote, one of my favorite quotes is from Arthur Schopenhauer. It's on The Truth. And I analogize this to what we see from where we began as a loose leaf organization and an ecosystem that is kind of coming together and galvanizing. And Arthur Schopenhauer's quote is, first, when you talk about the truth, it's violently opposed, right? It's grossly rejected, and then it becomes self-evident. We have to go through those stages, and we have to understand what we're doing, where we're going, and we have to make sure that we take a first principles approach to getting it there. And we have to understand what we're up against. And that's what I am here today to do, to explain that there is a lobby, pro, and there's a pro and against, right? For and against. And the lobby The banking lobby has about $40–50 million that's trying to snuff us out, okay? So we therefore have to galvanize and put that's what I do, we have to have a political action committee that encompasses all of us. And we have to put money in that so that we have leverage and we have opportunity to go in and have the attention of a federal legislator and be able to put things together appropriately. And that's where we're going to get the greatest strides. And that's what I kind of define as those, as Schopenhauer's quote, and taking these necessary action steps. That's my bent. So thank you.
Strong. Okay, one more. Oh, okay. So, Bryant, you started. I want you to end. Okay, go ahead.
So, as we bring what I'm sure we can all agree was a very successful event to a conclusion, I think it's appropriate to collectively show our appreciation to, first and foremost, our event coordinator for the GBA, Kathy Dashe, who's not here. She is busy setting up the after reception for us. Jordan, Robert Perry, the gentleman who's been hiding behind his mask there doing all the technology liaison, Evan. And then finally, Gerard. Thank you, Gerard.
Well, if you haven't watched Moneyball, you got to watch Moneyball, by the way, and wait for the end, the last quote of the movie, when he's sitting with the owner of the Red Sox. Who are you? Why are you here?
So my name is Brian Nielsen, and I am the chairman of GBA. And where'd he go? Thank you for stealing my thunder for recognizing Gerard. That's how I'm supposed to end this. But I'm going to tell you a little story, and it'll be just short. It's how I met Gerard. I had started a podcast, I guess, 5 years ago, and I was looking for some of the thought leaders. And I'd heard about this thing called the Government Blockchain Association. It wasn't even GBA at the time. It was this enormous name, and the URL was enormous. They couldn't have put in any more letters. They had to have just too many. And so I reached out, and I called this guy, and his name was Gerard, and he's going like, yeah, I think I could do that. He was down here in Virginia, and he said that he was going to come up to New Jersey, which is where I lived at the time. And I interviewed him, and he was telling me the story of how it all started. It was basically him finding out about his son, then creating a meetup and trying to figure out if anyone was going to come to attend. I think 2 people attended. 2 people attended the very first event. And he told me this story, and after that was done, we became friends. And we started to work collaboratively together. And we started, he doing all the yeoman work, literally all the yeoman work, has clobbered together this organization. We're only here because of Gerard. Now, one of the things that we have learned out of all of this is that we're in an era of digital transformation. Everything that is happening before us is changing. It's changing not only because we want it to, but because we can, and it will make our lives better. It's going to be bumpy, but at the end, I think that we're going to find a lot of happiness. But what I really wanted to say about this particular event is, it was my pleasure to meet all of you. You are the thought leaders. You are the people who are going home, back to your own organizations and states, and finding a way to share what this message is about. I don't want to refer to blockchain as as a religion. Some people take it that way. Some people take crypto definitely as a religion, and I kind of stay away from them. But the reality, I know. I've always had strong opinions, and it's gotten me into trouble. But the thing is that all of you are the thought leaders. Whether you think that you are today or not, you should look at yourself exactly as that, and that is as a thought leader. And for that, it has been my pleasure to have you here to be a part of this event that Gerard put together. Thank you again, Gerard.
Gerard, take us home. Closing thoughts.
Well, I can't add anything to what you guys have all said. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, all of you. It is very humbling. But we're not done. We've got a lot of work to do. Right? We've got a friend of ours out in California by the name of Matt Falk. Jordan, you can go ahead and put that slide up. He's interested in doing a series for our different working groups. I think the first one we're going to do is probably going to be with healthcare. So we're going to go with all of our, Marquis. Yeah. So Marquis leads the healthcare working group and is just doing a phenomenal job. I don't have time to tell you all the stuff they're doing, but we're going to be doing a series of virtual events with our working groups. We'd like to engage you guys with that. We're going to have the working groups put the whole thing together, produce them, so you'll start seeing a whole bunch of them. So Matt Falk, he's got a company called Easy Expo. He's going to put together a series. If you guys want to subscribe to it, I don't have the details, Jordan, but it's a certain amount of money for the whole series, and we're going to be participative and stuff like that. So by all means, check that out. We'll have a link on our, Jordan, what's the best way for them to find out about it?
Right now.
Right.
Yeah. We will be announcing information probably in the next coming weeks. There will be videos, we'll be posting stuff on the website.
We'll send it out on our newsletter. So if you are a GBA member, you'll get it in the newsletter. If you're not a GBA member, on the homepage, it's subscribe to the newsletter. Subscribe to it, we'll be getting information. It's just another way that we can get you guys to connect. And I'm not going to add anything else. I'm not going to do anything inspirational. I will suggest, let's go have some drinks, have some food, and let's talk about something other than blockchain tonight, okay? All right, we'll see you guys at the reception. All right, talk about whatever you want.